welcome to DDCat and our corporate headquarters in London.
تعمل مجموعة DDCap في أسواق الجملة المالية وتقدم خدمات وسيطة للمؤسسات المالية التي تلتزم بقواعد الممارسات المالية الإسلامية وغيرها من القواعد المسؤولة.
Path Solutions is helping banks transform multiple siloed banking channels into a rich, simplified, personalized, timely, consistent, seamless, and frictionless customer journey. We empower you to provide a seamless omni-channel experience for your customers across all channels, applications, and devices, to immerse into your customers' life journeys and achieve better customer interactions and stronger customer engagement.
TAIF, Training and Awareness of Islamic Finance. Rooted in tradition, ready for tomorrow. Training is our core business. We have an evolving catalog of extensive, well-planned courses created by industry experts. We provide end-to-end digital learning solution which combines the knowledge of Islamic finance with technology and meets all your capacity building related needs most cost effectively. Islamic finance learning made simple and memorable.
with advanced and innovative solutions to help you improve. A place that promises nothing but stands by your side. Bobion Bank doesn't promise to fulfill your dreams. It helps you realize them yourself.
حين تجد أفكارك بعدها المثالي تصبح واقعاً. حين ترافق خطواتك أرض صلبة تحقق حلمك. حين تدعم شجاعتك فرصة تأخذك أبعد مما تتخيل. معاً نتقدم ونجعل للغد معنى. البنك الأهلي السعودي، معاً نصنع الغد.
Welcome to DDCAT and our corporate headquarters in London.
تعمل مجموعة ديديكاب في أسواق الجملة المالية وتقدم خدمات وسيطة للمؤسسات المالية التي تلتزم بقواعد الممارسات المالية الإسلامية وغيرها من القواعد المسؤولة.
Path Solutions is helping banks transform multiple siloed banking channels into a rich, simplified, personalized, timely, consistent, seamless, and frictionless customer journey. We empower you to provide a seamless omni-channel experience for your customers across all channels, applications, and devices, to immerse into your customers' life journeys and achieve better customer interactions and stronger customer engagement.
TAIF, Training and Awareness of Islamic Finance. Rooted in tradition, ready for tomorrow. Training is our core business. We have an evolving catalog of extensive, well-planned courses created by industry experts. We provide end-to-end digital learning solution which combines the knowledge of Islamic finance with technology and meets all your capacity building related needs most cost effectively. Islamic finance learning made simple and memorable.
When you find yourself surrounded by promises that you can hardly believe, you feel lost in those promises you've never seen come true. Promises that, even if fulfilled, would not mean much, would be short-lived and complicate your life. In the stress of life's daily hassles, there's only one place that understands you and gives you the freedom to choose what is best for you. A place where your daily life is made easier and where your needs are met.
Draft logistics.
So you can focus on your goals and get what you want.
Okay, great. Let's get it on Sunday so that I can.
A place that
get it into
empowers you
words.
with advanced and innovative solutions to help you improve your life.
Thank you.
A place that promises nothing but stands by your side. Bobion Bank doesn't promise to fulfill your dreams. It helps you realize them yourself.
حين تجد أفكارك بعدها المثالي تصبح واقعا. حين ترافق خطواتك أرض صلبة تحقق حلمك. حين تدعم شجاعتك فرصة تأخذك أبعد مما
The
تتخيل.
problem is
معا نتقدم ونجعل للغد معنى. البنك الأهلي السعودي، معا نصنع الغد.
But do you have the revised? Okay. Okay.
Welcome to DD Cat and our corporate headquarters in London.
تعمل مجموعة ديدي كاب في أسواق الجملة المالية وتقدم خدمات وسيطة للمؤسسات المالية التي تلتزم بقواعد الممارسات المالية الإسلامية وغيرها من القواعد المسؤولة.
Path Solutions is helping banks transform multiple siloed banking channels into a rich, simplified, personalized, timely, consistent, seamless, and frictionless customer journey. We empower you to provide a seamless omni-channel experience for your customers across all channels, applications, and devices, to immerse into your customers' life journeys and achieve better customer interactions and stronger customer engagement.
TAIF, Training and Awareness of Islamic Finance. Rooted in tradition, ready for tomorrow. Training is our core business. We have an evolving catalog of extensive, well-planned courses created by industry experts. We provide end-to-end digital learning solution which combines the knowledge of Islamic finance with technology and meets all your capacity building related needs most cost effectively. Islamic finance learning made simple and memorable.
When you find yourself surrounded by promises that you can hardly believe, you feel lost in those promises you've never seen come true. Promises that, even if fulfilled, would not mean much, would be short-lived, and complicate your life. In the stress of life's daily hassles, there's only one place that understands you and gives you the freedom to choose what is best for you. A place where your daily life is made easier and where your needs are met. So you can focus on your goals and get what you want. A place that empowers you with advanced and innovative solutions to help you improve your life. A place that promises nothing but stands by your side. Bobion Bank doesn't promise to fulfill your dreams. It helps you realize them yourself.
حين تجد أفكارك بعدها المثالي تصبح واقعاً. حين ترافق خطواتك أرض صلبة تحقق حلمك. حين تدعم شجاعتك فرصة تأخذك أبعد مما تتخيل. معاً نتقدم ونجعل للغد معنى. البنك الأهلي السعودي، معاً نصنع الغد.
Welcome to DDCAT and our corporate headquarters in London.
تعمل مجموعة ديديكاب في أسواق الجملة المالية وتقدم خدمات وسيطة للمؤسسات المالية التي تلتزم بقواعد الممارسات المالية الإسلامية وغيرها من القواعد المسؤولة.
Path Solutions is helping banks transform multiple siloed banking channels into a rich, simplified, personalized, timely, consistent, seamless, and frictionless customer journey. We empower you to provide a seamless omni-channel experience for your customers across all channels, applications, and devices, to immerse into your customers' life journeys and achieve better customer interactions and stronger customer engagement.
TAIF, Training and Awareness of Islamic Finance. Rooted in tradition, ready for tomorrow. Training is our core business. We have an evolving catalog of extensive, well-planned courses created by industry experts. We provide end-to-end digital learning solution which combines the knowledge of Islamic finance with technology and meets all your capacity building related needs most cost effectively. Islamic finance learning made simple and memorable.
processes that you could arguably if you lost.
At the last day of the 16th IOFI ISDB conference, which is being held under the paid
Promises that would not be short-lived, complicate your life.
He's a member
Because I couldn't hear anything you said, Farhan. So should I start?
Amen. Mr. Noor Abed. I cannot hear you.
Dr. Humayun?
Yes, I can hear you.
Excellent. Please, you want to introduce him again?
All right. So,
Mr. Noor Abed?
Professor Humayun, can you please take over now?
all right. Okay. Thank you very much. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. A very early good morning from London and good morning to everyone in Bahrain. and a very good day, whatever of this is left, wherever you are dialing into this amazing conference organized by Accounting and Auditing Organization for Islamic Financial Institution in association with the Islamic Development Bank Group. Welcome to second day and the first session of the second day, which is on strategies for recovery from the impacts of COVID-19 pandemic, of course, with respect to Islamic banking and finance. Ladies and gentlemen, the COVID-19 pandemic has affected the humanity in the most comprehensive way, so as no one is unscathed by it, directly or indirectly. Having said that, many industry observers have started talking about a post-COVID era. And they have started suggesting adjustments in the government policy, reactions by the businesses in the corporate sector, and of course, certain new things are being suggested for the social sector and philanthropy in the context of Islamic banking and finance. And people have started talking about a new normal era, which is expected to emerge from this very bad pandemic, which in fact is not going away. With the successive emergence of new variants, all of us are still very nervous, and talking about a post-COVID era for many people seems like a dream. What is post-COVID era? It signals the epoch that arises from the global health and socio-economic crisis of the COVID-19 that has accelerated the developments towards the fourth industrial revolution. If we consider the end of 2019 as the start of COVID-19 pandemic, it may not be entirely too optimistic to assume that the start of 2022 will be a pre-dawn of the post-COVID era. Nearly 2 years of the pandemic have certainly changed the way we live on this planet. The post-COVID-19 era would carry the legacy of the pandemic for many years to come. In this session, our focus would be on the post-COVID era, how Islamic finance can react to this global experience for itself to adjust and of course prosper and progress more in the years to come, not only for the growth of the industry, but for the betterment of all the stakeholders involved in the industry. We have an amazing panel today, this morning, who would be sharing their thoughts on the topic. All of them are very experienced professionals in the field of Islamic banking and finance, with decades of individual involvement in leadership roles in the industry, in different organizations, in different countries, and in different contexts. Given that all of them, they're very well known, I would not be reading out their resume. However, I would like to introduce them in the most concise way. Our first panelist is His Excellency, Mr. Ayman Sajini, who is currently serving as the CEO of Islamic Corporation for Development in the private sector of the member countries of Islamic Development Bank. It is an organization which is a member of the Islamic Development Bank. Secondly, we have Mr. Muhammad Khatib, a very good friend of mine, who would be sharing his thoughts, especially with reference to technology, an area he has championed over the last quite a few decades. Hafiz Muhammad Yunus will be joining us from Lahore. He is a member of PIMCC, AAOIFI, and a former president of Institute of Chartered Accountants in Pakistan. And last but not least, all of us, we know Mr. Noor Abid, whose services to the Islamic banking and finance industry are immense. He has played an instrumental role in Islamic banking and finance, not only in Bahrain, where he is principally located, but all over the world. So as the name suggests, our panelists, they are very well experienced, very well known, and I'm sure they have a lot to share with us on the topic related with strategies for recovery from the impacts of COVID-19 pandemic. Ladies and gentlemen, Islamic banking and finance industry is about a $3 trillion industry. These are our estimates for this year. Our Global Islamic Finance Report, which we launched earlier this year, the end of 2021 estimates for the size of the industry were $2.941 trillion. Since then, the industry has surpassed the magic figure of $3 trillion. And this is despite the advent of pandemic and its effects globally. And we hope, and this is our sincere expectation, that the industry would continue to grow. In the post-COVID era, of course, a lot of adjustments would be required to make at an individual level, institutional level, industry level, and of course, in a national context, wherever Islamic banking and finance is of any significance. I have already referred to post-COVID many times in this introductory remark, but the question arises, are we really into the post-COVID era, or we are just talking about hoping that this post-COVID era would emerge soon? With this simple but very deep question, I would like to go first to my first panelist, His Excellency, Mr. Ayman Sajini. Mr. Sajini, Assalamu alaikum. I hope the technology is not going to let us down. Okay, I think there is some kind of delay. I would like to actually ask. Hello? Yeah.
Yeah, I think they unmuted me now.
All right, you are unmuted now. Ahlan wa sahlan
Yes.
wa marhaba.
Ahlan, sahlan. How are you? Inshallah, everything is good?
Alhamdulillah, everything is fine.
Alhamdulillah, shukrillah.
So I actually asked you,
yes.
Is this pandemic really over? Are we already into the post-COVID era, or these variants of different sorts are reminding us that the monster is still here?
Well, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, was-salatu was-salam ala Sayyidina Muhammad. First of all, I would say the dua that inshallah God lifts off this pandemic from the whole world and really gets us back to our normality. Nevertheless, for this time being, the fresh outbreak in COVID-19 caused by the different variants is reversing this transition toward the normalities that we'd like to see. Coupled with unequal access to vaccines and slow vaccine rollout in some parts of the world, it is hard to say that the pandemic is over. So the realistic conclusion is that we have to continue facing it with important scenarios. In any scenario, banking executives must prepare for the next normal to be very different from that of the past 10 years. For the financial institutions, I believe we have learned to be more agile, to adapt to the evolving pandemic situation and uncertain it brings. This means having to be more technologically savvy and digital responsive to the changing consumer behavior and demands. In addition, many banks will find that they need to improve their health, starting with rebuilding at least part of their capital buffer. Not only does the buffer provide resilience, as the COVID-19 crisis is proving, but markets have become increasingly aware of the importance of the capital cushion to withstanding the external shocks. Banks might reduce exposure to non-core activities that absorb considerable capital. For example, exiting some of these businesses. We as Islamic Development Bank Group and ICD specifically have always been building our resilience, which means making sure our operations are aligned with ESG themes and the overall global development agenda. So that's my point of view.
Excellent, very good introductory remarks. We are looking forward to listen to you during this session. Before I go to Mr. Noorabid, I would like to ask my friend Muhammad Khatib. You are already in Bahrain and you make me jealous. I wanted to come to Bahrain, but because of certain restrictions, I couldn't. Apparently, your traveling around is suggesting that you have already started assuming that the pandemic is over. What are your personal thoughts about the longevity of this pandemic, and what do you think when the post-COVID era would actually start?
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
وعليكم السلام.
عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Good morning, everyone. I would like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to participate in this great conference. It's always great also to be physically present in the conference and see some great old friends in person and on the screen. When we look at COVID-19, I believe it changed a lot of things in our lives. The best description that I heard, and I'm going to focus from the technology point of view on this, the best description I heard of COVID-19, it's the best CIO ever existed, because actually what it has done, it accelerated the changes that were supposed to take years. And I'll give you a very small story, if you allow me. I believe I was in a conference in 2013 in Abu Dhabi, I believe. And one of the major research companies came to me and asked me, what do you see changes in the banking sector in 5 years? And they were pushing their thoughts that in 5 years, everybody will be on the cloud. And they were asking specifically about our region, that all the banks will be on the cloud. And the person, the researcher, wanted to put a report on the importance of the cloud and how all the banks in 5 years will be on the cloud. And I remembered something that Bill Gates said long time ago, when he said that people always over-exaggerate what happens in 1 year and underestimate the changes that happens in 10 years. And based on that, I felt that in 5 years, this conservative industry will not really change that much. And he actually didn't like my answer. So 2013, take 5 years, 2018, actually no banks in our region put all their core banking and everything on the cloud. So he was off. But then, and I believe if it wasn't for COVID-19, probably a lot of the industry would have still taken years to move. Then we got hit with this abnormal, amazing phenomena called COVID. And the whole industry, I was getting calls at the middle of the night. A lot of banks did not have the infrastructure. They were not ready. They didn't know really how to handle, because all of a sudden overnight, all their customers are sitting home. They want to do banking and they want to do work at home. And that was definitely a tremendous change for our industry, a huge push. And what happened after that for the next 18 to 2 months to 2 years was amazing, because really our industry changed tremendously, and it became a force that forced a lot of banks to think about their digital transformation, their digital channels, how the life after the COVID-19 will be. Of course, now we have the new normal, and all the companies have different strategies how to deal with it and to work with it. And we see some success stories. We see some not so much of a success stories where basically some customers struggled, some banks struggled with their customers. But I do believe it will be a tremendous change in the way the industry is, and it is not well, it is a tremendous way that how the industry deals. And we hopefully we'll talk about later on about how the fintechs and other forces, which actually started more than 10 to 12 years ago, change this move and change this industry forever. So this is like the introduction that I would like to do.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I'm very happy that we have started on an optimistic note. Brother Ayman Sajini suggested that a new role for Zakat and Waqf institutions is being recognized in the wake of COVID-19. This is something a lot of Islamic economists were emphasizing for a number of decades, but somehow this was not being paid attention. So the COVID-19 has brought this importance to the fore. And Muhammad Khatib, you have also started with a positive note that the technology adoption has been accelerated by this pandemic. A number of things which would have taken years to get implemented, they have been now implemented in a very short span of time. We would come back to you this statement you mentioned about over-exaggeration of the things happening in the short run and underestimation of the phenomena in the long run. As an economist, and I would like to go into some of the details maybe later on, as Lord Keynes suggested that in the long run, all of us are dead. With this positive note, I would like to go to arguably the most experienced industry professional in Islamic banking and finance, Mr. Noor Abid, to kindly request him to share with us what kind of opportunities are there for Islamic banking and finance and the institutions therein to seize in the wake of this new normal, which has in many ways, in many countries already emerged. Mr. Noor Abid.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Assalatu wassalamu ala Rasulil Kareem. Thank you, Dr. Amayo. Thank you for your kind introduction. Let me start by saying that whilst I agree with my fellow panelists in two things. One, that the pandemic is definitely not over. Various variants are still roaming around the world, and God knows where it's going to end. And secondly, the technological change that was coming has been moved much faster by this pandemic than I think it would have done in any other circumstances. So with that, I don't think there's any new normal. It will not be new normal until the pandemic is behind us and we really get into a situation we have a clear way ahead. We're not there yet, but within what has happened in the last 2 years, there have been tremendous opportunities. And you will see when the results get announced in the first quarter of 2022, that those financial institutions, especially Islamic financial institutions that recognized this dynamic change that pandemic has brought around, will benefit and will announce better results. And those who chose to ignore this and sat on their laurels and said that, okay, let's wait and see what happens, and then we'll decide on what we want to do, would continue to show poor results. So with that, let me just share with you a few opportunities that I think the Islamic financial institutions should seize in the current circumstances. First and foremost, the consumer stickiness is gone. There is no such thing as customer loyalty that used to exist for the major banks and big names. That's gone. Existing customers are very receptive to switching banks in favor of mobile-first solutions. And mobile-first solutions means a change in technology that the bank has and change in technology that the consumer has. This will favor smaller and Islamic banks against incumbents. So I think this is the big opportunity for Islamic financial institutions to reinvest their business model, make incremental changes in the technology. The doing what they were used to do is no longer really possible. They can do this, but they will do so at their peril. I think becoming a digital platform is necessary. It is essential. I don't think anybody has a choice. I think this has to happen. And without that, I'm sorry, this telephone's there, ringing somewhere. Sorry about that. I don't think that not doing anything is a possibility anymore. And I'll give you two examples, Nokia and Kodak, who ignored the technology change, and we all know what happened to them. So recognize that technological change has happened. The consumers have moved from using online services from 20% to more than 70%. And that's a change that we need to use to the benefit of our Islamic financial institutions. Secondly, we are now getting a highly young population who are set to enter banking markets across Islamic banks markets. And they will only do business with mobile-first banks. So what can the bank do? Look beyond fancy apps to focus on consumer experience. Build connected ecosystems. Younger population will see through fancy apps, process quality of product and uniqueness of the experience that the bank is offering. So please focus on that. Thirdly, a dominant majority of existing banking customers are shifting part of their banking relationships to non-banking businesses. And this is very important. You heard that in the keynote speeches yesterday as well. For example, payment solutions by likes of STC Pay, Kareem, Talabat, and others are increasing sharply. This is at the expense of traditional banks' revenues. So we need to recognize this and act accordingly. Build collaboration with non-bank businesses that are extensively used and loved by the customers. That's the way to deal with this challenge. Fourthly, a huge proportion of unbanked, unhappily banked, and underbanked small and medium enterprises are set to become highly bankable. In my opinion, this is a fantastic opportunity. So banks should embrace open banking, build access to real-time and comprehensive data points to bring down the cost and risk of small and medium enterprises and their banking. Lastly, in new markets, including Europe and Africa, it is now viable to operate low-cost, mobile-only banks to service the Sharia-conscious markets. The traveling class is also on the rise. So what can the banks do? Organically build mobile-first banks for the new markets. Connect east, west, north, south, every which way you can. Stay with your customers as they travel and do business across markets. So in conclusion, I would say that really this pandemic, while it has damaged and has really changed the world in a way that has not been changed ever in the past, has also brought the opportunities that the Islamic financial institutions should seize and benefit and go forward, really marching positively and hoping for better results and better future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for very concise yet extremely useful information you kindly shared, Mr. Nurabid. It's the overwhelming message I got from your statement is the technology, mobile only banking, customer loyalty, which has become very mobile because of technology. Younger generations, they are more tech savvy, and financial inclusion, which technology has allowed. All these things, they have made technology the most relevant tool in banking and finance, and of course, Islamic banking and finance cannot be an exception. With this starting message from Mr. Nurabid, I would like to go back to Muhammad Khatib, our technology guru, to ask what Islamic banks, you have been dealing with a number of Islamic banks in various jurisdictions, how actually Islamic banks and other financial institutions have come up with a response to this from technology viewpoint. Are they adopting new technology solutions? And as you, as a technology provider, have you come up with some new technological solutions which could benefit the industry?
Thank you. I always don't like to differentiate when it comes to technology. I do not like to differentiate between Islamic banks and conventional banks, because I really believe that it's different types of banks. We have Islamic banks has always for the last 10, 15 years been very, very advanced in technology, just as advanced as some of the conventional banks. And there are some banks who have not been paying a lot of attention to technology, just like we have some conventional banks that have not. So when it comes to technology, it's almost an even ground, how to utilize the technology and actually be a leader in the usage. What we noticed in COVID-19, as I said before, is an acceleration. The plans have been always been there, and the direction of the industry has always been that, as in 2015, when the World Economic Forum recognized that we are living in a revolution called the Fourth Industrial Revolution, and all these technologies are changing the world. Absolutely, that was happening, and we were in the midst of that revolution. What happened with COVID-19 is it accelerated the execution of what needs to be done. So we had recognized this probably at least 15 years ago, and we have started investing heavily in technology and things like the omni-channel and the digitalization of the experience, the customer experience. And but not very many or many customers actually took these solutions and implemented them. The best banks were focusing on some mobile app or an internet banking, but in the back end, in the bank, it's still a lot of manual work and the processes were not digitalized. When COVID-19 hit, yes, the edge became even more important, and how the customers interact became so the banks who did not have these channels wanted to have them. Some banks had 5%, 10% usage of their customers using mobile. All of a sudden they want 100%. The problem is not really the application. They had the application. The problem is, do they have the infrastructure to actually help or serve 100% of their customers digitally? Does the country has the internet infrastructure? And a lot of our Islamic banks are actually operating in countries with not a great infrastructures when it comes to internet. So we found some countries are actually struggling with the internet, and that is reflected on the experience of the customer with the bank. And actually we got blamed for it. The technology got blamed for it. although it is a multiple layers of issues. Does the country have the right infrastructure? Does the bank has the right infrastructure? And do they have the right application to actually deliver that experience? So I would say that it's not a new class of solutions. I believe the solutions were always, they've been in the works, and they actually more and more advanced solutions were coming up and being enhanced. It is the speed and the acceleration of the utilization of these solutions that COVID-19 just put a huge thrust behind that acceleration, and it happened. And I do believe that Islamic Bank, we have some amazing Islamic banks that I'm very proud of, and we're working with, that they are at the edge of advance in the digitalization. I mean, if you take, I will mention Bobian Bank in Kuwait. They have like probably the largest percentage of the youth on their bank, and I'm proud that they are our customer, and they understood the digital journey and the digital experience, and they started many years back before even COVID-19. So when COVID-19 hit, they were not really very surprised. But if you look at other banks where basically they thought that this is not really important, this is a nice to have for like 5% of the customers, but 95% of the customers will not utilize this mobile application. All of a sudden, the realities of COVID-19 hit them, and they had to really struggle, and we had a lot of sleepless nights and work to try to get those tools happening. So I do believe that we do have all type of Islamic banks when it comes to utilization technology. We have the advanced ones, and we have the not advanced ones, but now everybody's forced to actually act.
No, thank you very much. Brother Hafiz Muhammad Yusuf, I haven't forgotten you. I will come back to you in a few minutes. But before that, I would like to take this opportunity to bring back Brother Ayman. ICDs everywhere. You go to Suriname, you go to other parts of the world, you know, ICD's relevance is there in the form of being shareholders to a number of Islamic banks, small ones, as well as medium-sized ones, with small shareholding and other Islamic financial institutions. You go to the CIS states, you know, you will find that ICD has actually invested in a number of Islamic banks and financial institutions. My question is, are you looking into putting a kind of pressure on these smaller banks to become tech savvy? Mr. Noor Abed mentioned that these smaller sized institutions, they have a bigger opportunity to capture. And maybe, you know, with your small shareholdings in a large number of Islamic banks and institutions, this is an opportunity for you to push for technology and get a lot of benefits in the form of increase in value.
Sure. Well, basically, ICD covers 55 member countries, and we have 119 financial institutions in our network, where we have lots of shareholding in most of them, and we provide them line of finance. At the same time, we do at all times have a good dialogue with the financial institutions and with the regulators in those countries to really help financial inclusion and make sure that we reach out to those institutions that need, or the individuals that need to get the financial services. Beside, of course, putting the pressure on revenue and the shrinking profitability in some cases, increase in regulations, but all of that is for the good. At the same time, we do actually always discuss about the digital capabilities and how fast they could move in lots of our member countries. In those countries where people think it's so primitive, it's actually the best and fastest way to have the financial technology be included much faster. In some locations, we have experienced the adaptation has been much more acceptable, even by the individuals. Now, I think some of the challenges that we are facing is an overall training on how people could use their mobiles in order for them to benefit out of the financial services. At this same time, we do recognize the huge percentage of the youth community in most of our member countries, mashallah, I have to say, is it helps financial technology and in lots of ways, digitalization of processes, even in governments, to go much faster, because the adaptation and the acceptance of those technologies have been much better and much more, as I say, flexible in taking it to the next stage. I do recognize that some institutions so still didn't have enough wealth management products, for example, that we wish to have in some of our member countries, and we do wish to see some more, as I say, programs going on the ground to help communities to really understand what services they can benefit out of and really go forward. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you very much once again. We have actually, our conversation so far has revolved around technology. I'm not saying that this is not appropriate. Probably technology is the most relevant tool in the present times. However, let us divert a bit to look into some other problems faced by Islamic financial institutions. I have received quite a number of requests from my friends in different parts of the world who are running smaller Islamic financial institutions like Islamic microfinance providers and similar kind of outfits. During the pandemic, actually, they have been facing a lot of problems. Lockdown, nothing is coming back into the institutions. And there are so many other problems faced by such institutions. Now, my question to our brother Hafiz Muhammad Yusuf is, what kind of solutions we can come up with as an industry to help Islamic financial institutions which have been directly hit by the bad effects of the pandemic? Hafiz Muhammad Yusuf.
Thank you very much, Dr. Humayun Dar, and Assalamu alaikum, everybody, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. As all brother colleagues have already covered, world is passing through some most exceptional and extraordinary times. And all of us, perhaps we are in agreement that the COVID is not over yet, so every day we are seeing closures, bankruptcies, there is a lot of chaos, everywhere. And as you said, the smaller financial institutions, all they are feeling all that trouble, we can compare them with the SMEs also, So, most of the governments, at the first place, they had announced certain bailouts, they were there to help them out. And then for the banking sector, there was some kind of backup, in the case of central banks, most of the central banks in different countries, they also had basically given some incentives, to the industry. But here, you're right, to that extent where we are dealing with the smaller financial institutions, the funding is the key issue, where, they are having all that problem, so, some of the area they have to work on, to find some other sources, they have to have kind of a backup of their relevant institutions, the governmental institutions, the other institutions, their stakeholders, their shareholders, they have to look into their business model, some of them, here in Pakistan, I am saying, they are having their mergers, sharing their resources, so all that is happening, but overall, this situation is so grim, so it would be kind of not that easy, to find all that practical solution from that angle that whereby one can say that they can immediately become viable, so they have to go through all that mechanism, So, some of the options, which they could pursue to raise more lending, more resources, for their business model, and then they have to transform their business model into the real reality is what we are facing, and the other panelists, as they are indicating, I mean, now digitalization is the key for everything kind of business. I mean, we are seeing that many businesses in the past, which were general business, like for example, commodities business, but now, right now, I mean, I'm buying most of this stuff online. So I mean, all those new companies are coming in. So I mean, that is perhaps one of the key area for the smaller Islamic financial institutions to look into that as well. I mean, to new avenues of what they can do, I mean, to survive and to sustain their business models.
Excellent. I was actually thinking, Islamic banks of different sizes, other institutions. Islamic Development Bank has already started a Sukuk program, which is a very dynamic program, but this is wider in its scope. Just to focus on the pandemic, there is probably a need to come up with a global Sukuk issuance for the very purpose of meeting the requirements of Islamic banks and financial institutions from around the world. To start with, it could be a 10 billion program, but it could definitely go to 20 billion or 30 billion. An institution like Islamic Development Bank, which is a AAA rated institution, can play a very important role. But some major governments in the Muslim world, and maybe from the Western world, they should be brought into the equation to offer that kind of help. Just focusing on the national governments, which many of which are already facing budgetary constraints, this may not be sufficient. Very briefly, Brother Ayman, because you are sitting there in the ISDB headquarters, you might want to share with us some of the thoughts in this respect, this global Sukuk issuance program for the benefit of Islamic banks and financial institutions.
Well, thank you very much. Definitely, debt capital markets is a great solution to explore for financial institution supports and making sure that they go through the right liquidity funding. And I think that is an interesting concept and program that can be thought of and can be explored. Definitely, we are open for great ideas like green sukuk, blue sukuks. So the support of having sukuks that is focused only on financial institution would be really excellent. But beside that, I'd like to remind everyone again, for the basics, of course, digitalization is very important and becoming the norm. Evaluation, stress testing, and credit quality is further becoming an important thought and role for stress testing with risk management. We do actually have a global sustainable agendas on the social responsibility and investments. The ongoing COVID-19 outbreak has prompted financial institutions and business across the globe to pay greater attention to environment, social, and governance ESG. Risk build greater resilience. So having the funding for those financial institutions that focuses on ESG will make sure that we have sustainability and ensuring that we can go for a better future. But the standardization and of the full spectrum of sukuk from a fixed income like instrument to equity like instrument factoring could also be a requirement for regulators and sukuk issuance and investors. The standardization of includes both aspects of the sukuk sharia entrepreneurship and interpretation and legal documentation. When sukuk issuance become comparable with conventional instrument from a cost and effect perspective, they will find more prominent places of issuance and investment of books. So these are a combination of, I think, ideas and thoughts that I could shed light on in regards to this question.
Excellent. As if you were reading my mind, okay, I wanted to go next to the regulatory relevance in the post-COVID era. Mr. Noor Abed, you are a regulatory expert among so many other expertise you hold. Now, in the post-COVID era, whenever it starts, I remember you said that, no, it's the pandemic is not over. And I actually concur. My life has changed significantly because of the COVID. Thankfully, I haven't lost any relative directly because of this thing, but there's so many other people, unfortunately, they have been hit by it very directly. So this pandemic is still here. And some people, I was talking to a friend of mine and he said, officially, probably this is going to be 2025 when WHO would be announcing that the pandemic is over. So quite a few years when the COVID-19 and its variants would remain with us. But in the post-COVID era, to ensure that Islamic banking and finance remains sustainable and to ensure its stability, what kind of measures we can suggest at this point in time?
Thank you, Dr. Humayun. I think that's a very good and burning question in the current environment. And I think our audience will become sick of hearing mobile banking and digital platforms. But reality is we are in a new world. And in this new world where youth are in a majority in most countries, large portion of working populations and users of the financial institutions, we have no choice but to go for these strategies that provide online facilities and offer digital platforms and online bank opening accounts. It shocks me. Recently, I went into a sizable bank and where I've held account for years, and I said, can I make transfers online? And I was shocked. They said, no, not yet. We haven't offered it yet. And this is shocking because you've heard examples already that banks are absolutely killing who have gone forward in online banking and telephone banking. So I think the banks need to recognize which of their areas offer sustainable profitability. And sustainable profitability only comes where you have customers and you are engaging with them and you're interacting them and you're improving their experience. Customer experience now strategically, technologically, in every which way depends on use of technology. So I think banks need to recognize this and adopt strategies that will take them down the path of improving, enhancing online facilities and digital platforms. They should also identify other opportunities which are profitable, which give them profit going forward in the current environment. Rather than use the word new normal, I use the word current environment. So recognize what is offering you profit in the current environment, which are the sectors that have benefited from this pandemic and which have the opportunities for growth, and invest in those sectors, offer facilities to those sectors. You know, surprisingly, banks have shied away from lending to SMEs, small and medium enterprises, because the risk is high. Of course, it's high, but they are the bulk of the businesses in most markets. And they are the ones also who have suffered most. And within that sectors within those SMEs are sectors that offer tremendous opportunity going forward. So identify those sectors, work with them, engage with them, lend to them, offer them the opportunities to co-invest with you and go forward that way. And one very important point, and people would probably hate me for this, do not fall into the trap of downsizing. In my lifetime, and you can see my gray hair, I'm well past the retirement age, I have not seen any organization that has achieved the desired purpose by downsizing. You damage your reputation, you damage your customers, and of course, you damage your staff. So downsizing rarely works. I think reskill your workforce, identify growth opportunities, identify sectors, as I already said, which offer you opportunities in the current environment, then go for those sectors. And finally, but very importantly, engage with your staff and with your customers. Customer engagement and staff engagement is critical. And I think if people think that without doing this, they'll succeed, in my opinion, they will not. They need to identify this and work with this. Thank you very much, Dr. Dar.
Thank you once again. So basically, if I try to extract the implications for regulation, then the regulators would have to play a more proactive role to ensure that Islamic banks we are referring to here, of course, other banks as well, they go into areas which can be identified as the most relevant one. SMEs, for example, you are right, Islamic banks, they have shied away from financing SMEs. However, there are some countries where SMEs have been a focus of policy, not only with the help of banks, but other non-bank financial institutions as well. And I think a country like Indonesia in this respect must be looked into. Given the geographical diversity of the country and hundreds of islands it comprises of, the OJK and other relevant bodies, they have come up with a very comprehensive framework to ensure that Islamic financial institutions like Baitul Mal wa Tamweel and microfinance institutions, rural banks, they actually contribute to this field. And again, okay, this is something coming from Mr. Noor Abid's earlier statements as well. Identify the smaller players, and the regulators should be actually coming up with policies and frameworks which should encourage the establishment of these smaller players, and smaller and locally domiciled. Maybe having a federal license is one thing, but giving licenses for certain districts and divisions within the banks, within the countries, that may help as well in dissemination of Islamic banking and finance in all the jurisdictions within a country. Now, with this one, we might go to a more explicit focus on zakat and waqf. In the introductory statement of Brother Ayman Sajini, he mentioned that now the role of zakat and waqf institutions has become more identifiable, and more importance is being put on it in the wake of this pandemic. And I have seen a lot of activity, especially when it comes to webinars and seminars, and of course, Islamic Development Bank Institute, ISDB Institute has been coming up with some tremendous research on the relevance of social sector institutions for Islamic finance. Now, zakat and waqf, these are two institutions which can be used for bringing some kind of stabilization in the event of the external shocks like the current pandemic. So our brother Muhammad Yusuf, can you elaborate on the role of zakat and waqf in the context of Islamic banking and finance, how zakat and waqf can be used by Islamic banks, not just non-bank financial institutions, to promote the cause of Islamic finance and of course help the communities they are attempting to serve?
Thank you very much, Dr. Dar. And gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, the other day I was joking with Dr. Dar, being chairman of a panel, that you have chosen me to kind of comment on this being Hafiz, so I am Hafiz, but the fact of the matter is that I am not an Islamic scholar. But however, I would try to cover up the aspects of financial and economic implications, So as we all are aware of that fact that zakah and waqf, they have been in place, since the inception of Islam, and zakat is among the 5 pillars of Islam, So essentially, that beautiful virtue is there, to and poor, to overcome, their whatever, and then later on, it may be utilized as a tool to kind of, to create some poverty alleviation, so it's there. And Waqf is also there, I mean, since the very inception, and that is continuing. Now, if I could see that, as I said earlier, I mean, we are passing through some very, very exceptional and difficult times, which all of us, we never thought of, that they would be happening in our lifetime, So, I mean, when the pandemic erupted, so I would say, I mean, in most of the countries, I mean, not only the regulators, the governments, I mean, they were having their bailout packages, but sharing with you Pakistan experience, and I'm sure, that was happening elsewhere. So the community as a whole, I mean, people who were well off, I mean, they came forward, so because there were lockdowns, and millions of people, when they were on streets, I mean, they were without jobs, I mean, because of the lockdowns. Country like us in Pakistan, we are having a population of 220 million, so you can well imagine the daily wages kind of numbers, stuff like that. But the society responded, I must say, very well, so I mean, during the first 6-8 months, I mean, when the severity of the pandemic was very, very high, I mean, so, I mean, people, they came forward, individually, family, society, institutions, everybody, so, I mean, we had passed the first real shock of that, so, I mean, that was there. So now point is that, zakat has been there, but at the same time, fact of the matter is that, I mean, majority of the Muslim population, I mean, they are not very rich, I mean, if I would quote the example of subcontinent Pakistan, Bangladesh, and India, and where almost half of the Muslim population lives, So I mean, zakat has always been instrumental to address the food, health, and shelter issues, and in some of the cases in the recent years, many people had donated, their zakat funds to educational institution also, to feel that, that is the area. Because without education, you cannot do the poverty alleviation, So, we have seen so many examples where now, many institutions, they are being run with the zakat funds, and now they are creating all that difference, and in fact, I was part of one of the institution which was kind of providing free education to over 300 poor students, and now those students, they have reached to the level of becoming engineers, doctors, stuff like that, So so all those examples, I'm sure in every country they are there. But now, as I said, the time we are living in, very difficult way, we have seen many of the lower middle class people, they have gone down, So now the number of people who need the help, have grown tremendously, So that's where, the issue is, the pandemic is continuing. I would say, we have seen the new now in next 2-3 months, we would get all those sensitivities, and also effect of that the real shocks, the real aftermath, the real consequences are not yet known, So essentially, both the areas of zakat and waqf, from the Islamic point of angle, we all in exceptional circumstances, so all rich people, all rich institutions, the Islamic development, the governments, OIC maybe, they have to deliberate on that, and they have to create some funds to increase the pie of both of zakat and waqf. In fact, there are few countries who are very rich, in the Islamic world, and I believe they are having zakat surplus, and at the same time, many countries, they are zakat deficit. So there are to be some coordination, through some forum, to coordinate that, and zakat should be routed to the countries, where there is a great need at this moment of time. That is very, very kind of difficult. So certainly, I would say that these are the two beautiful tools of our society. Zakat is in any case mandatory. To share our wealth. People who are wealthy and who are having to share. With the poor and needy. That responsibility and obligation. On the waqf side, Islamic society in the past has great philanthropy. And, people have been contributing, institutions have been contributing, but there, some collective effort, some institutional effort, some government effort, they are to be kind of, having great coordination, to move forward. And in this case, I would say that Islamic Development Bank perhaps can play major role, to create all that situation, and then on top of that, the Islamic banking, wherever they are, Islamic financial institutions, also they have to create their own kind of coordinating body in the respective countries, because the time we are living, none of the institution, can move alone, so so both these tools are very good tool, and if they would be institutionalized properly, with the help of the Islamic Development Bank, with the help of the respective governments of the countries, and also of the OIC and all these entities, work together. So inshallah, we would be able to find, we would be able to happily and successfully survive in this difficult time, Dr. Dar.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Dar, I would like to comment on this, if I may, if you allow me, please.
Please, this is really good. This should be conversational. So we'll be very happy if you could come up with your input as well.
Thank you very much. From my auditing days, I know for a fact that in the Islamic world, Islamic countries, there are waqf funds that run into multi-billion dollars each fund, not collectively, individually. This is really, in the current environment, fantastic opportunity for the Islamic institutions to work with these waqf funds, particularly Saudi Arabia, UAE, Kuwait, but even Bahrain has sizable waqf funds, and arrange for this to be invested jointly with the Islamic financial institutions into real economy, productive SME projects. Banks will benefit, Waqf will benefit, and the Muslim Ummah will benefit. Everybody benefits from this. And I think this is a fantastic opportunity that should not be missed. Thank you for allowing me.
Thank you very much. Actually, Islamic Development Banking is an institution which is not sufficiently appreciated by the Muslims. Awqaf Properties Fund. This is a fund which is set up by Islamic Development Bank, and it has done a number of very interesting projects. In the post-COVID era, we have to look into the examples of best practices around the world where the institution of Waqf has played a very important role. I keep on giving the example of Bank Islam Malaysia Berhad's current headquarters. This is built on a Waqf land in a very interesting structure, which allowed the Waqf to give lease to Bank Islam for, I think, a period of 23 years, develop this 35 stories building. And after 23 years, this will go back to the Waqf. So in this process, an asset has been created, which would be of a lot of greater use for the Waqf, which owned the land. Now, when we look at cities like Karachi, for example, in the heart of the city, Chandigarh Road, you find some pieces of land which are empty. And this is the prime property. If a Waqf private sector partnership can be devised in such a way that these properties are developed into commercial properties for the benefit of the Waqf, that could be a wonderful thing to do. Now, I would actually like to assure myself and you that we are not talking to each other only. There are a number of people from around the world, they're watching us. And I'm so happy to see this one question coming from Gambia. Gambia is a small country surrounded by Senegal, and not very many of us would know a lot of things about it. But this brother from Gambia, he says that Islamic finance is at a very rudimentary stage. In Gambia, there are a couple of Islamic microfinance institutions. No big player. Islamic banking is at a very, very initial stage. Now, I would like to take this opportunity, given that ICD has gone to the countries like Suriname and so many other small countries. Brother Abel, would you look into Gambia to see if we can help our brothers over there?
Definitely would love to explore it. And if there's a business plan, of course, or if it requires us to do the business plan and explore it, we look forward to it. We do serve our member countries in the way that we create and establish financial institutions from ground up. In some institutions we invested and then we support them. So it's more or less given developmental mandates from ourselves is to ensure that we reach out to the SMEs. As long as it goes into that direction, of course, in a Sharia compliant structure, we'll be happy to do so.
Excellent. No, thank you very much for this assurance. Now we have about 12 minutes to go. And I would like to check if there are any further questions from people. And there is one question written in Arabic, and I would not know what does it mean. Maybe the Secretariat would help me. But in the meantime, I would like to go to this final round of questions. Again, going back to Muhammad Khatib, you might have thought that I have forgotten you, but I can see you, okay, and you look wonderful. On the technology front, what are the opportunities? You know, if you can identify 2-3 opportunities for Islamic banks and financial institutions to look into those opportunities and benefit purely from technology viewpoint. So what is there, for example, in the West, which Islamic banks have not adopted, and there is now a need to come up with that kind of adoption?
Allow me to widen the answer a little bit than limiting it. I really do believe we live in extraordinary times, and we have extraordinary events happening in the last 15 years that sometimes we get lost in the noise and we're not really clear in what's happening in the world. The three things that I think on the national agenda in the Islamic countries we should be looking at, and this, of course, is going to trickle down to the Islamic finance. It's basically, the first one is we are going through a tremendous revolution. They call it the fourth industrial revolution, that actually changing the world socially, financially, economically, however you want to look at it. And I believe this only happened 4 times in the humankind history. And if our countries as Islamic countries do not realize that, and they have a national agenda to actually take advantage of that, and we have been slow in doing that, I think we are missing a tremendous opportunity. Then you have the sustainability initiatives around the world, where basically it's driven by the climate change, but also the social changes that's happening around the world, also driven by technology, is a tremendous change in our world. And the third thing that then comes the pandemic. And the pandemic is playing a factor. And what we do is you draw a picture where all those 3 intersect. And you will find some areas where we should really focus on the national agenda and on Islamic finance. Of course, Islamic finance played an amazing role in the sustainability initiatives, especially on the social finance side. I believe Islamic finance is a tremendous tool to accelerate the SDGs when it comes to the social part of the SDGs. I actually look at the whole number of SDGs that the UN came with, and I can draw how social finance can actually address every single goal of them. So the spirit of Islamic finance is actually works very well with the SDGs. The pandemic, when we look at it, it's actually accelerating the move to a different world, which is the virtual world, the digital world, and how we integrate this digital world in our lives. It is a responsibility in the national agenda to actually create a digital economy, create a digital infrastructure, create a digital transformation of the country. And I wouldn't say heavily regulate the Islamic finance, but actually give the tools to those institutions to allow them to serve their customers and to provide a better world. And then for the Islamic finance or for the Islamic banking, we see the opportunity because of this change in the business model, the huge change in the business model. The fintechs are coming in and actually introducing a new business model that is focusing on certain services that traditionally the banks actually have done. And now, of course, a few years back, and I sat on many stages with you, and they were saying that the fintechs is a threat to banking and all that. And I always insisted that actually it's a complementary, and there is no way those two models can actually succeed independently or they can compete. And the only way they can succeed is if they work together in a complete ecosystem. So for the banks, I believe it's a huge opportunity for them to reach out to those fintechs and partner with these fintechs and provide much better services in this new ecosystem and this new world. Everything has to work together, and I really believe we live in a very unique times, and I hope that we don't miss the opportunity to actually capitalize in these amazing times.
All right, thank you very much. I have been reminded that we are now nearing the end of this session, not our end, inshallah. Now, let me actually go back. I will come up with one idea at the end, which I believe is a real opportunity, and no one has thought about it. But before that, Mr. Noor Abid, would you like to say a few words, concluding remarks on the session?
What I would say is that the Islamic financial institutions should continue to identify, explore, and enhance opportunities that the current environment offers them. And my request to the regulators would be that they should remain flexible, supportive, and be lenient on liquidity and other requirements until the banks are in a position where they can meet the regulatory requirements. They have been lenient and they have been supportive. All I'm asking is they should continue to do so. And I would also like to thank you and thank AAOIFI for giving me this opportunity to join this panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Brother Yusuf.
Yes, sir. 2 years back, I read a book, which is a bestseller, and many of you may have read that, written by Yuval Noah Harari, 21 Lessons for 21st Century. The book was written in 2016, and the crux of the entire theme was that, that this century would be dominated by artificial intelligence and biotech. That was happening. Technology was going at a fast pace, but now after since we have seen the pandemic, so the equation has totally changed, that is a huge opportunity, at the same time, big challenge also for the Islamic financial institutions, banks, the entire society of the countries, particularly countries like us, where education level otherwise was low, so not only, the existing system, they have to transform themselves into these new technologies. They have to transform their staff also, so that is the reality. And then end of the day, education. And to survive in this pandemic, that is the financial and economic part, but I would also say that cleanliness is half faith, is considered as half faith in our religion, So that would be the one, that message, to the entire community, is that they should immediately go for the vaccination, and they should have a clean environment, wear masks and everything, so that we should be able to survive. But my key message is the education level are to be enhanced, the transformation at the banks and the institutions, whatever we are there, like pointed out my brother colleague, Sahab, that don't do the downsizing, but you have to transform your staff, So in fact, the digital banking, the digital financial institution, I am part of one of the Islamic, one of the conventional bank, where we already had started digital banking, throughout, and no downsizing, Noor Abasab, so I mean that, we are living in exceptional times. Allah bless us all, and we should be able to sustain this, and we should be able to carry on, in this, whether it is a new norm, whether it is a current norm or whatever, Allah bless us all. We should complete our journey happily and successfully, before we go to Allah.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, Ayman Sajini, your concluding remarks, please.
Well, thank you very much for AAOIFI again for having me on this panel, and it was a great discussion. I'm optimistic by nature, and I believe in ma'al usri yusra, inna ma'al usri yusra, and that's what God had promised us. And inshallah, we will see great things will come out of this time period that we see right now, challenging, but with all the great changes that are happening and the digitalization and the new way of doing business and how we are able to connect and have financial inclusion. I'm very optimistic that the future looks great, inshallah, and we will have a great experience, bismillah ta'ala, coming out of this. So inshallah, all of us will be well and stay safe.
Inshallah. Thank you very much. Before I thank all of you and AAOIFI and Islamic Development Bank for making sure that this conference takes place in a hybrid format, whereby we have dialed in from Saudi Arabia, from Pakistan, from United Kingdom, and elsewhere as well. I think, from my side, as chair of the session and as someone who has specialized in Islamic product innovation, I was actually looking at the screen. This week, the rolled up jackpot for Euro Millions lottery is 107 million euro. If someone wins, that person is going to get 107 million. I'm not advocating for a lottery. But what I am suggesting is that now that technology has become so relevant to us, can we, Islamic banks and financial institutions and the wider Islamic finance industry, come up with a collection, disbursement, and investment tool which should allow us to collect $125 million on a weekly basis from about 1.7 to 2 billion Muslims around the world. So a global product which should allow us to collect about $500 million US on a monthly basis. If we can come up with this kind of innovation, and I know that there is a solution, then we can mobilize a lot of resources available to us in a very efficient manner for the benefit of a lot of communities which are marginalized communities around the world. So we have to start thinking in terms of the leveraging of technology in the context of Islamic banking and finance. If this kind of products can be developed, I believe the future of Islamic banking and finance in the post-COVID era is very bright. With this one, I would like to thank all our panelists, Mr. Muhammad Khatib, Mr. Noor Abad, Mr. Muhammad Yusuf, and and His Excellency Ayman Sajini for being with us and sharing your thoughts. I believe that Muhammad Khatib, you want to say something?
Dr. Humayun, there are a couple of questions from the floor.
Okay, so there are quite a few questions. Okay, I'm not going to conclude. So let's see, okay, which questions are there. Would anyone like to read out those questions for me, please?
Hello, Humayun, this is Kabir Hassan from the floor.
All right.
In Bahrain. During this COVID, I take this as a laboratory for Islamic finance industry in general. Unfortunately, Islamic banking side of it, where the borrowers, they lost their business, they are not able to pay. So in Quranic principle, you're supposed to give them time. Instead of giving them time, they have created, or by force from the government, created they call compensation fund. and they are claiming that compensation fund belong to them, or they're asking the government to come up with this money for the sake of greater macroeconomic sense. Do you think that that was the correct approach? We talk about Islamic social finance, you're very good in pitching what can be done, this and that. But this was a situation I think we failed in many countries. I can give you the example from Bangladesh. I'm sure similar situation exists in other countries. I just want to hear your opinion from the distinguished panel. Thank you.
So basically, in the wake of the difficult situations, the users of Islamic financial services, they faced problems, and of course, moratorium, a number of programs were introduced by the regulators, and Islamic banks, okay, they were not an exception. May I ask Mr. Noor Abid to respond to this one, please?
Thank you. I think that's an excellent question. The reality is that in most countries, Islamic banks have been understanding of the situation where such problems have existed, have allowed customers to work with them. Problem arises when the customers refuse to do anything and just want the debt written off and the profit waived off, and that is not going to work. Islamic Sharia requirements want you to work together, and both parties have to work. And I think in most countries where I have worked with the Islamic banks, they have allowed their customers the time, space, and to come out with a workout solution that benefits both the customer as well as the bank. And obviously, this is a unique pandemic. We've not experienced it in our lifetime. And inshallah, we will not. And as my brother said, Namal Usra Yusra, inshallah khair, going forward. But really, the situation that my brother has just described is real, but the two parties have to work together. No one alone is going to find a solution for this. The governments have been supportive, but the countries like Bangladesh, like Pakistan, like Indonesia, like Malaysia, don't have deep pockets to come up and meet the requirements of the Islamic financial institutions or the customer. So in a nutshell, the customer and the bank has to work together and come up with a solution that works and benefits both parties.
All right, I think, okay, this is a very adequate answer. The expectations towards Islamic banks were unrealistic. If, the kind of problem we are facing, if Islamic banks were asked to be very, very understanding, all these Islamic banks would have been wiped out. So the response, I think, from the regulators, from Islamic financial services industry has been very adequate given the circumstances. Rizwan, any other questions before we end the session?
Hanan, there's a question on the floor. Yes, we have one more.
All right, okay, we'll take this last question.
There are two actually. While the mic is it's coming, I've got a question from the audience virtually, and the question is related to Ethiopia in particular. And I'll read it out. The question, it says, the country has a huge potential for Islamic finance. However, it has been a recent phenomena and we are struggling to benefit the people. Most of this important form of financing mechanism. We professionals in the field has established an association to promote the industry. How can IDB can assist in accelerating our move? So I guess the question is to Mr. Ayman Sajeni.
Sure. Thank you very much. We in the Islamic Development Bank and in ICD in particular, we look forward for any application, and we will study the opportunity and evaluate it. And inshallah, we can be able to respond to it positively. That's putting it in short. Thank you.
Excellent. And I think that is relevant to a lot of countries from in the developing state. There's a comment from the Secretary General of AAOIFI, Brother Umar.
Thank you, Brother Rizwan, and thank you, Dr. Dar. I know that we are running short of time on this session, but I think, to be honest, I loved the discussion today in this panel in particular. And we have touched upon one topic, but there is one thing which if you allow me a little bit, a longer comment on a lighter note. Sometime back, I was requested by the central bank to visit the Federal Revenue Authority, along with a delegation of Islamic financial institutions, for having the level playing field on the taxation side. And we said to them that you should help Islamic finance grow. They said, yes, we want you to grow so that you pay more tax. So let's take it on the other side now. We are seeing this Delta variant coming in, this Omicron coming in. The point is that I believe it's the right time for Islamic financial institutions in particular, and generalist finance industry also, to understand that they cannot earn from their customers if their customers are not able to be sustainable. And this goes to the whole economy, and it goes to the whole world. You vaccinate your people, and from another country, from another part of the world where people are not vaccinated, a new variant will come in. Same applies to you, that you try to be more and more profitable, try to manage your profitabilities at this difficult time. Yes, this is a challenge. But then if you try to do it at the cost of others, this becomes a problem. Why I'm emphasizing on this one, I would like the respected panelists to touch upon very quickly on this point, that what could be the strategy to ensure, because now stimulus packages will be going out, there will be no more bailouts, we can understand now, or even if it is possible, the level will be very small. So the main question that I would like to put with this long remarks with apologies, is that what Islamic financial institutions need to do as a broader level strategy to make sure that they help sustain the economies so that eventually they are able to sustain themselves.
Anyone from the panel, and this is the last comment and question. This is 7:39 already, and I don't like the idea of going beyond the time. Anyone from the panel would like to answer?
I think very briefly, the answer lies in Islamic financial institutions investing in real economy and supporting the customers who are in dire needs. 1, 2, if really the situation is desperate, then bite the bullet, then make the hard decisions, because you cannot hold people to ransom and you cannot hold the economy in one state. So you have to bite the bullet and move forward. But really the answer lies in investing in real economy, getting the funds from all these massive work funds that I already mentioned earlier. And believe me, in Islamic countries, there's plenty of liquidity. You have to find ways of attracting it and then investing it and then looking after people the way that Brother Umar has described.
I think for me, okay, to end, there is a huge scope for Waqf-related products to be brought into Islamic banking and finance. And I believe cash Waqf-linked sukuk and similar instruments can play an important role here. In the post, whatever is happening now, we have all been hit by this pandemic. And in the beginning, we didn't know what to do. Okay,
I think it's very important to think about, banks as being banks. And let's be realistic here. Banks are bankable transactions. So let's put that as a segment. Let's put a segment where there's venture capital, there's private equity, there's Waqf, there is funds that are specifically for support, and there is different types of businesses. Let's differentiate that a little bit from each other and really have each of these, organizations take their path and not really mish it up together. After all, banks are being regulated by regulators, and it's for a very good reason, because they're taking care of the business of banking and they're taking care of the business of bankable transactions. So if I'm a Waqf, I'll take care of the needy maybe in the Waqf or the target that the Waqf has created. And if it is actually to support certain type of businesses, then that would be its business. And I think if we make sure that each of these sections are taken care of professionally, would be good for the whole way of thinking. and it's maybe also better for managing expectations and maybe get out of the thought that banks should be doing everything and be supportive, be a donator, and be and all that direction. I mean, they do have social responsibility and they have to support that, but there is a segment that needs to be understood. Regulated entities need to be functioning in a regulated manner and have to be focused to be stable for the good of Jama'ah. So, and that's basically what I think is a good conclusion for us to keep in mind.
Absolutely, I fully agree. Actually, the instruments and tools which could be brought into banking as a banking solutions, this is something we should be looking into. Otherwise, Islamic banking in most of the countries is only a fraction of the total banking sector. Most of Islamic banks, they're very small. Okay, look at Pakistan, 18% Islamic banking, in Bangladesh about 25, 26%, and mostly the countries where Islamic banking has prospered, it's about 1/4 of the overall. Now, putting this huge pressure on Islamic banks, we are talking about destroying the whole industry. This is not our approach.
It's a very fast growing industry, though, as statistics have proven, which is a good sign.
That's right. However, implications should be taken from what we have experienced in these 2 years, so that Islamic banks and other financial institutions are in a better position to react and respond to this kind of calamities. With this, I would like to take once again this opportunity to thank everyone, all the panelists, AAOIFI for inviting me, and Islamic Development Bank for helping to organize this conference, and our participants from around the world for being patient and being with us and contributing to this. Thank you very much once again. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you.
Everybody.
Thank you so much, all the respected panelists, Dr. Humayun Dar, for excellently chairing the session. It was an extremely beneficial session for me personally, and I'm sure for all the listeners joining us here physically as well as virtually. We've discussed a range of different topics, starting from technology, the social finance side, as well as the implication and the assistance that we can extend to the developing countries, primarily those that are affected by the COVID. So inshallah, we hope the discussions have led to some kind of thought-provoking ideas, and which we can take back with us and continue to play our role in whichever organization, country we are in. So let me thank you, Professor Dr. Humayun Dar, for chairing this in an excellent manner. Thank you for waking up really early in the morning in London. I know it was 5 o'clock when I woke you up, so I do apologize for that. But thank you for your commitment. And for all other panelists, Mr. Noor Abid, thank you for joining us. Besides your busy schedule, I know you're traveling. Mr. Ayman Sajani, I know you're traveling as well, so we couldn't have you here, but inshallah we hope to have you here with us physically next time around. Mr. Hafid Yusuf Saab, thank you very much for joining us, our PIMC member. And Mr. Muhammad Khatib for joining us physically. I mean, I think you are a true warrior, beside all the travel restrictions, to join us here physically. We thank you. We thank Path Solutions for all the support it extends to AAOIFI. And as you move forward in your journey, we wish you all the best as well. So inshallah, we hope we can have all our speakers join us physically in future. So let me thank you all for being with us. Inshallah, we'll move to the next session. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next session, we'll swiftly move on to the next session. And the next session is an equally important session. And we have a number of speakers join us physically here, and some, of course, a couple of them will join us virtually. The topic is very important. All of us are aware of the impact on the discontinuation of the interbank offer rate provides for Islamic finance industry and the instruments of Islamic finance. Of course, there has been some work that has been done in this space in the transition period, as well as when we're talking about the fallback clauses. The session will focus on these aspects, as well as the work that at present AAOIFI is undertaking in terms of developing and offering a new solution to the Islamic finance industry, a rate which is based, which is primarily based on an Islamic rate that is truly Islamic. And I think that a whole range of topics will be discussed around the alternative rate. And to chair the session, we have with us Professor Dr. Kabir Hassan, who's joined us, who's a member of AAOIFI Governance and Ethics Board, and he's a well-known academician who's traveled all the way from the US to be with us. So if I can request Professor Kabir to join us on the stage. We're also joined physically by Mr. Ijlal Alwi, CEO of International Islamic Financial Market, who have done a lot of work in this space. We are glad to have Dr. Waleed Hijazi as well with us, Deputy Chairman of AAOIFI Governance and Ethics Board, as well as Managing Partner and Co-Founder at Hijazi and Partners, who's traveled from Egypt. Oh my God. Virtually, we are joined by Mr. Usama Umar, Director and Head of Islamic Financial Markets Product at Standard Chartered. And we are joined by Sheikh Dr. Aznan Hassan, a member of AAOIFI Sharia Board, a well-known personality when it comes to Sharia aspects as well as other aspects. And we are also joined by Dr. Tahir Jyoti, Managing Partner at Al Mali Group, Morocco, who unfortunately has not been able to join us physically here. So with that, I'll leave it to you, Dr. Kabir, to take it forward, inshallah.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Well, welcome to this session, which is IBR transition and the alternate benchmark for Islamic financial institutions. And we do have a distinguished panel who want to discuss the different aspect of it. But before I introduce them to you, let me just give you a sort of background what we will be discussing. And many of them, those who are sitting there, not many of them, all of them are distinguished in their own way. So what happened, you know, with the discontinuation of the LIBOR, so there is a need for an Islamic alternative. If you hear about this, this debate has been going on. Mufti Taqi Usmani said that in the doctrine of necessity, we can use LIBOR, a conventional rate, but we need to really find an alternative solution. And that has taken many years, but that recently it has become a necessity that we have to move to an Islamic alternative. Now with this, so Central Bank of Bahrain has always been very helpful through an work of one. There had been an initial discussion between two organizations, AAOIFI and IFFM. And their mandate was to come up with some benchmark formula to be set up by economists, taking view of practitioners, at the same time, governance and the modus operandi to be done by the infrastructure bodies like AAOIFI and IFFM. Now, what has been in that stream of things? So the part one was that for which IFM has been entrusted with to lead is creating market awareness on benchmark reform and impact of transformation of risk-free rate on new and legacy contracts, syndicated and bilateral Islamic financial transaction, hedging and capital market securities. And 3 separate work streams have been created for financing, hedging and sukuk. And Mr. Ijlal Alwi is here. He's going to shed light on that. And the part 2 for the AAOIFI to take a lead on development of an Islamic finance alternative benchmark in close collaboration with other infrastructure bodies, including IFSB, IIFM, and developing AAOIFI governance standard on governing how the alternate benchmark will be, how the data will be recorded and used. In addition, standard will include illustration on alternative technical models based on alternative mechanism, based on economic implications. AAOIFI, in line with recommendation of its Sharia board, has proposed IFSB to develop a joint governance standard on this. And AAOIFI will play a leading role in organizing regulators and experts roundtable to deliberate and discuss a possible solution that are acceptable for regulatory application in accordance with the Sharia. So this is little background, and in this distinguished panel, we have 5 distinguished scholars. I would say they are distinguished in their own right. So let me just give you a brief of who they are. We have, what is it? First, we have Aznan Hassan. Aznan, are you with us? Okay. So Aznan Hassan is a professor, but he is also a member of the AAOIFI Sharia board, and also most importantly, he is the chairman of the Sharia Advisory Council of Security Exchange Commission of Malaysia. Then Aznan has a background in Sharia. He studied in Cairo, and also he has a PhD from the United Kingdom. And Mr. Ijaz Albi, illustrious character, record of 25 years in financial services industry, and is currently heading the Chief Executive Officer, Islamic Financial Market in Bahrain. Then we have Dr. Walid Hagazi. He is the Deputy Chairman of the AAOIFI Governance and Ethics Board. He is also managing partner and co-founder of Hagazi and Partners Egypt. He is a Harvard Law graduate, by the way. He has both master's and PhD from Harvard Law School. Then we have Osama Omar, is the Director and Head of Islamic Financial Products, Standard Chartered Bank, Sadiq, United Arab Emirates, a long history of Islamic finance industry. And finally, we have Dr. Ahmed Tahiri Juti. He is, of course, a PhD holder. He is the Managing Partner of Al Mali Group based in Morocco. So with this brief introduction, I want to ask Dr. Aznan Hassan, the first question: what will be the challenge of Islamic financial institutions after phasing out LIBOR? What would be the role of Islamic finance standard setting bodies like AAOIFI and IFSB could play? By the way, just a ground roll, there will be 2 series of questions. Each panelist will get 5 minutes and 5 minutes, so 10 minutes. And I will show some sign, and there will be hard stop because we are given only 75 minutes. And we'll have 15 minutes for question and answer. So, Brother Aznan, so keep this time in mind, and you have 5 minutes to answer this question, please.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you, Prof. Kabir. Thank you, all the panelists. I have to make my time very, very fast now. I have 5 minutes and have to take my breath as well in talking. Thank you, IOFI, for having me to give my point of view on the transition from IBOR to new rates, risk-free rate, whatsoever we call it. As we all know that coming next year, the LIBOR will be discontinued, as after the discontinuation of LIBOR, people are looking into various alternatives to this particular LIBOR. I mean, government and regulators are looking into what we call risk-free rate for that matter. But the problem with risk-free rates that is proposed, whether it is SOFA or SONIA or whatsoever potential new benchmark pricing that to be used, they are actually backward-looking overnight reference rate as compared to LIBOR or IBOR, which is a forward-looking base. So from Sharia point of view, when it comes to that particular situation, for us to restructure some of the Sharia-based contract, which need to be, where the price need to be determined upfront, like murabaha, like ijara, for example, we may have sort of problems. And if we want to continue or we want to use the backward-looking kind of what we call pricing, then we have to do some modification, for example, as proposed by IFM, for example, on some of their restructuring of the way on how for us to do murabaha and how to do ijara within the backward looking mechanism as compared to the forward looking as we have in LIBOR before. So coming from that particular angle, you see there are two approaches when it comes to what we should do moving forward. The first approach is try to adopt with the potential risk-free rates to be offered by the regulators. Even though it is backward looking, there are some what we call modification need to be done in terms of how we calculate the rate and everything to still suit the practice of risk-free rate that we have. While this particular practice is acceptable from Sharia point of view, at least endorsed by many scholars for that matter, there are another approach which I believe that we should work toward it now, which is actually to find the alternative benchmark rate for Islamic finance for that matter. For all this while, even though we have used or we have utilized the conventional benchmarking, LIBOR, SIBOR, whatever board that you have in this world, however, we don't forget one thing, the Fiqh Academy of Jeddah, even though allowing for us to use the conventional benchmark, did for a very long time ago suggest that we propose for Islamic alternative benchmark rate. And I believe that with this continuation of LIBOR or IBOR for that matter, is a very timely time for us to look into that particular angle. That's where some of the regulators or some of the what we call the standard setting bodies like IOFI, ISB, and also to a certain extent IFM, Ijlal if it's also today, try to look into finding what are the alternative benchmark rate that potentially can be proposed for us to adopt. So to answer your first question is that what are the role to be played by this standard setting body? I believe we can play a very important role for that matter. IFSB, for example, has been considered or is one of the main standard setting body for the Islamic banks in the world globally. So I believe that IFSB should come fast with the IOFI or other standard setting body if we can loop in some of the regulators, for example, that apply Islamic finance heavily into this particular discussion that can help us to put forward an alternative benchmark as an alternative to the conventional benchmark that we have. That's the first thing to do. I think we all in this particular what we call committee for that. I think we have to move fast for that matter. That's the first one. Second one is that what are the main challenges? Okay, looking from the proposal that we can see, there are a lot of, until now, there are a lot of potential, what I call alternative benchmarks put to the market. For example, some propose the interbank financial market benchmark. IFM, for example, proposed that. There are some proposed Islamic interbank financial market benchmark. Some propose real economics, which I myself wrote a paper on that with my brother, Dr. Anwar. We wrote a paper on how for us to use the expected GDP, for example, for us to benchmark or to propose what we call the proposal on benchmark rate, for example. Some goes on the asset pricing, commodity pricing, and some other benchmark rate that has been proposed to replace the conventional. But what are the challenges in implementing or in proposing this particular benchmark? The first one is that we have to understand that when LIBOR was discontinued, the discontinuation of LIBOR was mainly because of four main reasons. The first one is that because of subjectivity of the no transaction, which is not transaction based, not sufficient transaction to calculate, for example, skeptical to ringing and manipulation, and also based on expert judgment for that matter. So when we have to do Islamic, we have to consider this particular four reasons for us not to fall in that particular trap. That's the first one. Second challenge is when it comes to regulators, one important thing that we have to understand for us to persuade the regulators to adopt our way of calculation, the benchmark rates is also very important. Why? Because I believe that it's very difficult for a country or a state, even though I know some people believe that can be done. In my personal opinion, I believe it is very hard for a particular jurisdiction to have more than one benchmark, one Islamic and one conventional. It is very difficult for that to happen. So how for us to convince the regulator that the benchmark that we are proposing is actually more beneficial compared to a pure interest-based benchmark to be proposed by what we call risk-free rate, for example, for that matter. How for us to be able to convince the regulator that our real economics, proposed real economic benchmark that we are going to propose is not only good for the country, but also good in pricing the rate for the financing product in the country, be it Islamic or conventional. I think these are the two main important challenges that we need to look at within this very short time that I have for us to be able to propose and move forward in terms of proposing what I call alternative rate or benchmark when it comes to Islamic financial transaction in countries that apply Islamic finance, for example, for that matter. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you, Dr. Aznan, for your very interesting and decisive and very careful answer to my question. Actually, I had another question, you already answered it, but since you already answered the second question, I want to ask, you are proposing one rate in a system where there's dual banking system. Now,
yes.
The question is, how do you deal with the situation? Like, not a single country except Iran, which is Islamic, the entire banking system Islamic.
What I intend to have is that, if there is a study in one country looking into the level of Sharia compliant transaction, what I call Islamic transaction, Islamic finance transaction countries, there are countries which are heavily moving toward Islamic. Even some countries, there are more than 50% Islamic already, some of their transaction. Okay, so what my thinking is that if we go to the regulators, the benchmark that we should put to regulators is a benchmark that is beneficial for both Islamic and conventional. So whether it is Islamic or conventional, because this is a benchmark which go on real economic basis, whether you go by expected GDP or real GDP for that matter, or asset pricing based on commodity, for example, because the rate is neutral in nature. So it is not because it is Islamic, whether it is conventional, it is the rate that capture the real economic growth of the country. So this is not only beneficial from Islamic point of view, but also beneficial for the countries. So whether you are Islamic or conventional, this sort of benchmark should be looked very seriously by the regulators in ensuring that whatever you do, Islamic or conventional, the benchmark that you use can be implemented in both situations. So don't look from Islamic point of view, only looking from the real economics benchmark point of view, which is beneficial for both Islamic, and it's neutral in nature, it's beneficial for everybody for that matter. If you do Islamic or conventional, this can be practiced in the country. That's my thinking of this particular benchmark.
So excellent answer. So you are basically referring to economy-based model, like you have written a paper for Anwar Uthman, your student, and also there is a paper from ISDB Institute by Dr. Sami and his team. So they're basically talking about economy-based model. So excellent. So you think that we really need to go to what is the basic benchmark, which is good for both industry, even though we are operating a dual banking system. Thank you very much. So that brings to me our next panelist, Dr. Izaz Albi. And Dr. Albi, you have been involved with this IBOR, that instrument that was created by Thomson Reuters many years ago, along with a team. And this IBOR was also based on contribution type of technique, where it take the 11 o'clock, they take 16 banks, they proffer their rate, and they take out 25% up and down, and they sort of concessions rate. Again, subjectivity is there, but that Islamic IBOR did not last very long, or it did not really get traction in the market. Now, your organization, I followed very seriously. Actually, IIFM has done excellent job in creating template for different sukuk structure. And actually, I use that in my own research and study. But when we come to this benchmark that you are heavily engaged from day one, so there's a collaboration, you know that. and you started with 2019 with AAOIFI. Now the transition to a risk-free rate, and you already come up with 4 different benchmark. Could you please shed light on this thing so that the audience can understand and how that can be an alternative?
Sure. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I think my voice is coming, is it? All right.
Your wife?
No, voice.
Oh, voice. I said wife. I thought that the wife is coming.
So I can be heard. Well, that's what I meant. Anyway, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And really pleasure to be here, and thankful to AAOIFI for inviting me on this subject. And the subject is such that we can take hours to discuss both elements. Of course, there is an element of global benchmark reforms, which I will cover, and the other subject, which is closer to heart also for many years. I mean, IFM looked at it for more than 12 years now, or more, on the Islamic benchmark. Of course, there are challenges, but now the timing and also this Alhamdulillah issue has come. And looking at what you mentioned about earlier with the Thomson Reuters, and we didn't take part in that one. The main reason was the methodology. So that was the main thing, and we know methodology was very closer to what the LIBOR had, and time doesn't allow me to go into those details, but naturally that's why global regulators decided to discontinue with the LIBOR, and they worked since 2013. Financial Stability Board, ISCO, and Basel Committee, they have been working on the global benchmark rate reforms and discontinuation of LIBOR. And also later on, the UK Financial Conduct Authority also in 2017 decided that they will not really compel the banks to submit those summations for LIBOR. So that was basically, we see now the end of the LIBOR. And there are two elements which we have to see. One element is, of course, the Islamic rate, which Dr. Aznan, and he's also on our Sharia board. So he mentioned, and that is something we are part of it. The other one is that when you are, especially for our industry is also cross-border in nature in many jurisdictions. You have to have, transactions in the major currencies like dollar or sterling or euro or Japanese yen in particular. Naturally, those rates are now work has been done. And if you don't really work towards really applying those rates, then many Islamic contracts, especially in the syndication side, in the Murabaha, Ijara, and some contracts, they will come into difficulty how to continue. And our aim is to really, the industry should progress while we are working on the Islamic rate. And that's when we decided in last year, in 2020, we held our very comprehensive consultative meeting. These days, the world is virtual, and we had a participation about 180 odd participants from about 20 countries, where we presented our white paper. And you rightly mentioned that is the paper which we published with the contributions of a number of institutions. AAOIFI from the accounting side was also mentioned there, what can be done. And we work very closely with AAOIFI, so we coordinate things and we see what each other are doing. And we just sort of decided that we, IFM, given our market focus, will work on the global benchmark reforms and see how those things can be implemented, the risk-free rates or the alternative rates. And if you look at it, the main sort of issues which one has to overcome, and the paper gives you a very good examples also. So I mean, it's available on our website, and I'm sure it's been referred. The main issue with the new rates, they are backward looking, so you have a calculation methodology which is different. So these are daily rates now, and I will cover the the forward looking what is coming. So I will cover that briefly, if time allows, inshallah. Then you have term structures which are generally not there. In that you don't have a credit premium which is there in the new rates now, especially for secured for the soft for dollar, or Sonia for sterling, and these they have named Tonia for Japanese yen, and these. So you don't have and then the timing previously, and the why I think Thomson Reuters other issue was that it was not really submissions from the banks were from different places. In LIBOR, actually, whether we call it good thing or whatever, it is, timing wise consistent, right? So you had those sort of consistency that is available at the same time. So when you are booking any transaction, for example, Ijara or Murahaba for syndicated, you need sort of these rates available. Naturally, if they're not available, there is an issue in booking because it's not available, it will appear at a later time. So these sort of challenges which led us to work on finding the solution. Of course, banks already had solutions. And you rightly mentioned, our aim is to unify so that we don't really work for these documents or areas, and of course AAOIFI, IFSB do the same. That we have a unified solutions which are being sort of discussed among the Islamic banking community, and then have one or two options which will be available to institutions, because this transition is happening, and looking at things, it's still evolving. These solutions still will be there. There are two parts of it, what we did. One is on the financing side, which we have already published. And those sort of solutions give two options for the Muraba and two options for the Ijara, right? If you look at the option for Muraba, for example, there is one long dated, and then I'm not going to go in details, and then Murahaba for the profit. And these are generally used for syndicated market for long term because you have rate changing. And AAOIFI 59 also, now you have to apply that. So you have that. And one structure is ceiling, which is used in Malaysia for some years now. And it has a regulatory backing also. It works because, generally if you have a high rate, corporate will have issue and all how to agree, but the Malaysian have developed. So our Sharia board, and we, in our consultation, we took that one also, and that one also been approved. So you have, the institutions have options if they want to use either the two. They both are, very workable and approved by Sharia. And, when we are consultation, we had a number of institutions working with us. And then we have two sort of solutions for the Ijara. Now, those are sort of Ijara are something which one can see. There are some technicalities, but I don't have time to go into those details. I will not. But what one has to look at, in terms of, there are two elements which I want to just share, which are important. One is now you have sort of, solutions for risk-free rates or alternative benchmark rates, as they call. They are coming out with some, spread adjustment, which regulators are allowing to have a term rate. So that is, and it is forward-looking, but still our assessment and talking to the industry, you'll still need those solutions which we have produced to be still used. So certain transactions, certain bank will still use those, risk-free rate, because you don't have a credit premium. So certain banks will still like to cover credit premium. For example, I had a call from one of the UK banks, Islamic, for the mortgage side. They wanted to use, and they wanted to see how that really works. So we see that. Other thing is that, in our sort of, when we do standards, and all of us do the same, AAOIFI or FSB, creation of transparency is very important. And we sort of looked at it, that these term rates for risk-free rates are based on, methodology of compounding. And compounding is a very sensitive word in Islamic finance. See, so the moment you say, it's compounding, and we have, alhamdulillah, about 12 scholars on our board also, it, rings the bells that there is some, it's compounding. How come the Islamic isn't compounding? So we clarified it, and AAOIFI have standard 27 on indices, if you refer that. This is merely a benchmark till, inshallah, the Islamic comes. So even if you have a compounding, but it still use the, as a benchmark, so there is no compounding should be impact on your principal when you are calculating a profit. So that should not be there. But the rate, if they are going to use this forward-looking rate, then the compounding, is merely as a benchmark. It should be referred as that.
So related to your deliberation, I just have a question. Islamic financial product is different than conventional financial product. So all the techniques that we are using is basically a clone of conventional, like for example, forward looking, the new instrument the Western world coming up with. They're using very esoteric mathematical, you cannot really avoid it from mathematical standpoint. My question is, can there be a risk-free rate in Islamic finance? When you talk about benchmark, so like Dr. Raznan mentioned that if it is something this based on the real sector of the economy, but there is a problem with the data, and there is a problem with your structure as well, because you have to depend on the transaction-based data. Now, how you are managing that? And Islamic finance market product are very thin. The data is not there. So how are you managing that in your structure? The four structure they propose.
Structure is simply, and I will also like to mention, there's one element. The financing side, you needed a solution because generally they use, either the backward-looking rate. So what you do is, and I'll cover the other one on the hedging, which we are finalizing now, inshallah, and we'll be publishing very shortly. That you are taking this sort of a risk-free rate, whatever rate has come, let's say, 2%, and then the banks are basically going to sort of add, either credit premium or certain buffer or certain spread on that, which they have to see. Even if you see, the difference, if you have a contract, for example, which use the LIBOR as a benchmark, and let's say LIBOR was 3. And now what they call risk-free rate, of course, they're driven by, as repo rate or, liquid, deposit rates, whatever they are doing in this, and we have to, for now, use that. So when you are sort of looking at this aspect of sort of bringing in sort of, this spread and all, then naturally that buffer and all allows the bank to sort of negotiate. So that's how we are sort of, that is being proposed there to tackle that issue. So it's not really based on data. It's more of your sort of, what the, they adjust the spread. Let's say LIBOR, like I mentioned, 3 and, risk-free rate 2. So there's spread adjustment they make, which is internationally in forward also, they're doing the same, is making that adjustment. So it's the rate itself come out to be the same. So in the contract, there is not a change. Of course, last point, which I just want to very quickly mention, in certain sort of, as our hedging standards, what we have developed and our master agreement has been widely used globally, alhamdulillah. And whatever we produce with our consultation, we didn't have to review. So in our master, we didn't have to review anything. In our sort of product level, let's say for the currency hedging or, hedging for profit rates between fixed and floating, these are plain vanilla risk mitigation. So you don't really, we didn't have anything sort of mentioned, to amend those. But at the product level, you have to sort of see, what you need to do. And there we discovered that most of the products are using backward looking. So you don't do any solution. What we are going to publish very shortly, inshallah, is a booklet on the IBOR definitions, a booklet for that. So defining these 4, 5, 6 currencies, when you're making a contract, what you have to do. So giving the institutions that when they're using, then they can use that booklet to, make amendments when this rate changes. And other one would be unified sort of clauses for bilateral agreements. Our industry is small, so naturally we can't make it into a protocol type.
One of the problems that I feel as an academician, when you try to do any empirical work in the Islamic finance, in basically money market or capital market, the paucity of data, we cannot do anything. Now, having said this, the mandate that has been given, and actually I'm the working group chairman of this live IBOR. So we are dealing with multiple areas, multiple models. And we have a very good consultant, Dr. Salman Sheikh, has written the basic paper. Now we find out whatever we propose, intellectually consistent, based, because one of the mandates of the AAOIFI governance ethics would come up with a economic-based model. And what Mr. Ijaz Albi is saying is about financial markets model. That's fine, probably because my understanding, in order to make a practical, operable benchmark, it will take years. One of the reasons
with all its deficiency, LIBOR exists so many years because it's practical, it's easy to calculate and so on. And IBOR was based on this, but for practical reasons, many various reasons, it did not exist. Now the question is, we have to come to a real economics model. If I remember, Taqi Usmani, is an eminent jurist in the world, he said there's a doctrine of necessity. Islamic finance industry is 50+ years old now. How long will play the doctrine of necessity? We really need to do something that we can claim of our own. Having said this, that brings my next question to Dr. Walid Hagazi. So Dr. Walid, what will be the challenges of Islamic financial institution after phasing out of LIBOR? How could it set Sharia-based alternative reference rate for different Islamic financial products based on underlying contracts used? Or is it necessary to consider the underlying Sharia contracts used and their nature in determining the Islamic alternative reference rates?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, our great audience. Before I answer the question directly, I think we gotta review the existing Sharia opinions regarding the use of benchmarks, interest-based benchmarks in Islamic finance. We can categorize those views into 3 categories. The first viewpoint, they see that the use of any interest-based benchmark as permissible by way of necessity or other, as Dr. Kabir just mentioned, the position of Dr. Taqi Usmani, and this is, I think, the overall and prevailing position in Sharia. And they see that this is, in fact, a way to avoid having gharar, which is the speculative risk taking in Islamic financial transactions, because using a benchmark allows, at least for fixed income instruments such as leasing and murabaha, for example, allow you at the outset of the transaction to avoid taking that risk and to know how to price the transaction. As LIBOR is a forward-looking or forward-facing interest rate-based benchmark, that fulfilled the gharar issue from their perspective, at least that you are limiting gharar by knowing the mechanism of calculation at the outset of the transaction. However, when using Islamic finance, LIBOR, the forward-looking benchmark, isn't actually the interest rate itself. So that's the position here. It is just a reference to that interest rate. So we're not saying we're going to charge on this murabaha transaction LIBOR plus, let's say 5%. No, we're saying that we're using LIBOR as a reference in it, and the return or the cost plus is calculated based on LIBOR plus this amount or this interest rate, percentage, additional percentage, that's the spread. So that's the argument that is prevailing. And the second viewpoint, which, as you can guess, sees this as using the benchmark is impermissible in the context of Islamic finance because it imitates conventional financial instruments and it forces the Islamic financial instrument to perform and act like and produce the same results as the interest rate based instruments, which we are all trying to avoid in the first place. So they see this as a hila, charging to charge interest in practice, but calling it something else. The third viewpoint, which is more practical, and actually it's more relevant for us today, which is the view that even if you're using the benchmarks, existing interest-based benchmarks today, the industry need quickly to come up with its own benchmarks derived from profit or market-based actual performance of assets-based rates that could be used for Islamic financial institutions. So the existing Sharia compliant models can generate options for Islamic Islamic benchmarks. So, a benchmark for example, sukuk, mudaraba sukuk transaction, a benchmark for leasing transactions. So there could be additional versions of the Islamic benchmark. So these are the views that we have from a Sharia perspective, and that tells us really the story of the transition that we are facing today and how we should approach it. If you are following the viewpoint that an interest rate based benchmark is okay as long as it is acceptable by the regulator, because it's only a measuring methodology or a measuring tape or a reference, then you really don't need to do anything. You just wait until the conventional central banks and markets adopt another, a new benchmark, which could be either backward looking or a forward looking, depending on how this is going to develop. I think I see the situation now going to too much criticism of the backward looking mechanism. So it could lead actually to a forward looking mechanism, but based on actual performance of historical rates. So if you believe of the first view, then you really don't need to do anything. When the markets adopt whether a backward looking or a forward looking rate, you will, as Islamic financial institutions, you will adopt it. The problem here is that if it is a backward looking rate, I think even those scholars who allowed using the benchmark, which are existing today, the interest-based LIBOR, which is a forward-looking rate, will have a problem with the backward looking benchmark, because obviously it is based on previous performance, but it will only be known in arrays of the calculation period. So at the end of the day, you didn't avoid the gharar. In fact, the transaction will be inherently full of gharar. So even that first view, the tolerating view, will actually change or may change if the international markets adopt a backward-looking benchmark. If the situation develops into using a forward-looking benchmark, then I think the first group will be happy with that. The second group of scholars who are against using a conventional benchmark based on interest rates will continue to voice their objections. And obviously the third group as well will encourage the industry to find its own rates, which lead to answering the second part of your question, which is what should we use? What could be the alternative for Islamic RFRs or Islamic alternative rates? I think definitely I am with the previous speakers in encouraging using a market-based, a profit-based, real economy-based rate. However, this needs a lot of work, and I have not seen enough papers, enough work that has been written on the subject to actually allow us to move directly at this transition point when the LIBOR expires at the end of this year. So this will be work in progress, and the challenge would be, what do we do until that rate is developed? I think this is a challenge facing the industry. I think there would be a transitional period where many institutions and many regulators will push institutions to adopt, obviously, whatever global markets will adopt at the end of this year. One or two rates, I think obviously two rates would be better than one. One rate towards the fixed income instruments such as murabaha and leasing, and another rate for the sukuk based on profit and loss sharing. And even that is not ideal, because we all know that fixing a rate as an expected or estimated rate for profit and loss sharing instrument is not an ideal situation, and it is done only by way of exception. The real situation is that you should have an actual return based on the actual performance of the assets. And even if you have to, for practicality reason, agree on an expected rate, there has to be a fallback, there has to be an adjustment done at each of a calculation period.
Thank you, Dr. Walid. Islal, you want to add something?
Yes, very quickly. 2 points. One is, the sukuk market is not really affected because we had a working group and we looked at it, because they're not using, these LIBOR anymore. It used to be many years ago when there were floating rates and all sukuk. They're all moved towards the fixed rate. Yes, they still use other benchmark in the conventional like mid swaps and all. So that is, something which we should keep in mind when these global benchmark. Other point is that which is important for this transaction and fallback clauses, and that's something which we are doing, is look at your sort of legacy contracts. And some contracts really allows you, and some contract doesn't allow. That's why you have, for till June 2023, you have leeway to basically continue to use that agreed rate, which is generally LIBOR in cases. So I think Islamic institutions have to be, since we are still working on the Islamic rate, and it will inshallah will come about. Of course, it will take time. So we have to see, your contracts sort of need to be also amended. And that should be, kept in mind.
That's where the real problems start. I mean, when it comes from repricing, how do you do this? Having said this, actually, as an economist, I face this problem when you make this statement backward looking and forward looking. Now, data is in the past, data is not in the future. So if you want to calculate a rate today, you use different econometric technique to get the data based on the past today. And if I issue a contract and use that one, that is fine. So it is less Gorer, to be honest with you, than you are using future rate, because future is full of Gorer. You do not know what's going to happen. And you are doing the same technique, yanking back into the present. So actually, I mean, we have to be careful using the word backward looking and forward looking. That is my understanding. Having said this, you mentioned something, Dr. Walid and also Dr. Islal. So like forward looking and backward looking, Osama, you are there? Can you hear me?
I just also have to keep in mind for currencies.
Hello.
You have two currencies.
Okay, sure. Osama, can you hear me?
Yes, Dr. Kabir, I can hear you.
Okay, Osama, so now your turn. Could you please answer this question again, forward looking, backward looking? What is the issue with backward looking rate in Islamic finance? Can they be made forward looking? If the term based forward looking rates are available in alternative reference rates, then they effectively become like LIBOR, but they are transaction based. Would it be feasible to use term based forward looking risk-free rate in Islamic finance?
Thank you, Dr. Kabir. First of all, I would like to thank IOFI for giving me the opportunity to be part of this forum. It's an honor to be part of this panel alongside with the leaders of Islamic finance. So, I mean, focusing on the issues with the backward-looking rate, I would like to start with the statement that backward-looking rates are inherently incompatible with most Islamic structures, if you see. So the way the Islamic commodity Muraba contracts or Ijara contracts are executed, the prices or rents are fixed upfront, whereas in this part of benchmark reforms, the new mechanism is to settle the rate at the maturity of the transaction or at the end of the calculation period. So one of the biggest challenges we face with this issue is coming up with the product structure which are compatible, redesigning the Muraba contracts or Ijara contracts so that we can use the backward looking rates. And while there is a lot of work has been done while various industry bodies or IFM has an extensive work with the engagement of market participants, I still feel that it would be very difficult to achieve sort of standardization as we have seen in case of LIBOR, where obviously the mechanism is widespreadly used. So there are certain evolving regulatory situation, implementation of AOFI Sharia standards in UAE and Bahrain, and obviously there are certain views from BNM. To give you some example, that how these contracts will be amended and how these will be implemented in future with the clients. So achieving standardization is the biggest issue I see with the backward looking rate. Um, the other issue which is I feel is very important is explaining these new rates and pricing mechanism to the clients. And we have seen in certain cases where we talk about GBB exposures where the deadline to migrate into new rates has already been passed, and there have been some conversation with the clients, and we see a lot of issues. The clients are struggling to understand what's going on. I think we need to a lot of focus on explaining on how the new contracts would look like, new pricing would look like. So this is again, it's a big issue with this structure. Implementation and execution, I would like to highlight as another issue, because there's a lot of work has been done on redesigning the bank infrastructure, updating the systems, updating the contracts, taking finance opinions, tax opinions, that how these will impact, and obviously Islamic with a more complexity, because obviously there are underlying asset backed contracts governing the whole structure, which is obviously has been a big challenge. And I think another last point which I see as an issue is the awareness and communication. So there's a lot of work, like I said, the IFM has done engaging with the market participants, but another side of communication is engaging with these working groups also, like ARC, which is the USD Labor working group, or engagement with GBP, to communicate them that the Islamic contracts are different. There are obviously there are challenges, and we cannot just as it is adopt them and implement them in the execution phase. We have some recognition of that in the GBP working group, which is called Sterling Working Group, that they have in their publications identified Islamic banking or Islamic finance as a challenge in terms of adoption of overnight trade. But uh, but the larger exposures for Islamic banks which are impacted are under USD, under USD as a currency, which is obviously there has been no communication as such. So we are sort of forced to adopt the structures to meet the backward looking mechanism. So that is the first part of the questions regarding the issues. And when you're talking about moving away from backward looking rates, we have certain options available in forward looking, right? You have fixed rate financing as an alternate, but it comes with its own challenges, right? There is an exposure that treasuries will have to run because of the inherent floating rate movements to offer such solution to the counterparties. There is a rate published by Bloomberg, which is called BISB, which slightly tracked, and it's a forward-looking rate. It's tracked the LIBOR. There are some recommendation from the counterparties or participants in the banking sector, especially, that let's look at as an alternate option. Then there are term SONIA and term SOFR rates also available, which have been published by third parties like Refinitiv or CME Group. So these are the option available, but it will remain to be seen that how feasible it will be to use it on widespread basis. I mean, it's very difficult to make a judgment at this point in time, unless, as we're still going through the transition phase, unless we reach certain degree of transition, then we'll be in a position to comment that what is a better choice for Islamic. There are pros and cons on our both sides. One of the pros in which feel as an organization also, that it will sort of give boost to the Islamic finance as an industry, because if collectively speaking Islamic banks try to push for term rates, and it's very easy to comprehend compared to the risk-free rate on the conventional side also. So there could be we could see potentially a migration of clients moving away from conventional finance and opting for Islamic finance. But I mean, this is all our views, but it still remain to be seen how it really concludes, and we will know, we'll have that clarity in next couple of years, hopefully.
While you are on this subject, just want to ask you, what sort of problem you foresee for Islamic financial institution opting for LIBOR at least until 2023, when some LIBOR rates will still be available? What elements should be there in legacy documents, as Islal Albi mentioned, and fallback language to avoid such confusion, disputes, and ensure seamless transition?
Okay, so on this point, I think we need to understand that we have to segregate currencies. For instance, for GBP exposures, the deadline has already passed. So we need to use alternate reference rate for
I think we lost him. Okay, I see Mustafa Adil on audience. Is Mustafa here? Can somebody give him the mic? I want to ask him a question because he was involved with IBOR. And I have a question. We are thinking about all these different things. Of course, thanks to Mr. Islal Albi, IFM, they come out with at least 4 reference rate. But do you think that this pure Islamic alternative or financing benchmark rate, a central authority should really generate this number? For example, the central, I mean, every government have this discount rate. So that discount rate is done by the central bank, I mean, central government. So I'm just asking from your experience from the industry work and with the big data. And of course, you're talking about all these rates about data. Now, Bloomberg data, are the Islamic finance data that deep? I thought that they are very thin. As far as data is concerned, it's the money market, Sukuk data is there, but banking data is there, but the data that you need in order to find out alternative benchmark rate, I mean, that is not existent. So just quickly answer your question before I go to Dr. Jyoti.
Sure. No, thank you, Professor Kabir, for the question. And as you rightly mentioned, Refinitiv was involved with the Islamic IBOR rate that was launched many years ago. And there was various challenges that we faced with that, which were highlighted as well earlier today. But to your point about central authority, one of the key things that we felt was missing was having a central authority that was going to be issuing it across geographies, because the particular dynamics of each geography are different. And I think that has to be factored into the equation when you look at that. Now, obviously, globally, we've moved away from the methodology of contributions, right? Contributions is no longer considered to be an acceptable methodology when you're looking at a benchmark rate, because it's open to manipulation. The industry is moving towards actual transactions. When we talk about risk-free rates, when we look at the developed markets, what they're looking at is that it's not really a risk-free rate per se, but they want a true opportunity cost rate, right? And the reason that they look at the risk-free rate, they refer to it like that, is because if I, as a financial institution, have excess liquidity and have no avenue to invest that, then the natural avenue that I will take is overnight placement with the central bank, right? So that is deemed to be the immediate opportunity cost, barring any other investment opportunity. And I think whatever Islamic benchmark rate we adopt, we have to keep that in consideration. Now, in the working group, we looked at whether we should have a rate that is linked to real economic activity, whether we should have a rate that is linked to inflation, whether we should have a rate that's linked to zakat, all with this purview of what is the opportunity cost? What is the cost of your capital that you are facing, that you have to generate a return in excess of? And I think all of them can be valid. And in addition, we also explored financial rates that could be utilized for short-term tenors. But from our experience, it is critical to have the regulatory authorities on board, because their direction is going to drive adoption in local markets. It is critical not to go for a global rate, because a global rate does not really serve the purpose of the local market. So you need to have localized rates in those jurisdictions. And whether you go for an economically backed rate or whether you go for a financially calculated rate, and even with the calculation, you have to look at the interest rate swaps to project forward-looking rates, right? So there is a Sharia consideration, I would say, with how valid that is. But I think whether you go for the economic calculated rate or whether you go for a financially calculated rate, it is critical to localize it to local market, and it is critical to have a central authority that is going to drive adoption.
Okay, thank you. One last, just one in one sentence. So what is our data?
The level of data within Islamic finance is limited when you're calculating forward-looking rates. It's widely available to calculate overnight rates, to calculate backward-looking rates. The data is very broadly available, so that's not an issue. And the volumes are there as well. To calculate forward-looking rates, you would have to look at the conventional derivatives market to do that forward calculation ratio and then apply it to the current overnight rate, which is calculated based on Islamic money market transactions. So it's not perfect, but you can use it as a reference point and then apply it to actual Islamic transactions. So there is that validity there that exists.
Thank you, Mustafa Adil. Now, Dr. Ahmed Tahiri Jyoti, I know you
Dr. Kabir, I'm back online. Sorry, Usama here. I'm back online. If I could finish the response to the question, yeah.
Oh, sorry, Osama is
Can you
back.
hear me?
Sorry. Oh, sorry, Osama.
Yeah, apologies.
Realize it. Okay.
So I was just quickly summarize. I am conscious of the time constraint here. I'm just quickly summarize the response of the questions asked. Actually, so I just wanted to highlight that GBP currency benchmark has already been discontinued in a sense that new contract that is going beyond 31st of December 2021 has to reference alternate reference rate. So in GBP transactions, we are already there. In terms of USD transactions, yes, you're right. We could see that the market participants are reluctant to use RFRs or ARRs right now, and they're still inclined to use labor-based transactions, although the regulatory guideline around it is to to migrate into the references as early as possible. So that we see as a trend that is correct. In terms of having the relevant provision in the fallback, relevant clauses in the fallback provisions, I think there are two important areas there which impacts Islamic contracts as such. One is what happens when the rate discontinues, the labor discontinues, so which is sort of at par with conventional, because you need to identify what would be the alternate rates. So it could be Sonia, SOFR, whatever it is. So that you need to make a note of. The other important point which is specific to some contracts is that how do you capture the change of structure? Because once the rate goes away, it impacts the way you do the commodity transaction or general transaction. So you need to make some reference of these in the fallback provisions, which is incremental and obviously difficult to communicate and agree with the counterparties, and it is the challenge we face today in our engagement with the clients. So that is the response of my question.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you first time, Osama. So, Dr. Ahmed,
no worries. Thank you.
Do you hear me? So you have written a paper and published it, and you sent it to the working group committee. So you talk about financial rate and economic rate, and actually we also discussed this. And we are in favor of economic rate, but reality probably is saying that given the data, because you had moved away from contribution model, the survey, database or transaction-based data. Now the question is, can you shed us light on this idea that you have proposed in a paper from the conceptual basis point?
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. First of all, I'd like to thank AAOIFI for holding or organizing this event physically. Inshallah, it's going to be a sign and let's say hope that this pandemic will end shortly. Well, for the paper and for this topic, it's not a new debate. It's an old debate. It's a debate that is as old as the industry itself. I think this debate started in the 80s and continues in the 90s and until now. And in the 90s, for example, the Islamic International Fiqh Academy called for replacing the interest rate benchmarking by Islamic or Sharia compliant alternatives. And from that time until now, there were a lot of suggestions. And the problem at the end of the day is that none of these suggestions were adopted. So if we want to wrap up a little bit, what were the suggestions and what were those trends? In fact, there were two trends in the classical, let's say, approach. The classical approach is that we need to find out or to create or to conceive an index that is linked to the real economy. And here there were, let's say, two trends. The first trend is that we have in one, let's say, one global index for the whole economy. And there were suggestions like the rate of dividend of Islamic bank deposits and investment accounts model. There were other suggestions like the inter-Islamic banks market index. And the second trend is that we would like to have one index per sector. For example, for the home financing, we will have an index for home financing based on the rental index. And in this second trend, we need to have for each sector in the economy an index that represents this sector so that we can stick to it. The problem with those suggestions, why weren't they adopted, is that Islamic financial institutions find it hard to adopt them in their pricing model. And believe me, this issue is very sensitive. I think it's the most sensitive issue in the whole Islamic finance industry. I had the opportunity to visit many countries and to work with the Islamic financial institutions in their pricing model. And I used to ask people, ordinary people from the street, when I met them, what do you think about Islamic financial institutions in your country? And what is outstanding is that I had most of the time the same expression in their own language, in their own dialect. They say it is the same. And when I tried to know, to deepen this reflection, I found out that this similarity in their minds is due to the pricing mechanisms that are similar. So I think this is the main issue that we have to focus on to differentiate the Islamic finance industry from the conventional finance industry. The second trend, this is the new trend, which appeared in due to the transition from LIBOR to RFR, is that we want to, and there were some suggestions that stipulate that we need to reconfigure and let's say the pricing model in the murabaha and in the let's say Islamic financial contracts. So it means that instead of let's say reconfiguring or reconceiving indexes that are linked to the real economy, we will work on those contracts to reconceive their pricing models and mechanisms. In my paper, I try to answer this question, which is very important. Why Islamic financial institutions are still using the interest rate benchmarking? In fact, that's the point, is that we need to have some adjustments in our business model so that our real economy benchmarks will be useful to those, let's say, to those Islamic financial institutions. Otherwise, since they are competing in hybrid financial systems, they are facing the competitiveness of conventional financial institutions. They have to attract deposits. They have to attract, let's say, investment account holders, sukuk holders. So they have to benchmark the interest rate indexes and benchmarks that are existing in the market. And this is the point in hybrid financial system. This is the point. This is roughly my or the summary of my paper. And to wrap it up, there are three trends. The approach or the trend that is adopted by IFM and the IOFI, I think this is the one that we need to encourage, to find Islamic Sharia compliant benchmarks. And we have to adjust the business models of Islamic financial institutions to accept those let's say those indexes to be competitive with the conventional financial institutions in hybrid financial systems. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Jyoti. We are coming towards the end of our session, but I will give 1 round, 1 minute, all panelists. But let me just summarize something of our recently concluded working group committee on this subject matter, and I'm chairing this one. So the issues that we are discussing and that is relevant is that, of course, that anything that you do, it has to be Sharia compliant. This is an absolute must. Then it has to be risk-free rate, but when it's a risk-free rate, I like Mustafa Adil. I would use the true opportunity cost. It has to be forward looking, like all the panel members are saying. The question is financial market versus economic reality. The data issues that he talked about, is easier to get data from the financial market side rather than an economic side. Now we have to be concerned about the time value of money versus economic resources based model. Present versus future, we do not on the basis of time, money after money, but we look at economic resource, present versus future. How do you incorporate into the model? We have to be practical. We have to look at the data availability. We have to be also practical about the market acceptability, because IBOR died because there is no market acceptance. The frequency, how frequently we change this rate, that is also important. Geographical, jurisdiction based, as Adil and everyone is saying. So there will be rate for Bahrain, there will be rate for Pakistan and so on. We are not in a position to use international rate. LIBOR we use because all the banks are in London, right? But IBOR failed, one of the reasons because all the banks are spread around the different parts of the Muslim world. So that was a big problem. Single currency we start with, not multiple currency. Then we try to, transition into other currencies. It has to be transparent, no hanky-panky. I mean, by that, I mean, many often, I'm an academician, we write a lot of things. I mean, the main message gets blurred into the econometric or mathematical model. So we have to be transparent so that the industry can understand something that is practicable, something people understand, both financing side and also borrowing side. And there has to be a tolerable volatility. Excess GORAR is not allowed. So these are the some of the points we agreed on in our working group meeting. Our DG is here. He is always present in all the meetings. Having said this, I want to go back to our first panelist. Aznan, you have 1 minute if you have any final thoughts.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for that, Prof. I still believe that even though using the risk-free rate is acceptable with certain modification, like what done by IFM for that matter, I believe that moving forward, we should propose our own benchmark rate, where it is forward-looking basis. And I still believe that the best way is to benchmark again the economic performance rather than on financial asset for that matter. I know the data is quite difficult for us to gather, but I believe that if you were talking about reflecting the real economics, reflecting the real rate that we desire to have, and I believe that is the way forward for Islamic finance, even for conventional as well, is the best for the country and for the humankind in general for that matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Aznan. Next, Brother Islal.
Yes, I think, of course, we have good deliberation on the Islamic and things have been identified. So one other thing is what I think Mustafa also mentioned, totally agree. We have to see, the currency. If you have, which currency, if you have dollar, for example, and if you have two rates, then it will lead to arbitrage. And that is one issue which regulators also face. So I think that's element one has to see. And when it comes to opportunity cost, naturally in Islamic finance, we don't really use the opportunity cost. In our documentation also, in all standards we use, generally it's the actual, if there is a cost element which happens. So we can't bring in the opportunity cost in this, so that has to be in mind. So these are, some of the points which I'm sure we have all discussed, but in my point of view are very important. When we're looking at it, probably if you house it and with one regulator, and use it as a, that probably could be the approach. And as you mentioned earlier, work point, I had a workshop, these issues were discussed, and I think one thing which came was really, maybe it can start with certain jurisdiction, and then with that model you move forward. So I think that would be
excellent. Dr. Walid.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I think that we have to go back to the essence of the problem. Why did we end up using conventional benchmarks in the first place? It is because obviously the regulators require, all IFIs to adopt the same benchmarks in the relevant market. But actually it is because the activities of the IFI mimic to a great extent the activities of the conventional bank. So there is no logical reason for IFIs to divert from those benchmarks used for activities which are very, very similar. So that obviously is a problem. So we have a challenge. The challenge is to convince the central bankers that IFIs are different and they shouldn't be subject to rules and regulations that at the end of the day lead them to act and behave in the same way as conventional institutions. So if we are done this, and I take this from Dr. Adnan's comment, and when he said, the challenge is to convince central bankers. So we don't have Islamic central bankers anyway. We only have 1 or 2 in the world. So globally, that is a big issue. How to convince them? At the same time, the Sharia issue would become really a less challenging issue, because if we are able to overcome the problem of having to deal with the central bankers and they are convinced that IFI is inherently different than conventional banks, then the Sharia issue becomes really a small issue, because we will be able to link our reference rates to real economy. We can do all the stuff as talk about. We can actually, I was wondering if that's a question actually for Mr. Mustafa and for the working group, if all the factors that he mentioned could actually brought together and pulled together to produce a reference rate.
Thank you. Brother Osama, final thoughts in 1 minute.
Dr. Q, I just want to highlight that there are a lot of discussions about coming up with the alternate rate. I just want to sort of highlight the immediate problem also, because we need to get into a smooth transition from the LIBOR to RFR. So that is the bigger problem at this point in time, and I think a lot of focus should be paid on that, so that the contracts are valid, they are smoothly transitioned into the new space, and then obviously we can work on creating something in the new regime which is based around risk-free rate or alternate rate, rather than focusing on what has been done in the LIBOR space, because going forward the new regime is focused on ARR. So that's the point I want to make as an ending comment.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmed Zoti. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Thank you very much. Well, I have 2 recommendations. First, we need to start with a benchmark that can have an impact in the industry. Second thing is that it's not a one-shot effort. It's a process. It's a continuous process. We need to have this benchmark, then start to upgrade it and to make more efforts about let's say make this benchmark become known and applicable in different contexts and different countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I do not see the questions online.
There's a question from, there's a hand raised actually from Mr. Adnan Youssef.
Okay.
He's virtually with us. Mr. Adnan Youssef, can you hear us well? Okay, possibly we can proceed.
So anybody from the audience, any question directed to any of the panelists? Dr. Ahmed? You don't have any question. How about Brother Omar Ansari? You have to say something. Conclude.
Hello.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kabir.
Hello, how are you? Well, I raised my hand several times this session and the previous sessions. Okay, now can I get in? Okay. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
We
can hear you.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam.
Well, first of all, let me thank you, all of you, for today's session and for yesterday. And today's session, the first one, I was very interested also to raise certain issues. But this, we should not complicate ourselves on the LIBOR. You know, I remember in the 70s, interest rate was close to 20% when I used to work in the banking. The reason why the LIBOR has not affected too many institutions for the past 15 years because the interest rate was very low. And LIBOR was, you know, created for the interbank for short term, not for to fix, you know, assets. But later on, we use it for the syndication transaction, especially when we are lending in foreign currencies. So I think that we should segregate each countries. They will have their own internal, what we call it, interbank placements. And we should also segregate the countries which has a restriction on their currencies to move out or to deal outside. For example, many banks and many institutions and many countries, they don't deal with dollars or pound sterling. They don't let their institution to deal. They deal with the central bank within these countries. Furthermore, I believe that when I want to place dollar, excess dollar, for example, the Gulf countries are open to borrow as well as to lend in local currencies, in foreign currencies. But therefore, we should create, like the LIBOR, BIBOR we created in Bahrain, SIBOR in Singapore on the dollars, we should create what we call it, the LIBOR indicate rates within one country, especially that we are dealing in currencies which does not belong to us, it belongs to the others. So they are the ones which they dictate the rate of it. Because if our rate is higher than the international rates, people will come and just place money with you, and then you will have problem to place the money in the international market because the international market will not accept higher rate. So I believe that we should create from AAOIFI a kind of a committee to collect research and everything and submit it to a technical as well as what we call it professionals to draw lines. Because remember that we are talking about currencies of other countries, either euro or pound sterling or dollar. Because local currencies, it is easy to what we call it, fix it. Furthermore, in the Gulf, if we fix the dinar lower than the dollar, what will happen is people will convert the dinar to dollar and they will place it dollars. And we have to know each country's, their regulations. As I say, that Gulf countries are free to deal in foreign currencies, in local currencies. For example, in Pakistan, no, Pakistanis, they will not be allowed to deal in foreign currencies unless they have transaction, either they are importing goods or something. Otherwise, they will deal in their local currencies. So therefore, whether we like it or we don't like it, normally or always our rates will link to the international. That's why when the dollar is going down, you find all the Gulf countries, they lower their rates. Not because their economy is in a good in a condition where they need interest rate to go down, but because they have to follow. Otherwise, people will convert, go to the higher. This is my kind of inputs. Is I need AAOIFI to take that initiatives, collect all these things, and have a center whereby people can get the benefit out of it. And thank you very much. This is only comments. And Omar, also, I have another comment is, since now we complete 30 years, it is advisable that we give award to the people who has contributed to AAOIFI from the beginning. Because today in the morning, I saw our friend Noor Abid, And I used to work with Noor Abed on a few of the standard in the beginning of IOFIs. And I think that this is a time whereby I think that we should give a kind of recognition to all the people who has already contributed to IOFI from the beginning. Once again, thank you very much. Sorry to create problem for you. And this is just my own personal opinion.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Adnan Yusuf, sir. We always learn from you. Thanks for both very valid comments. Let me quickly take the second comment first. Yes, inshallah, sir, we want to do something to recognize the services of our patrons who actually served this whole industry in last 30 years. We are inshallah planning to do a report on 30 years performance of AOFI as well. So inshallah, with that launching as soon as possible, maybe next Sharia conference, inshallah, we will do that. Thank you very much, sir. Something like this was in our mind, but thanks to make it very clear, and inshallah, it will be done. With regard to your very valuable comments on the real mechanism and the real market realities as to how these things happen, sir. Again, thank you very much. It is noted. What we are doing right now, we have established the working group under AOFI Governance and Ethics Board, but even AOFI Sharia Board is interested in the project, and they have held one meeting with us on the combined basis, and then they nominated our learned Sheikh Aznan Hassan to be part of that working group. And then we started collaborating with the international regulators on that point. We wrote a letter, the Sharia Board, on behalf of Sharia Board chairman, to the regulators around the globe that this is an important issue and we need to work to find a real solution. Some of them have given positive responses. We wrote to IFSB to be a part of this project, and we proposed them to make it a joint project. They said, as of now, they are more willing to make it a collaborative project rather than a joint project. So they nominated 2 of their members to be part of the working group. Alhamdulillah, you can see Brother Ijlal sitting with us. Thanks for his guidance every time. We have ISRA with us, Dr. Sami Soelam, IsDB Institute and IRTI with us. Dr. Sami Soelam and his team are contributing a lot. We have ISRA on board. Dr. Anwar Usman is contributing. We have Refinitiv on board based on their experience in this industry, particularly having the earlier experience of having the rate. And we have some very good experts led by Dr. Kabir Hassan and others. So the group of experts is there. We are trying to find good models and good core principles that should be there. And yes, it will be only the first step. After that, there is a long way to go. First, you develop the core principles, then you select the model and test the model on the empirical basis. And then you actually try to convince the regulators and others to actually make it a reality. Thank you very much. We'll take into consideration all your points in the next working group meeting as to how to consider particularly the aspects of international financial politics and the rate related techniques of fund movement, etc. So we'll consider these aspects as well, and this is very important to be considered if we want to do anything in particular. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Brother Omar. Brother Ijlal, you wanted to say something on consumer?
Yeah, I think one aspect is that also, the consumer, i.e. the corporate also, they have to be really also be discussed, this element, these changes, how they'll work. For example, yesterday we published, this IFN published, so AOFI also, contributed. So there is a report on thought on ESGs. And one of the things which I sort of use from Standard Chartered Bank, they have a report on net zero, is the element of MNCs, how they're going to deal. So I think those links are there. I mean, between the supplier and the manufacturers. We have in OIC countries supplying even from Bangladesh, other places. You have which are supplying either garments or other sort of goods. Turkey is a big market for export also. So these are, I think, something which we have to also see. Maybe input from their side, the controllers, or from the corporate sector, to see how they see it.
Okay, thank you very much. This basically concludes our session. I thank the esteemed panelist, Dr. Aznan Hassan. He's a big name Sharia scholar. We have Dr. Walid Hegazi, big name lawyer. We have Islal Albi. He has been in the industry for a long period of time. We have my academy now converting into Dr. Ahmed Tahiri Zuti and also Sama Omar. And please forgive me any shortcoming when I was trying to moderating this session. I seek your forgiveness, and let's pray that we learn from this deliberation. If there was a mistake or misunderstanding we had, I hope, and if you have a chance to, you can go through the video, can clarify that misunderstanding or confusion I myself did during this deliberation. So thank you very much. It's lunchtime. I think lunch is waiting for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Kabir. I think this is one of the very important session, and I think it was very well covered, whole range of topics. It's a very comprehensive topic itself. And inshallah, the discussions will be taken to the next level in terms of how we can work together between the industry bodies as well as the alternative rate that AAOIFI is proposing under the leadership of the AAOIFI Governance and Ethics Board when it comes to the Islamic rate. So with that, let me thank you, Dr. Kabir, for chairing this very well. I mean, I think this was one of the sessions where we have more the speakers on physically present. So thank you for joining us, Brother Ijlal Alvi, CEO of IIFM. Thank you for being with us, Dr. Walid Hijazi. Thank you, AAOIFI Governance and Ethics Board member, as Deputy Chairman, sorry. We are online. Thank you very much, Sheikh Aznan Hassan, for joining us virtually. Brother Usama Umar, Director, Standard Chartered, and Dr. Ahmed Tahir Jyoti. We thank you very much for sharing your experience and knowledge through this very important session. So thank you. With that, we hope we can have more and more speakers, inshallah, physically present with us at the next gathering, inshallah. And we will see more developments when it comes to this particular standard as well by then. Certainly. Thank you. Well, there is lunch, but after one of the session. So for now, we will, after about 5 minutes, we should break for coffee break. But for now, we have a very small signing ceremony, a partnership signing ceremony between AAOIFI and one of our training partner. And I'll let Brother Majd introduce the training partner. Afterwards, we will break for coffee for about 15 minutes coffee and prayers break.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أيها الحفل الكريم، يسرنا ويسعدنا أن تنضموا إلينا وتشهدوا مراسم توقيع هذه الاتفاقية بين AAOIFI ومركز من مراكز التدريب المعتمدة، دار المشورة أو المشورة في دمشق في الجمهورية العربية السورية، يمثلها الأستاذ الدكتور يوسف شنار، ومن AAOIFI يشاركنا الأستاذ عمر الأنصاري الأمين العام في التوقيع على هذه الاتفاقية. فليتفضل. برادر عمر. Please. دكتور يوسف.
Assalamu alaikum. How are you? See you. Alhamdulillah. Always a pleasure. Walaikum salam. All good? You good? Yeah. So I think it was an interesting session. We come back 10 years down the road. Yeah, I know this issue. That's why we did our job, and what to do. It's just something because you can't see one currency. Yeah, of course. Sorry. Oh no, it's not sure. Sorry. It's for bias.
شكرا جزيلا. مع تمنياتنا بالتوفيق، شركة المشورة من الجمهورية العربية السورية ممثلة بالدكتور ياسر شنار. طبعا هي اتفاقية مركز تدريب ومركز تسجيل الامتحانات، برامج الأيوفي، برامج التطوير المهني، المحاسب القانوني أو المحاسب المعتمد والمدقق الشرعي. شكرا لكم جزيلا مرة أخرى، وتفضلوا انضموا إلينا في هذه الاستراحة قبل الجلسة الختامية، استراحة الغداء. تفضلوا، أهلا وسهلا بكم. نلقاكم إن شاء الله في الجلسة الأخيرة. السلام عليكم.
Can we request everyone, there's a coffee break and prayers break now. So please, can we request everyone to return back in about 10 minutes, please? Inshallah, we'll have a very important session on Takaful. And we are already running slightly late, so we would really appreciate if you can return back. Thank you.
When you find yourself surrounded by promises that you can hardly believe, you feel lost in those promises you've never seen come true. Promises that, even if fulfilled, would not mean much, would be short-lived and complicate your life. In the stress of life's daily hassles, there's only one place that understands you and gives you the freedom to choose what is best for you. A place where your daily life is made easier and where your needs are met. So you can focus on your goals and get what you want. A place that empowers you with advanced and innovative solutions to help you improve your life. A place that promises nothing but stands by your side. Bobion Bank doesn't promise to fulfill your dreams. It helps you realize them yourself.
حين تجد أفكارك بعدها المثالي تصبح واقعا. حين ترافق خطواتك أرض صلبة تحقق حلمك. حين تدعم شجاعتك فرصة تأخذك أبعد مما تتخيل. معا نتقدم ونجعل للغد معنى. البنك الأهلي السعودي، معا نصنع الغد.
Welcome to DDCAT and our corporate headquarters in London.
تعمل مجموعة ديدي كاب في أسواق الجملة المالية وتقدم خدمات وسيطة للمؤسسات المالية التي تلتزم بقواعد الممارسات المالية الإسلامية وغيرها من القواعد المسؤولة.
Path Solutions is helping banks transform multiple siloed banking channels into a rich, simplified, personalized, timely, consistent, seamless, and frictionless customer journey. We empower you to provide a seamless omni-channel experience for your customers across all channels, applications, and devices, to immerse into your customers' life journeys and achieve better customer interactions and stronger customer engagement.
TAIF, Training and Awareness of Islamic Finance. Rooted in tradition, ready for tomorrow. Training is our core business. We have an evolving catalog of extensive, well-planned courses created by industry experts. We provide end-to-end digital learning solution which combines the knowledge of Islamic finance with technology and meets all your capacity building related needs most cost effectively. Islamic finance learning made simple and memorable.
you find yourself surrounded by promises that you can hardly believe? You feel lost in those promises you've never seen come true. Promises that, even if fulfilled, would not mean much, would be short-lived and complicate your life. In the stress of life's daily hassles, there's only one place that understands you and gives you the freedom to choose what is best for you. A place where your daily life is made easier and where your needs are met. So you can focus on your goals and get what you want. A place that empowers you with advanced and innovative solutions to help you improve your life. A place that promises nothing but stands by your side. Bobian Bank doesn't promise to fulfill your dreams. It helps you realize them yourself.
حين تجد أفكارك بعدها المثالي تصبح واقعا. حين ترافق خطواتك أرض صلبة تحقق حلمك. حين تدعم شجاعتك فرصة تأخذك أبعد مما تتخيل. معا نتقدم ونجعل للغد معنى. البنك الأهلي السعودي، معا نصنع الغد.
Welcome to DDCAT and our corporate headquarters in London.
تعمل مجموعة ديديكاب في أسواق الجملة المالية وتقدم خدمات وسيطة للمؤسسات المالية التي تلتزم بقواعد الممارسات المالية الإسلامية وغيرها من القواعد المسؤولة.
Solutions is helping banks transform multiple siloed banking channels into a rich, simplified, personalized, timely, consistent, seamless, and frictionless customer journey. We empower you to provide a seamless omni-channel experience for your customers across all channels, applications, and devices, to immerse into your customers' life journeys and achieve better customer interactions and stronger customer engagement.
TAIF, Training and Awareness of Islamic Finance. Rooted in tradition, ready for tomorrow. Training is our core business. We have an evolving catalog of extensive, well-planned courses created by industry experts. We provide end-to-end digital learning solution which combines the knowledge of Islamic finance with technology and meets all your capacity building related needs most cost effectively. Islamic finance learning made simple and memorable.
you find yourself surrounded by promises that you can hardly believe, you feel lost in those promises you've never seen come true. Promises that, even if fulfilled, would not mean much, would be short-lived and complicate your life. In the stress of life's daily hassles, there's only one place that understands you and gives you the freedom to choose what is best for you. A place where your daily life is made easier and where your needs are met. So you can focus on your goals and get what you want. A place that empowers you with advanced and innovative solutions to help you improve your life. A place that promises nothing but stands by your side. Bobian Bank doesn't promise to fulfill your dreams. It helps you realize them yourself.
حين تجد أفكارك بعدها المثالي تصبح واقعا. حين ترافق خطواتك أرض صلبة تحقق حلمك. حين تدعم شجاعتك فرصة تأخذك أبعد مما تتخيل. معا نتقدم ونجعل للغد معنى. البنك الأهلي السعودي.
Brother Kashif?
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam. Brother Harun, you can hear me?
Ji, assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam. Sheikh Faisal, are you with us? Umar Murshid?
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam. Am I audible? Can you hear me well?
Ji.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you. It's fine. I just wanted to quickly check this. You can put yourself on, you can switch off the video. Brother Harun, you can share the presentation later on.
Okay, okay.
For the brothers and sisters sitting at the back of the hall, can I request you to please move in the seats in front? The pictures come better when they are from the front. Sister Farida, further up. Brother Saud, you're more than welcome in a more comfortable place. The leg space is better. Should begin. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the third session of the day. I'm sure the caffeine has helped in some way. The next session is also an equally important session. Takaful is a very important segment within the Islamic banking and finance industry. And at times within the conferences, you wouldn't see it being discussed. And being discussed in a very particular manner, and that is when it comes to its financial reporting treatment and the accounting treatment of it. So the next session is particularly going to discuss this, and we at AAOIFI has undertaken a number of projects, and we are developing a range of standards in this regard from our accounting board, and of course we have already issued Sharia standards on it. And to discuss this, discuss the accounting for Takaful and the industry developments, we have a number of accomplished and seasoned professionals from the Islamic banking and finance industry. We have the Sharia experts, we have the accounting experts, actually a number of accounting experts, both on the conventional side as well as on the Islamic side, and we also have the practitioner perspective as well. So the people who are joining us here, Mr. Irshad Mahmood, who is an accounting board, our accounting board member, was meant to chair it, the session originally, but unfortunately, due to the last minute changes beyond anyone's control, Brother Umar Mustafa Ansari, the Secretary General, is chairing the session. So may I request Brother Umar Mustafa to come to the stage. We're also joined physically here by Dr. Shahnawaz Khan, partner, Grant Thornton, Abdul Jalal King, and Mr. Sanjeev Agarwal, Head of Finance Solidarity. The panelists joining virtually are Muhammad Kashif Siddiqui, Expert Insurance at Takaful at Capital Market Authority, Oman. Please. We're also joined by a very experienced professional, Mr. Umar Murshid, CEO of Siddharth Haider Murshid Associates, Pakistan, and Sheikh Dr. Faisal Monju, CEO of Minara Consulting, based out of the UK. Just to confirm, all the panelists joining us virtually, can you hear us? We're also joined by Mr. Haroon Tabrez, Chairperson of Accounting and Law at IBA, Institute of Business Administration, Pakistan. He will be delivering a presentation as well. So over to you, Brother Umar. The session was meant to be for 1 hour and 15 minutes. It was scheduled to finish at 1:30. So maybe we can finish it by 1:40, about 2 o'clock maybe? Is that okay?
As soon as possible.
I know you've got to,
we'll try to manage time, inshallah.
I know you've got a lot to cover, but let's try and manage,
No,
because lunch is equally important.
Lunch is equally important or more important, but people on that side cannot have lunch, so they might be more interested in talking. Auzu billahi minash shaitanir rajeem. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Thank you, Brother Dr. Rizwan, and thanks all the fellow panelists. Thanks, Brother Rizwan, for having a quick introduction of everybody, so I don't need to repeat that part. And as Brother Rizwan has already mentioned, that I had to fill in at the last moment. So excuse me for anything that I missed out. But I hope, inshallah, we'll be able to handle it properly. Since this is a very complex subject, and particularly we have done recently 2 exposure drafts on accounting for takaful, which are expected to bring some revolutionary changes in the way the accounting for takaful is done in 2 manners. One is on one part, first of the exposure drafts is about improvement in the presentation and disclosure, and that is aligned with the new framework of AAOIFI and has a lot of improved disclosure and presentation requirements. The second part is a nightmare. You know, that's IFRS 17 thing is actually a nightmare for even the conventional industry. And it becomes much more complicated when you try to apply those very complex conventional principles to Islamic financial institutions, considering that Islamic financial institutions' product structure is comparatively different. So from that perspective, it becomes even a bigger nightmare, and considering the limited resources for AAOIFI. But Alhamdulillah, at this panel, and some of them are part of our working group, and the working group level at a larger scale, Alhamdulillah, we are, Allah has been so kind that we were gifted with support from some very, very able professionals as a part of team or supporting the initiative. I would particularly like to thank Brother Harun Tabriz, who is going to make a presentation now, and Mr. Omar Moshid, and Brother Shahnawaz Khan, and Brother Abdul Muid. Some very, very proficient professionals have been there so that we were able to do this thing. Still, this is something that needs to be brought to the markets. We are planning a roundtable on that as well, but we thought it's a good idea to discuss at least in the conference on a limited scale at the most important points related to these issues. So with that, without further delay, I would like to request first Brother Harun to make a short presentation with regard to what takaful accounting would look like in future, considering the changes brought in by AAOIFI in terms of presentation and disclosure, and also considering the changes which AAOIFI is bringing in line with IFRS 17 with regard to takaful accounting. So I hand over to you, Brother Harun, and I know it's a very complicated subject. It's test of your skills to present it within 8 to 10 minutes, please.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you very much. Today's session is on accounting for takaful, and the good news is we need to finish off within 10 minutes. So I'll share the screen, and we'll do a quick overview. My brief introduction: I am the chairperson for accounting and law, a professional accountant, senior researcher consultant at AAOIFI. I have been involved in various financial accounting projects, including the takaful project, since its inception. This project has 2 outcomes. The first is the presentation and disclosure standard, and the second, the accounting for takaful institutions, which includes the recognition and the measurement side. Now, these 2 standards would supersede existing 4 standards. We have FAS 12, contributions in Islamic insurance companies, FAS 13, regarding the disclosure and allocation of Islamic insurance companies, FAS 15, provisions, and FAS 19, contributions in Islamic insurance. These 4 standards are expected to be withdrawn and superseded by the 2 new standards, one for presentation and disclosure, and the second for accounting for takaful. First, we'll discuss the presentation and disclosure standard, which gives out the following statements as primary statements. The 4 primary statements: statement for financial position, statement of income and other comprehensive income, statement of changes in owner's equity, statement of cash flows. These are similar to the statements that the Islamic financial institutions are required to give according to FAS 1. The additional statements for takaful institutions are the statement for financial position of the managed PTF. PTF is the Participants Takaful Fund, separately for the general and the family operations. And the statement of financial activities of the managed Participants Takaful Fund, again separately for the general and family operations. And the statement of the managed Participants Investment Fund. The structure of the takaful operation is that the takaful institution acts as an agent under the concept of the fiduciary responsibility of management, and they manage the various funds, including the participants' takaful fund and the participants' investment funds. The takaful institution is entitled to get remuneration, which may be fixed or variable. And this remuneration is through the wakala arrangement between the institution and the funds. The participants' takaful fund and the participants' investment fund, according to this standard, is a separate reporting entity. They may be a separate account in your financial statements, but for presentation, they are a separate reporting entity. And this reporting entity concept has been borrowed from FAS 1 and the conceptual framework. At the inception, the takaful arrangement, we are using the word takaful arrangement instead of takaful contract or the policy. The word due being used as arrangement. At the inception of the arrangement, the takaful component and the non-takaful component needs to be separated. The takaful component will be recognized in the books of the PTF. Non-takaful component will also be recognized, but this will be recognized according to the relevant FAS. If it is a good or a service, there is a financial accounting standard relevant to it, and these non-takaful components would be recognized according to those FASs. The takaful component shall be recognized according to the standard accounting for takaful. We call this unbundling at the point of inception. The complex part is the wakala fee, and the wakala fee has two different components. The first, which needs to be recognized immediately, which in the language of IFRS at a particular point of time. This includes the takaful acquisition costs, the incentives, the commissions. And the second part is the services which are delivered over a period of time. This may be the support services, for example, the re-takaful arrangement management and the benefits entitlement management. These needs to be recognized over the period of time on the entitlement period. The standard also requires that all institutions shall estimate the probable refund that they need to make for the cancelled or discontinued takaful arrangements. This refund needs to be deducted from the wakala fee. The standard requires all arrangements to be identified into distinct portfolios. These portfolios are to be made according to the respective risk of each portfolio. But minimum, there should be at least 3 portfolios. One, those arrangements that are onerous at the initial recognition. The second portfolio is those arrangements which do not have any significant possibility of turning into onerous. And the third portfolio of the remaining arrangements. These portfolios are aligned with IFRS 17. The initial recognition of the takaful arrangement is in the shape of a provision, which includes 2 components. The first component is the takaful fulfillment cash flow. This is the fair value of the estimated wakala fee payable in future, the deferred cost, any other cash flow at their fair values, and the risk adjustment for the non-financial risk. In Takaful fulfillment cash flow, we need to add up the Takaful residual margin to come up with the total amount of provision that we need to recognize in the books of the Takaful institution. Now the question is, how do we make the estimate of the fair value of the future cash flows? This estimate has to be adjusted for the sustainability margin of the PTF. It includes the wakala fee, which the institution is entitled for management of the PTF's investment. Note here that this is not the PIF investment, this is only the PTF investment, and it should not include the surplus distribution or the waiver of the Karthasam. These are not part of the future cash flows. The Takaful residual margin is the surplus or the deficit that we need to recognize over a period of time for the entitlement benefit. And this is the amount of Takaful fulfillment cash flows, which includes the four components that we have discussed in the previous slide, and any cash flows arising from the Takaful arrangement at that particular date. Now we discussed that we need to have a distinct portfolio for Takaful arrangements which are onerous in nature. Takaful arrangement is onerous if the Takaful fulfillment cash flows or the previously recognized Takaful acquisition cash flows or any other cash flows, they result in a net outflow, net cash outflow. When an onerous arrangement happens, a corresponding loss should be recognized in the statement of financial activities for the management PTF, and this should be equal to the carrying amount of the provision for the Takaful fulfillment cash flows. The subsequent measurement of the Takaful arrangement shall be the total of the provision of the Takaful fulfillment cash flow and the residual margin for the remaining entitlement period, plus the liability for the incurred claims, those claims that have been incurred till date, and the income and expense resulting from this subsequent measurement may result in a revenue. The revenue would come in if the provision reduces because of the entitlement period. There may be a further expense in case of onerous arrangements, or there may be a reversal in the onerous arrangements. The Takaful residual margin and the deferred cost, both of these needs to be amortized over the period or over the entitlement period. Now, the standard allows a simplified approach, which is called the contribution allocation approach. We expect that all general Takaful arrangements would fall in the simplified approach. In the simplified approach, we need to recognize the contribution less any Takaful acquisition cost, less any wakala fee, and plus minus either a decrease or an increase of the amount of the difference of the asset or the liability that results from the Takaful acquisition cash flows. The standard also has a separate portion for the seed money that is paid to the PTF when the PTF is launched. The Takaful institution shall recognize it as an expense. This expense should be recognized on the day when the payment is made or when the institution makes an irrevocable commitment to make such a payment. And in the PTF books, this should be recognized as a receivable until the payment is made, and the corresponding equity should be created because the money is come in the fund. Now, the statement of financial activities, they may show a surplus or a deficit. And this surplus or deficit should be after any transfers from the technical reserves. in case of a deficit, usually the Takaful institution gives a Qard Hasan. The standard requires that a disclosure to be made in the financial statements of the accumulated amount of the deficit and the projections for the last at least 5 years. And we should also give probability of having a future surplus, which would compensate this deficit. Now we discussed that in case of a deficit, the Takaful institution usually gives a Qard Hasan to the participants' Takaful fund. This Qard Hasan is in the nature of an interest-free loan, which is of a temporary nature. So the participants' Takaful fund should record it as a liability in their books. And the subsequent measurement of this liability is after any payments or any additions in this fund. If the Takaful institution waives off this Qard Hasan, then the liability should be derecognized immediately, and corresponding amount of income should be recorded in the statement of financial activities of the Takaful institution. Now, this is a very complicated subject. Accounting is, as Brother Umar said, it is completely being revamped. So the new accounting standard, it gives 3 approaches for transitional provisions. The first approach is the full retrospective approach. In this approach, you would record the effects of the transactions from the beginning of the earliest presented reported period. The second approach is the modified respective approach, where you adjust the retained earnings of the current reported period. And the third approach is the fair value approach, where you record the participants' Takaful fund, the provision for the remaining entitlement period, and the fulfillment cash flows at their fair values, and the corresponding increase or decrease, the surplus or the deficit, is recorded in the current year's statement of financial activity. So in the fair value approach, you would record the fair values and take the corresponding recording in the statement of financial activities of the current year. Thank you very much. This was a very brief 8 to 10 minutes discussion on the standard. And because the time is very short, I think the panelists would be in a better position to explain what happens. Thank you, Brother Umar. You can take over from here.
Thank you very much, Brother Harun. Thank you very much. And it was a difficult task to cover it in a short time. And there would be a lot of questions in the mind of audience, so we can take the questions later. But I think before that, we need to go to panelists to discuss the specific aspects. And with that, I would first would like to discuss the conceptual part of it, coming from the Sharia side. And I would first request you, Brother Fazil Manju, that let's make the question very simple. What is the conceptual difference between Takaful and conventional insurance? And what do you think how it affects the operations, etc.? So the main question is very simple. And again, I would request all panelists to keep it short, that what is the primary conceptual difference arising from Sharia between Takaful and conventional insurance? And what is your view about how it actually makes the operational and financial differences? Brother Fazil Manju.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Jazakallah, Brother Umar. Assalamu alaikum, everybody. The main difference from my perspective is the concept of risk. In Takaful, we share the risk, whereas in conventional, we transfer the risk. And that has a big impact in the way we present the accounts. So sharing the risk, the pool is a separate entity, whereas the investment pool will be different. So these are fundamentally got to do with the structure of the Takaful itself. So we have to differentiate between the Takaful pool itself, which bear the sharing of the risk, as compared to the transfer of the risk in a conventional setup.
Thank you very much, sir, for a very quick and crisp answer. I'll come back to you for some other important issues later. Let me now come to my brother here, Brother Shahnawaz Khan here, being physically here, and thanks for making yourself physically available, brother. I know you had other commitments as well, so thanks a lot for that. Brother, the first question is, what are the primary statements proposed for takaful entities, as Brother Harun has mentioned, under this CD, and how they are different from the conventional IFRS-based statements, and even from the AOIFI's early statements, if you can just like to touch upon that. Yeah, you need to switch on, I think.
Thank you very much. And Assalamu alaikum, adab to all the panelists as well and fellow working members. Brother Umar, your question, I suppose the question itself is quite big, so I will break it down. What are the fundamental changes? We saw Brother Harun has presented. They are going to be PTF, which is the policyholder, takaful institution, and the investments. So there will be the three financial statements for 1, 2, and 3. The other change which is coming across is the introduction of the comprehensive income, which wasn't there in terms of takaful. So we are bringing the first time the concept of the comprehensive income, which was, however, there in the conventional insurers, but never been the part of the takaful as well. So that's a fundamental difference. The other thing is the income statement and balance sheet, and so do the disclosures. They are going to be far, far different when you talk about conventional or takaful. So for a namesake, for example, we used to have a gross written premium. Now we are going to have an insurance service income, or similarly for claims paid, we may have the insurance service expense as well. So in a nutshell, this is going to be a fundamental change. And perhaps I suppose the 20 years is justified by the ISB, and 2 years has been justified by us to come up with the draft standards. So I suppose that's answer you.
Thank you very much. And I really love the way panelists are actually answering, because we have to cover a lot of things. So I really love that. Let me come to you, Brother Sanjeev. The question about the general approach and simplified approach. So my question is how you differentiate the general approach and the simplified approach, and how do you think that it will be applicable to general takaful entities and the family takaful entities?
Thank you, Brother Omar, for having me here and for this opportunity. With respect to the simplified approach, I'm in the industry, so we're applying this in the company. And from that perspective, it is pretty much same what we were doing as is. But on the background,
except for onerous arrangements, I think.
Absolutely, absolutely, except for onerous arrangement, and the way the disclosures will change in the new standard. So that is a fundamental change which has come because of this takaful standard and the IFRS 17. Plus, a lot of things were earlier in the actuarial reports. All this will come in the financial statement now. Those will be pretty transparent disclosures, which were earlier privy to the actuary and the company. Now everybody will be aware of that. Plus, on the simplified approach, a lot of changes on the actuary side as well, because we were never doing the time value for money discounting or fair valuation were never done for the journal takaful. Even on the claims which are developing in 2, 3, 4, 5 years, it was never been done. Now there is a change in this approach for the longer term liabilities. Even it is journal takaful, there are liabilities which are taking time, 3 years, 4 years to develop. So there has to be a fair valuation of those liabilities which were never been done before. So all these things are changing the way we are recording the the liabilities in the books. On the premium side, the contribution side, it will be pretty much same how we were earning now over the time period. It will be same in the IFRS 17 and the takaful standard, which AAOIFI has issued the exposure draft. It will be pretty much same. So I don't see a big challenge for the simplified approach. General approach, it is a big change. It is a big true change. And there you actually need a lot of system level, system support, for tracking of so many components of the financial statement, like the takaful residue margin and the risk adjustment, the movement in that. It is not straightforward. It is a major change which is coming on the way, and this is, I think, once in a lifetime change, I can say. We will not see such changes very frequently.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And now it takes us to the next question, which I will pose to Mr. Umar Murshid. And Mr. Umar Murshid, knowing you personally as an accountant, as an actuary, as well as an expert on Islamic insurance, I think you are in the best position to actually answer this question, a very complicated question, that what will be the impact of these standards on the actual operations of the Islamic insurance and takaful entities? What will actually change? What are the areas where they need to change the business model or the IT infrastructure? Financial statements is one thing, but there are additional impacts that we feel are coming in. So we would like to learn from you on that, sir. Like we need to understand how it will actually impact the operational model and the business model, the strategies and the infrastructure of the takaful entities. Mr. Umar Murshid, please.
Thank you. Thank you. So in general terms, I think the perception is, which I discussed a little earlier, that the major impact would come in family takaful or life. That's the thought. And for the shorter term business, which is general insurance, it would tend to, general takaful tend to be similar. Now, we've just been through an experience in Saudi Arabia where the 30th of November was the deadline for submitting what they call the first dry run. So the first cut IFRS 17 financial statement for the year 2020. And that's been an eye-opening and experience and a learning experience. So you find that I think both by yourself and Sanjeev Saab mentioned that onerous contracts is an area, and that is one of significant area where there are differences. So you find that even the transitional positions or the opening positions are impacted because of the difference that measuring onerosity at a group of contracts level as opposed to measuring it at maybe a line of business level or a full portfolio level, that's made a significant difference. So that's one. But strangely enough, one area where we didn't think there would be an impact is the way that now receivables, insurance receivables and payables are being accounted for. So it's now accounted, it requires it to be accounted for on cash flow basis, right? So if you have a receivable, it's not shown as a separate item, it is part of it's either netted off from the insurance contract liability or asset. And you find that a lot of institutions have struggled with that basic reconciliation because, for example, you measure receivables at a client level, you don't measure receivables at a group of contract level, if you know what I mean. So answering your question, in terms of operational, this is one area which one didn't really see coming until you actually started doing it, right? But these are areas where operationally you'll have to see. And you still have to have the conventional way of looking at things like receivable at a client level. That you still have to do that because you want to chase particular clients. But for accounting purposes, that for disclosure for IFRS 17, you need to look at it very differently. On the life side also, there's a change. I think, Brother Fazul Manju mentioned that it's conceptually different. So we're saying that the risk sharing is not really subject to IFRS 17. Why? Because you're not transferring risk, and therefore this doesn't come into the risk sharing part, or the takaful fund part doesn't actually come into the scope of IFRS 17. It's not insurance contracts, right? So this is something which obviously, but within that, we've all agreed that as far as the institution is concerned, the takaful institution, obviously the fund itself has risk just to be managed. So it will apply to IFRS 17 will apply to the fund itself. And I think Brother Harun covered it in enough details. But I see there are a lot of institutions which are takaful institutions still in various parts of the world account for especially life insurance in very much a conventional way. And I believe that this particular standard, especially the AAOIFI standard, there are a lot of countries which adhere to AAOIFI standards, will change the way that they account for it. And as soon as you account for it differently, you think about it differently, hopefully, right? And when you think about it differently, then it'll lead to changes in the operating model. So I believe that that's the area. And two areas where I see change. One, on the life side. And obviously, the third thing is, I think the one Mr. Sajeev mentioned that what they actually used to do will now come out in front. And therefore, what will happen is that when they're more visible, there's a lot more work for actuaries that are coming. So there's a huge demand these days in the whole world, in fact, not just and in the region, for actuarial expertise, which will grow as IFRS 17 gets implemented.
Thank you very much, sir. Just a side question to this one. How do you see the IT systems on the accounting side and the IT systems on the actuarial side as of now are sufficient to handle all these challenges?
Yeah, so we've seen the emergence of one bit or so. We've always had actuarial cash flow generating systems. They're generally used for actuaries. Now that those cash flows that are generated are being used for accounting, we've seen the emergence of what's called the IFRS 17 engine, which is the bit that takes the actuarial cash flows and the actual transactional data and generates the numbers for IFRS 17. Does things like discounting, calculation of risk adjustment, sometimes calculation of the CSM, amortizing the CSM, and so on. So we've seen that part. But obviously, when you have all of this, you need your basic transaction processing systems, the basic insurance admin system, if you like, need to generate data that feeds into this. And that has been a major, major challenge, not just because of the capability of the system, but the way that the systems have been implemented. And I think I can I appointed actually of 6 companies in Saudi Arabia. I can say except for 2 of them, I think all the others have struggled with data from the systems itself being adequate enough to feed into IFRS 17 calculations. So that's a major, major challenge that needs to be addressed.
Thank you very much, sir. Now, the challenges list is quite long. So let me come to the next side of the challenges. And I would request to Brother Kashif Siddiqui to shed some light with regard to the regulatory challenges. With regard to, there are 2 aspects. So first, I would ask about the challenges which are being faced by the takaful entities with regard to meeting the solvency requirements or other relevant regulatory requirements which are going to be impacted by this. So first is, yes, we know that there are challenges for the regulators also. I'll come to that later. But the first part, we are seeing the challenges that are in front of the takaful companies. And again, let me just put a disclaimer here. It's not AOIFI putting all these things. Actually, IFRS 17 is already there. Even if we don't bring this, still the challenges will be there. Even there will be bigger challenges because we are trying to streamline it to implement in takaful in a proper manner. But otherwise it will be bigger. So don't blame us for all of it. But yes, we all want better reporting. So for that purpose, Brother Kashif, if you can kindly shed some light on the challenges, particularly how it will impact the regulatory requirements and the solvency requirements in particular.
Yeah, thank you, Umar bhai. Welcome, all of you. And once again, thank you for inviting me on this panel. So is my voice is clear to all of you?
Yes.
Okay. So as we know, yeah, this accounting standard, either this is IFRS 17 or the upcoming FAS from the AOIFI, both are actually impacting the insurance companies and the takaful sector both. So from the regulatory perspective, yes, it is impacting a lot. Either this is takaful industry or the insurance industry. So in both cases, it is affecting because under the new standard, it is really a paradigm shift from the previous accounting model which we are using previously, and it has changed all the terminologies and the processes and the methodologies of calculation of all the technical liabilities, presentations, and disclosures. So there are a lot of impacts actually on the regulatory side, and where the regulator actually, it depends on the approaches adopted by the regulator. For example, some regulatory regime is such that where the regulator has prescribed the accounting regulations and accounting formats for published documents. So in this sense, yes, there is a need to revise all these prescription of the financial statements, models, and the disclosure requirements by the regulator. Not only the published financial statement, the regulatory and the statutory returns with the regulator accepts or takes submission from the industry. It also needs to be revised because of all these issues, because of the terminologies, calculation methodologies, and of the technical abilities, profitability, disclosures, and all these regulatory returns also at some time to be reconciled with published financial statements. So there are a lot of things to be done from the regulatory side, and under the regulation, many jurisdictions has defined the models to be used for the technical reserving. So based on IFRS 17, it is all this legal requirement which is put in the rules and regulation for the methodologies to calculate the technical reserves is also need to be changed, because previously we have been using the name unearned contribution reserve or contribution deficiency reserve, incurred but not reported claims. So these all terminologies will be useless, and it needs the revamping the regulatory frameworks as well. And pertaining to not only these kind of reporting requirements, also the capital adequacy and the solvency requirement also need to be changed, because the way to and the methodologies used to calculate the liabilities, insurance risk liabilities is changed, terminologies are changed, and the valuation of the sum of the assets and liabilities are changed. For instance, Mr. Umar Rashid has explained that the receivables will be different as compared to the previous regime and the new regime. So the valuation of the receivables and the liabilities, and to calculate the credit risk and market risk, it may impact. So it requires a lot of changes under the regulatory regime for the purpose of solvency as well. And the regulator also need to assess the future capital need as well, according to the future capital resources, and to assess actually the adequacy of the future capitals, because there will be a change in the earning patterns, business plans of the company, pricing strategy, different policies and taxations. So regulator has to keep all these things in mind to adjust their solvency framework, not only in terms of the risk, also the factors and the capital adequacy. Other than these regulatory mandatory changes, I think some regulators are also thinking to issue some guidelines on the level of aggregation matters and how to adopt the risk adjustments on what product level. So some guidelines need to be, I think, issued within that jurisdictions, and it will be easy for the regulator to have a comparable analysis actually for that jurisdiction in terms of level of aggregation and risk adjustments. So there are a lot of regulatory changes is expected, and if you asking me the second question about the challenges, yes, a lot. Not only these are the requirements under the regulatory regime which need to be amended, and also the challenges being faced by the regulator, because it's a very complex standard, and the skilled human resource is really lacking, is missing, not only in the industry, on the regular side as well. So, and it's a joint collaboration requirement for the accounting professionals, actual professionals, and legal professionals. So regulator needs all these things as a tool for them. And the biggest challenge, other than this, the resources, is the allocation of budget as well. For the industry, the budget requirement is so much for the implementation of this standard in terms of human resource hiring or training and IT developments. Because IT, as Mr. Umar Rashid has mentioned, that yes, there will be a requirement for the IT because the data structure will be changed, and lots of engine will be required to process the valuation of the liabilities, profitability calculations, and for the forecasting of the cash flows estimations, and the disclosure requirement is changed. So a lot of changes in the IT system to capture the data and to process for the accounting and its reporting, both are required. And there are lots of phases actually the regulator has to impose on the industry to implement all that. And beside that, there are a lot of things which needs to be considered as well. For example, the KPIs will be changed by the regulator. For example, previously the key performance indices used by the regulators to assess and evaluate the industry's risk will be changed, because no such terminologies, no such liability will be same. And for example, if I'm in Oman, we are using the Carmel's model for the risk assessment of the companies, using some ratios, and the underlying formulas will be changed, all formulas. So there are a lot of issues which need to be considered by the regulator, and the whole process of the supervision, like offsite analysis, on-site examinations, the process need to be changed because the data structure is now changed, the pattern is changed. So I think the baseline for determining the cost structure is also changed. So it means those regulators who is actually monitoring and controlling the prices in their jurisdiction. For example, some countries are monitoring the motor pricing and the medical pricing. If the baseline of the cost structure will be changed, they need to address the pricing structure to build the pricing model as well. So these are the issues, and and the challenges. And obviously, in the after the first time adoption of this standard, there might be many companies will show losses because of the first time adoption of the onerous contract as upfront losses. So it might affect the profitability of the industry as a whole. In that jurisdiction, maybe it will impact negatively on the stock market for that year. So it may disturb the dividend payout issues for that year. So there are a lot of issues and challenges, but the regulator has to keep an eye open and keep pushing the industry toward the smooth implementation of this. And whatever the future risk can be bugged out, it should be overcome through discussion with the accounting bodies and actuarial bodies and with the industry and all the stakeholders. We should come up together along with the regulators.
Thank you very much, Brother Kashif, for a very comprehensive and detailed explanation. And it's all it's clear. So let me come back to Brother Shahnawaz Khan again.
Yes, sir.
Brother, the main question is about you have experience on the conventional Islamic types. So with regard to that experience, what you can share from your experience with us? Like some of the challenges you mentioned, obviously you mentioned perspective, but for example, if I was a company, I may end up having a shortfall. Like on one side, I have ERP implementation or changing or other. So just shed light or experience with regard to what actually the companies are facing and how you are trying to understand.
Thank you very much. I suppose, Brother, and what's
also explain. Just the right a lot of convergence across the region and the side of that. First of all, the system itself is creating a lot of problems for us. And I like the fact that the insurers or the companies are taking this part of the world. Actually, it becomes here. We only see provisioning at the end of the year. This is changing. Now, actually, go hand to hand. You need because I guess was straight. He showed us the presentation as well. So you find that the concept of the anorosity isn't there. So in order to find the anorous contract, you need to have the actual involvement to find out the right system as well. Some of the other challenges facing across the region as well is the method itself. So people have to find out which method suits best. Suppose the concept of the simplified method. So there are methods that prevention approach, general approach, method. We have similar two methods. And one is the simplified method and another method as well. So that is finding out contract boundaries, insurance contract, that's a very challenging area as well. And the biggest challenge so far is the mindset of the people. Because the way insurers work in this part of the world is way back attitude, legacy, is the insurer, you get this, you get the reaction. That's the way. Underwriting, the accounts team have to work hand in hand. So this legacy system is and there are challenges in terms of transition of teams and sitting. That is not and that is very challenging because some of the legacy guys are 3 years, 5 years ago as well. So these are challenges. So far, not many insurers have been very forthcoming to change the system. So there are two choices in system. One is actually driven, and one is push. So this is again as well. So we are and unfortunately there is nothing else to do but these are the tools. Last but not the least, also let me say very very and something was also shocking. And still, most of the are pretty much in preparation ground. I suppose to protect assessment, but far from the real implementation. So that's it. Unfortunately, this is where we are.
My brother. Now, just a question.
Umar, there's an echo in the system.
The problem is that this whole will eventually impact the surplus and deficit in the fund.
And from the Takaful perspective, we have some specific regulations with regard to surplus and deficit in the fund coming from our Sharia standard. So I'd like to ask you shed quickly light on how the surplus is to be distributed and how deficit is to be handled, and do you feel any significant changes in aspects coming from a company side?
There is an echo. We can't hear properly. We can't hear. There's echo. A lot of echo in the system. Can you repeat, please?
Let me know clearly.
I can hear you. There's still echo. Yeah.
Okay. Very shortly. From Sharia perspective, there are rules for determination of deficit in its treatment and determination of surplus in its treatment. So, can you quickly summarize those rules, how the surplus is handled and how the deficit is handled, and how they are attributed?
Okay. I hope I understood it properly. So we have either is a deficit or is a surplus. In the case of a deficit, I know the industry has raised some eyebrows on it, because if the pool is for the policyholders, why the Qazi Hassan must be given by the Takaful operator? But that's what the regulator is asking, is that you want to develop that business, you want to make money, you take some risk as well. So the position is a Qazi Hassan is given by the Takaful operator. Regarding the surplus, that I think is very clear-cut. The AAOIFI has clearly stipulated some formulas, how you're going to share the surplus. And the surplus technically is for the policyholders. And AAOIFI's Sharia standard has clearly explained how there's three methods, how you're going to share the surplus, a question of policy of the Takaful company. So I hope I have answered your question, Brother Umar. Sorry for the technical problem here. I can't hear properly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ramush, very quick question. And I think this is my last question from the panelists now because of the constraint, but if you have any questions from the audience, online audience, or you can take that. But my last question is, with regard to now, as your brother mentioned that Hassan is there to the deficit fund. So what are the issues with regard to Hassan as of now, how the new standards can handle those issues in your view?
Yeah. So I'll repeat your question because I think from what I understood, because still an echo. So what I understood is that, what are the issues with respect to the Qazi Hassan in terms of accounting? Is that correct? That was the question? Hello? Yeah.
Okay. Can you hear me clearly now, sir?
Yes, we can.
Okay. My question is that as Brother Fazul Manju mentioned about Qazi Hassan, that it is provided in case of deficit, what do you feel are the present issues with regard to the treatment of Qazi Hassan, and how the new standard, the proposed standard, which is not final, the exposure draft of the standard, can help us handling those issues?
Right. So there are multiple issues in terms of what I would call in terms of practice in Qazi Hassan at the moment. So if you think about it, there's a fund which is in deficit, and there's been a loan made by the institution to the fund to fund the deficit, right? Now, the key issue is how is it recognized by the institution itself? So in many parts of the world, at a practical level, that loan is treated as an asset when in the shareholders' fund or the accounts of the institution, as opposed to the accounts of the fund. Now, obviously, whenever you treat any asset in the balance sheet of any entity, there ought to be a test, an impairment test, to see whether that value of the asset which is recognized, it is actually worth that much. And therefore, that ideally needs to be an assessment of whether the fund which has borrowed the amount to make itself solvent is capable of paying it back, right? So at the moment, this requirement is not there. But given that the new standard that AAOIFI is proposing, there is, I think Brother Harun mentioned, that there is an assessment that you have to, as part of the disclosures, look at the future, look at how the fund is going to evolve over the next 5 years. And that itself will give you a direction as to whether that fund will then generate enough surpluses to be able to pay it back. And what that will do is that it will force institutions into recognizing the Qarz Hasan at the right value. And this is quite a significant issue because there are a very large proportion of takaful entities throughout the world who have given Qarz and who recognize Qarz at their full value, irrespective of what the state of solvency or otherwise of the fund to which they lend the money is there. So this, I think, will have a significant impact on this aspect, hopefully. And people will then, declare. So we're looking at the profits of the institution itself, the takaful institution. Hopefully, the profits will then show a fairer value than they do at the moment.
Very much, sir, and I hope that at least the new standard can bring uniformity in practice, in at least reporting practices, at least, even if not in the practices. With that, if we have a quick question from the hall here before we close, because we are already running a bit short of time, and actually, I'm so much thankful to all the panelists here because it was a very complex subject, and they all answered in very crisp manner, actually brief and crisp manner to my very difficult questions at times. So thank you everybody for that. If we don't have any questions,
Brother Umar, there's a question virtually.
Yeah, please, Brother Rizwan, if you can read out.
So question from Brother Sadaqat Khan, and I think it's directed to Mr. Kashif. And the question is, Mr. Kashif explained and pointed out a lot of issues which would be faced by the takaful industry as well as regulators besides the stock markets. Then why this revision must be implemented?
Thank you, Rizwan. Yeah, actually, this is a standard which has to be followed. Obviously, there may be some implications, okay, and there's a repercussions of this standard, but the standard will be necessary because it is the standard. It will be giving the true picture of the profitability of the industry and the true transparency in terms of the disclosure. And we have also reviewed this standard whether this can be adopted by the takaful industry. Yes, it can be adopted. Yes, for the purpose of the Islamic issues, we have modified it from the pattern as adopted by the IFRS 17, and for the purpose of takaful. And generally, because of only stock market issue, you cannot stop the standard actually. So I think in this way, I believe Mr. Umar Murshid can answer very well. If I request Mr. Umar Murshid.
Yeah, I think we have to go back to basics here. The purpose of financial reporting is to show the true financial position of a company, right? And that's what we're targeting to. Now, when you move from a situation which is imperfect, so I mentioned about the Qarz issue, there are other issues as well. Then obviously you can continue to live in an imperfect world, and you have imperfect financial reporting. You get imperfect decisions, right? So even the regulator is not in a position to assess an entity's true financial position. So I think, as Kashif said, we're trying to move towards something which is correct, which is what it ought to be. And of course, when you do that, when you make any improvements in any part of the world, whether in any, not just in the takaful or accounting space, in any space, there are difficulties. But unless we're willing to go through the pain and take that, then the eventual objective, which is more accurate financial reporting, will not be achieved unless we do that.
Umar Murshid Sahab, actually, just a very quick note. When I used to work in Ernst & Young, one of my, and I was a manager and my partner at that time. Whenever we had a requirement from the client, and they were unable to produce that data, so this specific partner, he used to say that tell them that there is no auditor's requirement. Any auditor's requirement is primarily your requirement first. So if I'm asking for an information, you are actually supposed to have that information first.
Yes.
So that is actually important, that institutions need to understand that adequate financial reporting is not only the regulatory requirement or the auditor's requirement. This is actually the requirement of themselves first.
Yes.
So with that, I would, Brother Rizwan, we have another question?
There's one more generic question. And the question is, does the takaful operator need permission of participants to deduct zakah on their surplus before distribution?
It is zakah related question.
Is zakah deduction
On contribution of
on surplus before distribution
for takaful.
Yes, takaful operator.
Okay. Actually, next session will be on zakah, and it is technically a Sharia question. I can try to answer it, but I'll prefer not to. And we can request Brother Fazil Manju also. But I think let's conclude for it now, and let's put this question for the zakah session. You can request one of the participants, panelists, to actually answer this question. Don't miss it out. Just give it to them. With that, I would like to thank all the fellow panelists physically here and those who are online for being here, and for a very, very wonderful actually discussion. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Brother Umar Mustafa Ansari, the Secretary General of AAOIFI, for wonderfully chairing the session, and that also in the last minute. Thank you for chipping in. I'd also like to thank all the fellow panelists. Thank you. Brother Harun Tabriz, thank you for joining us and delivering a very useful presentation. For all those who've joined virtually, the speakers, Brother Kashif Siddiqui, Mr. Umar Murshid, Sheikh Faisal Monju, we thank you very much for being with us. For the ladies and gentlemen here, now we are breaking for lunch. The lunch is being served upstairs, and it's not at the same place as yesterday. The lunch is on the first floor. So when you leave the room, on the right hand side there are the stairs that will lead you to the lunch room. So inshallah, we hope we do still have one more session, and it's on a very important topic. And for that one session, we have most of the speakers present with us here. So and it's on zakah, its importance and development in the industry. So can we please try to be back by 2:30? 2:30, can we please try and be back in the room? We will start the next session at 2:30 p.m. Thank you very much.
ونجعل للغد معناها. البنك الأهلي
When you find yourself surrounded by promises that you can hardly believe, you feel lost in those promises you've never seen come true. Promises that, even if fulfilled, would not mean much, would be short-lived and complicate your life. In the stress of life's daily hassles, there's only one place that understands you and gives you the freedom to choose what is best for you. A place where your daily life is made easier and where your needs are met. That stands by your side. Bobion Bank doesn't promise to fulfill your dreams. It helps you realize them yourself.
حين تجد أفكارك بعدها المثالي تصبح واقعا. حين ترافق خطواتك أرض صلبة تحقق حلمك. حين تدعم شجاعتك فرصة تأخذك أبعد مما تتخيل. معا نتقدم ونجعل للغد معنى. البنك الأهلي السعودي، معا نصنع الغد.
Welcome to DDCAT and our corporate headquarters in London.
تعمل مجموعة ديديكاب في أسواق الجملة المالية وتقدم خدمات وسيطة للمؤسسات المالية التي تلتزم بقواعد الممارسات المالية الإسلامية وغيرها من القواعد المسؤولة.
Path Solutions is helping banks transform multiple siloed banking channels into a rich, simplified, personalized, timely, consistent, seamless, and frictionless customer journey. We empower you to provide a seamless omni-channel experience for your customers across all channels, applications, and devices, to immerse into your customers' life journeys and achieve better customer interactions and stronger customer engagement.
TAIF, Training and Awareness of Islamic Finance. Rooted in tradition, ready for tomorrow. Training is our core business. We have an evolving catalog of extensive, well-planned courses created by industry experts. We provide end-to-end digital learning solution which combines the knowledge of Islamic finance with technology and meets all your capacity building related needs most cost effectively. Islamic finance learning made simple and memorable.
find yourself surrounded by promises that you can hardly believe? You feel lost in those promises you've never seen come true. Promises that, even if fulfilled, would not mean much, would be short-lived and complicate your life. In the stress of life's daily hassles, there's only one place that understands you and gives you the freedom to choose what is best for you. A place where your daily life is made easier and where your needs are met. So you can focus on your goals and get what you want. A place that empowers you with advanced and innovative solutions to help you improve your life. A place that promises nothing but stands by your side. Bobian Bank doesn't promise to fulfill your dreams. It helps you realize them yourself.
حين تجد أفكارك بعدها المثالي تصبح واقعا. حين ترافق خطواتك أرض صلبة تحقق حلمك. حين تدعم شجاعتك فرصة تأخذك أبعد مما تتخيل. معا نتقدم ونجعل للغد معنى. البنك الأهلي السعودي، معا نصنع الغد.
Welcome to DDCAT and our corporate headquarters in London.
تعمل مجموعة ديديكاب في أسواق الجملة المالية وتقدم خدمات وسيطة للمؤسسات المالية التي تلتزم بقواعد الممارسات المالية الإسلامية وغيرها من القواعد المسؤولة.
Path Solutions is helping banks transform multiple siloed banking channels into a rich, simplified, personalized, timely, consistent, seamless, and frictionless customer journey. We empower you to provide a seamless omni-channel experience for your customers across all channels, applications, and devices, to immerse into your customers' life journeys and achieve better customer interactions and stronger customer engagement.
TAIF, Training and Awareness of Islamic Finance. Rooted in tradition, ready for tomorrow. Training is our core business. We have an evolving catalog of extensive, well-planned courses created by industry experts. We provide end-to-end digital learning solution which combines the knowledge of Islamic finance with technology and meets all your capacity building related needs most cost effectively. Islamic finance learning made simple and memorable.
find yourself surrounded by promises that you can hardly believe? You feel lost in those promises you've never seen come true. Promises that, even if fulfilled, would not mean much, would be short-lived and complicate your life. In the stress of life's daily hassles, there's only one place that understands you and gives you the freedom to choose what is best for you. A place where your daily life is made easier and where your needs are met. So you can focus on your goals and get what you want. A place that empowers you with advanced and innovative solutions to help you improve your life. A place that promises nothing but stands by your side. Bobian Bank doesn't promise to fulfill your dreams. It helps you realize them yourself.
حين تجد أفكارك بعدها المثالي تصبح واقعا. حين ترافق خطواتك أرض صلبة تحقق حلمك. حين تدعم شجاعتك فرصة تأخذك أبعد مما تتخيل. معا نتقدم ونجعل للغد معنى. البنك الأهلي السعودي، معا نصنع الغد.
Welcome to DDCAT and our corporate headquarters in London.
تعمل مجموعة ديديكاب في أسواق الجملة المالية وتقدم خدمات وسيطة للمؤسسات المالية التي تلتزم بقواعد الممارسات المالية الإسلامية وغيرها من القواعد المسؤولة.
Path Solutions is helping banks transform multiple siloed banking channels into a rich, simplified, personalized, timely, consistent, seamless, and frictionless customer journey. We empower you to provide a seamless omni-channel experience for your customers across all channels, applications, and devices, to immerse into your customers' life journeys and achieve better customer interactions and stronger customer engagement.
TAIF, Training and Awareness of Islamic Finance. Rooted in tradition, ready for tomorrow. Training is our core business. We have an evolving catalog of extensive, well-planned courses created by industry experts. We provide end-to-end digital learning solution which combines the knowledge of Islamic finance with technology and meets all your capacity building related needs most cost effectively. Islamic finance learning made simple and memorable.
you find yourself surrounded by promises that you can hardly believe? You feel lost in those promises you've never seen come true. Promises that, even if fulfilled, would not mean much, would be short-lived and complicate your life. In the stress of life's daily hassles, there's only one place that understands you and gives you the freedom to choose what is best for you. A place where your daily life is made easier and where your needs are met. So you can focus on your goals and get what you want. A place that empowers you with advanced and innovative solutions to help you improve your life. A place that promises nothing but stands by your side. Bobian Bank doesn't promise to fulfill your dreams. It helps you realize them yourself.
حين تجد أفكارك بعدها المثالي تصبح واقعا. حين ترافق خطواتك أرض صلبة تحقق حلمك. حين تدعم شجاعتك فرصة تأخذك أبعد مما تتخيل. معا نتقدم ونجعل للغد معنى. البنك الأهلي السعودي، معا نصنع الغد.
Welcome to DDCAT and our corporate headquarters in London.
تعمل مجموعة ديديكاب في أسواق الجملة المالية وتقدم خدمات وسيطة للمؤسسات المالية التي تلتزم بقواعد الممارسات المالية الإسلامية وغيرها من القواعد المسؤولة.
Path Solutions is helping banks transform multiple siloed banking channels into a rich, simplified, personalized, timely, consistent, seamless, and frictionless customer journey. We empower you to provide a seamless omni-channel experience for your customers across all channels, applications, and devices, to immerse into your customers' life journeys and achieve better customer interactions and stronger customer engagement.
TAIF, Training and Awareness of Islamic Finance. Rooted in tradition, ready for tomorrow. Training is our core business. We have an evolving catalog of extensive, well-planned courses created by industry experts. We provide end-to-end digital learning solution which combines the knowledge of Islamic finance with technology and meets all your capacity building related needs most cost effectively. Islamic finance learning made simple and memorable.
you find yourself surrounded by promises that you can hardly believe? You feel lost in those promises you've never seen come true. Promises that, even if fulfilled, would not mean much, would be short-lived and complicate your life. In the stress of life's daily hassles, there's only one place that understands you and gives you the freedom to choose what is best for you. A place where your daily life is made easier and where your needs are met. So you can focus on your goals and get what you want. A place that empowers you with advanced and innovative solutions to help you improve your life. A place that promises nothing but stands by your side. Bobian Bank doesn't promise to fulfill your dreams. It helps you realize them yourself.
حين تجد أفكارك بعدها المثالي تصبح واقعا. حين ترافق خطواتك أرض صلبة تحقق حلمك. حين تدعم شجاعتك فرصة تأخذك أبعد مما تتخيل. معا نتقدم ونجعل للغد معنى. البنك الأهلي السعودي، معا نصنع الغد.
Welcome to DDCAT and our corporate headquarters in London.
تعمل مجموعة ديديكاب في أسواق الجملة المالية وتقدم خدمات وسيطة للمؤسسات المالية التي تلتزم بقواعد الممارسات المالية الإسلامية وغيرها من القواعد المسؤولة.
Path Solutions is helping banks transform multiple siloed banking channels into a rich, simplified, personalized, timely, consistent, seamless, and frictionless customer journey. We empower you to provide a seamless omni-channel experience for your customers across all channels, applications, and devices, to immerse into your customers' life journeys and achieve better customer interactions and stronger customer engagement.
TAIF, Training and Awareness of Islamic Finance. Rooted in tradition, ready for tomorrow. Training is our core business. We have an evolving catalog of extensive, well-planned courses created by industry experts. We provide end-to-end digital learning solution which combines the knowledge of Islamic finance with technology and meets all your capacity building related needs most cost effectively. Islamic finance learning made simple and memorable.
you find yourself surrounded by promises that you can hardly believe? You feel lost in those promises you've never seen come true. Promises that, even if fulfilled, would not mean much, would be short-lived and complicate your life. In the stress of life's daily hassles, there's only one place that understands you and gives you the freedom to choose what is best for you. A place where your daily life is made easier and where your needs are met. So you can focus on your goals and get what you want. A place that empowers you with advanced and innovative solutions to help you improve your life. A place that promises nothing but stands by your side. Bobian Bank doesn't promise to fulfill your dreams. It helps you realize them yourself.
حين تجد أفكارك بعدها المثالي تصبح واقعا. حين ترافق خطواتك أرض صلبة تحقق حلمك. حين تدعم شجاعتك فرصة تأخذك أبعد مما تتخيل. معا نتقدم ونجعل للغد معنى. البنك الأهلي السعودي، معا نصنع الغد.
Welcome to DDCAT and our corporate headquarters in London.
تعمل مجموعة ديديكاب في أسواق الجملة المالية وتقدم خدمات وسيطة للمؤسسات المالية التي تلتزم بقواعد الممارسات المالية الإسلامية وغيرها من القواعد المسؤولة.
Path Solutions is helping banks transform multiple siloed banking channels into a rich, simplified, personalized, timely, consistent, seamless, and frictionless customer journey. We empower you to provide a seamless omni-channel experience for your customers across all channels, applications, and devices, to immerse into your customers' life journeys and achieve better customer interactions and stronger customer engagement.
TAIF, Training and Awareness of Islamic Finance. Rooted in tradition, ready for tomorrow. Training is our core business. We have an evolving catalog of extensive, well-planned courses created by industry experts. We provide end-to-end digital learning solution which combines the knowledge of Islamic finance with technology and meets all your capacity building related needs most cost effectively. Islamic finance learning made simple and memorable.
you find yourself surrounded by promises that you can hardly believe? You feel lost in those promises you've never seen come true. Promises that, even if fulfilled, would not mean much, would be short-lived and complicate your life. In the stress of life's daily hassles, there's only one place that understands you and gives you the freedom to choose what is best for you. A place where your daily life is made easier and where your needs are met. So you can focus on your goals and get what you want. A place that empowers you with advanced and innovative solutions to help you improve your life. A place that promises nothing but stands by your side. Bobian Bank doesn't promise to fulfill your dreams. It helps you realize them yourself.
حين تجد أفكارك بعدها المثالي تصبح واقعا. حين ترافق خطواتك أرض صلبة تحقق حلمك. حين تدعم شجاعتك فرصة تأخذك أبعد مما تتخيل. معا نتقدم ونجعل للغد معنى. البنك الأهلي السعودي، معا نصنع الغد.
Welcome to DDCAT and our corporate headquarters in London.
تعمل مجموعة ديديكاب في أسواق الجملة المالية وتقدم خدمات وسيطة للمؤسسات المالية التي تلتزم بقواعد الممارسات المالية الإسلامية وغيرها من القواعد المسؤولة.
Path Solutions is helping banks transform multiple siloed banking channels into a rich, simplified, personalized, timely, consistent, seamless, and frictionless customer journey. We empower you to provide a seamless omni-channel experience for your customers across all channels, applications, and devices, to immerse into your customers' life journeys and achieve better customer interactions and stronger customer engagement.
TAIF, Training and Awareness of Islamic Finance. Rooted in tradition, ready for tomorrow. Training is our core business. We have an evolving catalog of extensive, well-planned courses created by industry experts. We provide end-to-end digital learning solution which combines the knowledge of Islamic finance with technology and meets all your capacity building related needs most cost effectively. Islamic finance learning made simple and memorable.
When you find yourself surrounded by promises that you can hardly believe, you feel lost in those promises you've never seen come true. Promises that, even if fulfilled, would not mean much, would be short-lived and complicate your life. In the stress of life's daily hassles, there's only one place that understands you and gives you the freedom to choose what is best for you. A place where your daily life is made easier and where your needs are met. So you can focus on your goals and get what you want. A place that empowers you with advanced and innovative solutions to help you improve your life. A place that promises nothing but stands by your side. Bobian Bank doesn't promise to fulfill your dreams. It helps you realize them yourself.
حين تجد أفكارك بعدها المثالي تصبح واقعا. حين ترافق خطواتك أرض صلبة تحقق حلمك. حين تدعم شجاعتك فرصة تأخذك أبعد مما تتخيل. معا نتقدم ونجعل للغد معنى. البنك الأهلي السعودي، معا نصنع الغد.
Welcome to DDCAT and our corporate headquarters in London.
تعمل مجموعة ديديكاب في أسواق الجملة المالية وتقدم خدمات وسيطة للمؤسسات المالية التي تلتزم بقواعد الممارسات المالية الإسلامية وغيرها من القواعد المسؤولة.
Path Solutions is helping banks transform multiple siloed banking channels into a rich, simplified, personalized, timely, consistent, seamless, and frictionless customer journey. We empower you to provide a seamless omni-channel experience for your customers across all channels, applications, and devices, to immerse into your customers' life journeys and achieve better customer interactions and stronger customer engagement.
TAIF, Training and Awareness of Islamic Finance. Rooted in tradition, ready for tomorrow. Training is our core business. We have an evolving catalog of extensive, well-planned courses created by industry experts. We provide end-to-end digital learning solution which combines the knowledge of Islamic finance with technology and meets all your capacity building related needs most cost effectively. Islamic finance learning made simple and memorable.
find yourself surrounded by promises that you can hardly believe? You feel lost in those promises you've never seen come true. Promises that, even if fulfilled, would not mean much, would be short-lived and complicate your life. In the stress of life's daily hassles, there's only one place that understands you and gives you the freedom to choose what is best for you. A place where your daily life is made easier and where your needs are met. So you can focus on your goals and get what you want. A place that empowers you with advanced and innovative solutions to help you improve your life. A place that promises nothing but stands by your side. Bobian Bank doesn't promise to fulfill your dreams. It helps you realize them yourself.
حين تجد أفكارك بعدها المثالي تصبح واقعا. حين ترافق خطواتك أرض صلبة تحقق حلمك. حين تدعم شجاعتك فرصة تأخذك أبعد مما تتخيل. معا نتقدم ونجعل للغد معنى. البنك الأهلي السعودي، معا نصنع الغد.
Assalamu alaikum. Just wanted to check with our virtual speakers. Brother Muhammad Boya, can you hear us well?
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Yes, I do.
Brother Muhammad Boya, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Hear me well, inshallah?
Yeah. Assalamu alaikum. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Dr. Habib, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Assalamu alaikum.
Excellent. Apologies, we are running a little bit late, but we shall be starting in about 3 to 4 minutes.
Okay.
Yes. تمام تمام. On? خليه on.
This is now on.
Oh, okay. حضرتك تمام.
Most cost effectively. Islamic finance learning made simple.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. نرحب بكم في الجلسة السابعة والأخيرة من جلسات مؤتمر آيوفي والبنك الإسلامي للتنمية السنوي السادس عشر. في هذه الجلسة يناقش 6 من الخبراء والقادة أهمية الزكاة في الصناعة. اسمحوا لي أن أدعو رئيس الجلسة السيد عبد المحسن الفارس، وهو عضو مجلس أمناء آيوفي وعضو مجلس الإدارة في مصرف الإنماء والرئيس السابق لقسم الزكاة وضريبة الدخل في المملكة العربية السعودية. سيد عبد المحسن فلتتفضل مشكورا. الله يخليك. ينضم إلينا الدكتور محمد البلتاجي، وهو عضو المجلس المحاسبي لآيوفي ومدير عام الإدارة المركزية للرقابة الشرعية في بنك مصر. أهلا وسهلا دكتور محمد. كما تنضم إلينا السيدة أمل المصري، عضو المجلس المحاسبي لآيوفي ورئيس قسم الإشراف على المصارف الإسلامية في مصرف سوريا المركزي، والدكتور علي محمد نور من السياري للمحاماة والاستشارات القانونية بالمملكة العربية السعودية. وينضم إلينا عبر البث عبر زوم الدكتور السيد محمد بويا، وهو رئيس الإبداع والأبحاث الشرعية مصرف أبو ظبي الإسلامي في الإمارات العربية المتحدة، والأستاذ الدكتور حبيب أحمد أستاذ كرسي الشارقة في الشريعة الإسلامية والتمويل في جامعة درهم من المملكة العربية من المملكة المتحدة. هل تسمعني أستاذ محمد بويا ودكتور حبيب أحمد؟ You can hear us? Okay. إذن السيد عبد المحسن الفارس فلتتفضل مشكورا.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. اوكي. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
سامحني أستاذ عبد المحسن، ستكون الجلسة باللغة العربية، فمن يحتاج إلى ترجمة يستطيع أن يأخذ أدوات الترجمة من. Okay, so the session will be conducted in the Arabic language. So if you need translation, you can go and take the devices.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين. اسمحوا لي ابتداء أن نتقدم بالشكر الجزيل لدولة البحرين على كرم الضيافة وحسن الاستقبال، وكذلك باسمي واسمكم نشكر الآيوفي على تنظيم هذا المؤتمر. وأيضا يسرني أن أرحب بكم في الجلسة السابعة والأخيرة، والتي تحتوي على موضوع في غاية الأهمية. ودائما جلسات المؤتمرات الأخيرة قد يكون فيها حضور أقل، ولكن نتمنى أن تكون هذه الجلسة مفيدة وأن تكون أيضا حية، بمعنى آخر المشاركة بينكم وبين زملائي المتحدثون في هذه الجلسة وهم خبراء متخصصين فيما يتعلق المحاور التي سوف نتطرق لها. الجلسة هي بعنوان الزكاة، أهميتها، تطوراتها في الصناعة، ولعلنا نركز بشكل خاص على الصناعة المالية أو المصرفية على وجه الخصوص. لدينا حقيقة متحدثين متخصصين ممارسين مزاولين لهذا العمل لسنوات طويلة جدا، سواء في المصارف أو في البنك المركزي أو في أيضا مكاتب محاماة، ولعلهم إن شاء الله يحضرون هذه الجلسة بشكل مميز. سوف أبدأ حسب ما ورد في النشرة. عندنا الأخ الدكتور محمد البلتاجي، وهو أيضا عضو مجلس الآيوفي ومدير عام الإدارة المركزية للرقابة الشرعية في بنك مصر، وقبل ذلك أيضا عمل في عدة جهات مختلفة بما فيها أحد المصارف الكبيرة في المملكة العربية السعودية. وأيضا الأخت أمل المصري، وهي عضو المجلس المحاسبي لآيوفي وأيضا رئيس قسم الإشراف على المصارف الإسلامية في مصرف سوريا المركزي سوريا. والدكتور علي محمد نور السياري للمحاماة والاستشارات، متخصص في الجوانب القانونية، وأيضا يعني أتحفنا الحقيقة بكتاب متخصص يتعلق ب يعني فقه الحقيقة التقدير في حساب الزكاة، وهو يعد رسالة دكتوراه للأخ، ولعله أيضا يعطينا لمحة مختصرة عن هذا الكتاب الذي أضاف لمكتبتنا العربية الشيء الكثير. كذلك أيضا لدينا مشارك عن بعد السيد محمد بويا، وهو رئيس الإيداع والأبحاث الشرعية في مصرف أبو ظبي الإسلامي الإمارات العربية السعودية، وكذلك الأستاذ الدكتور حبيب أحمد أستاذ كرسي الشارقة في الشريعة الإسلامية والتمويل كلية إدارة الأعمال. والحقيقة يعني المتحدثين زي ما أشرت ذوي خبرات متخصصة، ونرغب منكم أيضا المشاركة الفاعلة في هذه الجلسة وطرح مداخلاتكم أو أسئلتكم التي سيتاح لكم إن شاء الله وقت كافي في نهاية الجلسة. اسمحوا لي أبدأ بأقصى اليسار الأخت أمل المصري، وهي سوف تتحدث عن جانب أو محور مهم في هذه الجلسة يتعلق بآثار المستجدات الحاصلة بالمعايير المحاسبية على احتساب الزكاة في المؤسسات المالية، وهي قدمت ورقة في هذا الجانب لعلها أيضا تكون متاحة على موقع الأيوفي لمن يرغب الاستزادة. فأرجو من الأخت أمل الالتزام بالوقت لضيق الوقت، يعني من 7 إلى 10 دقائق حد أقصى، لكي نتمكن من فتح المجال لأكثر مشاركين إن شاء الله. تفضل يا أخت أمل.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على سيد المرسلين وعلى آله وأصحابه أجمعين. نبدأ الورقة اليوم بمعالجة واحتساب الزكاة بكافة المصارف الإسلامية، فهو مطلب بالإضافة أنه هو مطلب شرعي. أيضا البنك المركزي يهتم بقيام كافة المصارف الإسلامية وكافة المؤسسات الإسلامية باحتساب الزكاة وفق آلية محاسبية موحدة. حضراتكم بتعرفوا أنه مؤخرا صدر معيار المحاسبة المالية الأدوات المالية هو IFRS 9، وعلى التوازي صدر معيار المحاسبة الإسلامية فاس 30. المعيار المحاسبة الإسلامية 30 كان له منهج استشرافي، فأكد على أنه أي خطر قادم على الطريق على المؤسسات المالية أن تتنبه لهذا الخطر وأن تقوم بتكوين مخصصات. إلا أن التطبيق الأولي للمعيار أسفر عن مخصصات كبيرة وضخمة على المؤسسات المالية الإسلامية تكوينها، وخاصة في ظل كوفيد-19. طبعا بعض الدول أوقفت تطبيق المعيار أو أجلت تطبيق المعيار، وبعض الدول تبنت تطبيق المعيار. بنظرة سريعة على البيانات المالية للمصارف الإسلامية التي تبنت تطبيق المعيار نجد أن هذه المخصصات كبيرة، وكلياتنا بنعرف أنه تحقق الربح للمؤسسة الإسلامية ليس شرطا حتى تدفع المؤسسة الإسلامية الزكاة، ليس شرطا لوجوب الزكاة، وأيضا وجود الخسارة لا يعني عدم وجوب الزكاة. هذا بالنسبة للمصرف كمساهمين، بل يعتمد مقدار الزكاة الواجبة للسهم على نوعية وجودة أصول المصرف، وهذه نقطة هامة ننطلق منها. كل ما كانت نوعية أصول المصرف ذات درجة تتمتع بدرجة عالية من الجودة، بالتالي أنا بحكم أن الموجودات الزكوية ستكون كبيرة. إذن ومقدار ما تنطوي عليه هذه الأصول من ديون جيدة أم ديون رديئة، واصطلح على تسمية الديون الرديئة هي بديون غير مرجوة السداد، هذا ما أثاره المعيار الشرعي رقم 35. في هذا السياق أعرض بعض القضايا التي تحتاج إلى مناقشة من أهل الفقه والمحاسبة. طبعا نحن كمحاسبين بنعرض لحضراتكم لأهل الفقه وأهل الشريعة، بنعرض لهم بعض الجوانب المحاسبية التي لا نستطيع أن نجزم هل يدخل هذا الرصيد ضمن الوعاء الزكوي أم لا يدخل، هل أعتبره ضمن الموجودات الزكوية أم لا. فأهم المستجدات الحاصلة بعالم المحايير مثل ما حكينا أنه هو معيار فاس 30. لن أطيل بشرح المعيار، بل سأتطرق فقط لما يهم الجمهور والمحاسبين وأهل الشريعة، ما يهم فقط من هذا المعيار في سبيل احتساب الموجودات الزكوية إن شاء الله بدقة. يتسم المعيار 30 بتبنيه المنهج الاستشرافي للخسائر الائتمانية المستقبلية. هذه الخسائر علي أن أكون تجاهها مخصصات. هذه المخصصات
تم تقسيم التسهيلات الائتمانية ضمن المعيار إلى 3 مراحل اصطلح عليها ستيج 1 ستيج 2 ستيج 3. نحن طبعا حنحكي عنها أن هي 3 مراحل. المرحلة الأولى هي مرحلة الديون الجيدة. بالرغم من أنه الديون جيدة إلا أن المعيار طلب من المؤسسات المالية الإسلامية تكوين بعض المخصصات على مدى 12 شهر فقط، عمر زمني 12 شهر لقاء هذه الأرصدة. أيضا كل ما زادت المخاطر طلب تكوين مخصصات على المرحلة الثانية. لما الخطر بيزيد فنحن طلب منا المعيار فرض تكوين مخصصات 100% من هذا المبلغ على كامل العمر الزمني لهذا الدين أو لهذا التسهيل. أضاء المعيار 35 أنه الديون غير مرجوة السداد مخصصاتها لن تدخل ضمن الموجودات الزكوية، فالمحاسب هنا يطمئن نوعا ما. ولكن ماذا بخصوص المرحلة الأولى والثانية؟ هي مطلوبة بموجب معيار محاسبي، وأيضا معيار الزكاة 9 أو حتى 35 لم يضئ على هذه النقطة، لأنه في فترة زمنية بين صدور معيار 35 وصدور معيار فاس 30. فالمحاسب هون عليه أنه يعمل إضاءة للفقهاء. هل نقوم بحسب مخصصات المرحلة الأولى والثانية من الموجودات الزكوية أم نبقي عليها؟ مثل ما حكينا المخصصات المرحلة الثالثة هي أكثر وضوحا لأنها ديون غير مرجوة السداد، ولكن مخصصات المرحلة الأولى والثانية سيفتح الآن عند تطبيق معيار 30 سيفتح الباب أمام مناقشة هذه المخصصات. وأسلفت يعني خبرت حضراتكم بالبداية أن هذه المخصصات ليست بالأرصدة السهل القليلة، هي أرصدة ذات نسبة عالية من هذه الموجودات. نحن بنعرف أن المخصص كما أنه يخفض الربح أيضا بيخفض الموجودات الزكوية. تخفيض الموجودات الزكوية ليس لصالح الفقراء، وبالتالي أنا هون أمام مسؤولية دينية ليست فقط مسؤولية محاسبية. هل أقوم باحتساب هذه المخصصات أم أبقي عليها؟ فهذا ما يجب على المحاسب أن يشرحه لأهل الفقه والشريعة حتى يرشدون إلى الاحتساب الدقيق والصحيح. أيضا نقطة مهمة أن المخصصات تخص كلا الفئتين، باعتبار أن المحفظة التمويلية ممولة من أموال كلا الفئتين المساهمين وأصحاب الحسابات الاستثمارية، فهنا المخصصات أيضا تخص كلا الفئتين. فعلينا هنا أن نركز أو نضيء على نقطة هامة. لا أحمل الموجودات، لا أقوم بحسب كامل المخصصات من الموجودات الزكوية خشية الاقتراب من الضمان، فالمضارب لا يضمن. فأنا هون نقطة كثير حساسة، المضارب لا يضمن وأنا عندي مخصصات، هل أقوم بحسم هذه المخصصات كاملة من الموجودات الزكوية التي تخص المساهمين؟ أيضا هذه نقطة هامة جدا على المؤسسات المالية أن تراعيها عند احتساب الوعاء الزكاة. لا أدري إذا كان هناك بعض الوقت حتى أضيف جزئية أخرى. نعم. أيضا الجزئية اللي تحدثنا عنها مع الدكتور عبد المحسن جزاه الله خيرا ومع الأساتذة الأفاضل، موضوع صح احتساب الاستثمار لا يستطيع أن يحدد بدقة ما يتوجب عليه من زكاة إلا بحال قام المصرف بتقديم هذه المعلومات. المعلومة موجودة بأرصدة المصرف أو تحديدا بميزان المراجعة على الأرصدة إذا المحاسبين بيعرفوا. ميزان المراجعة يتسم بالسرية، لا أستطيع أن أفصحه دائما للجمهور. فالمعيار 9 هلا اللي هو قيد التعديل بجهود أيوفي أخذ مسودة رقم 39 وأضاء بأنه يجب على المصرف الإسلامي أن يفصح عن الزكاة لكافة الفئات، لكافة أصحاب المصالح، أصحاب حسابات استثمارية، من حملة صكوك، من وكالة بالاستثمار. بعتقد هدول الأربعة الأساسيات اللي في أكثر أكيد هلا حضراتكم بتذكرونا. فواجب على المصرف أن يفصح عن مقدار الزكاة الواجب على أصحاب الحسابات الاستثمارية كما المساهمين. المعيار القديم أضاء على المساهمين وأضاء إضاءة خاطفة معيار 35 على أنه يتوجب أن نعرف أموال الحسابات الاستثمارية ما آلت إليه من أصول، وهذه المعلومة موجودة فقط لدى المؤسسة المالية، وبالتالي عليها أن تفصح وتعلن صاحب الحساب الاستثماري كيف سيتم الزكاة وكيف سيتم احتساب هذه الزكاة. هذه النقاط الأساسية بورقة الأعمال. طبعا في نقطتين آخرين لكن سأفسح المجال لزملائي بحال أسعفنا الوقت سنضيف طبعا إضاءة.
شكرا سعادة الأستاذة أمل المصري، وأتأكد لديها نقاط أخرى لكن لعل إن شاء الله خلال أيضا المداخلات تغطي النقطتين اللي أشارت لها. أيضا أطلب منكم جميعا إذا في مداخلة أو استفسار تسجيله على أساس أنه سيتاح في آخر الجلسة وقت لكم إن شاء الله لمداخلاتكم وأسئلتكم. الآن ننتقل لسعادة الأستاذ الدكتور أيضا محمد الحديدة البلتجي، وهو كما أشار متخصص وسوف يتطرق لمن هو المسؤول عن احتساب الزكاة على المؤسسة المالية وأصحاب الأموال المودعين، يعني وآليات الصرف كيف تكون. فهو أعد ورقة في هذا الجانب. هل المسؤولية على المؤسسة المالية التي تستقبل الودائع أو على أصحاب الحسابات وأيضا آليات الصرف؟ دكتور محمد تفضل، وشكرا للأمل أيضا على الالتزام بالوقت. تفضل.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. البداية بحب أوجه بالتحية لأيوفي على هذا المؤتمر الطيب واختيارها لمواضيع جيدة جدا للمناقشة بتتسم بالنواحي التطبيقية. يمكن عادي لما أحب أتكلم على الجزء العملي في البنوك بحاول أشوف إيه اللي اتطبق وإيه محتاجين هذا الأمر. يمكن السؤال اللي اتفضل بيه الأستاذ محسن الفارس على هذا الجزئية الخاصة بالزكاة، احنا بنتكلم على البنوك السامية النهارده حجمها حوالي 3 تريليون دولار، نصها على الاقل اوعيه داخليه بتاعت عملاء حوالي 1.5 تريليون دولار. كم من المسؤول عن احتساب الزكاه على هذه الاموال؟ نقطه مهمه جدا. العملاء عندنا في البنوك كانوا بياتوا الينا في نهايه العام، يا جماعه يعني لو سمحتوا احسبوا لنا الزكاه على اموالنا، ازاي نحسبها؟ ما هو المبلغ المستحق للزكاه؟ والاضافه لاكثر من ذلك كيف ننفقها ايضا، لان هناك مصارف الزكاه مهمه جدا، الالتزام بالايه الكريمه الخاصه بالزكاه. من هذا الامر اصبح مسؤوليه على البنوك ان هم يشوفوا الزكاه الواجبه احتسابها ويتم انفاقها لهذا الامر. وليس هذا الامر فقط، يعني البنوك ليس لديها فقط مسؤوليه احتساب الزكاه على اصحاب الودائع الاستثماريه او حسابات حتى الودائع الجاريه او الحسابات الاخرى، ولكن عندها مصادر اخرى. كان بيجي لنا دايما عندنا عملاء بيتبرعوا او يودعوا في حساب البنك، يقول لك لو سمحت خد دي زكاه خاصه بيا، لو سمحت انت انفقها في مصاريفها الفعليه. دي النقطتين. النقطه الثالثه، البنك عنده مصدر ثالث للزكاه وهي الاموال الخاصه المستحقه على زكاه اموال المساهمين. فاصبح البنك النهارده عنده ثلاث مصادر اساسيه للزكاه: اموال المساهمين ودي واجبه على البنك، وعلى اموال المودعين ودي اختياريه للعميل هو بيقدم بيها طلب، وبيجي له طلب من العملاء نقديا لهذا الامر الزكاه اللي هي مستحق عليه. فالبنك النهارده عنده 3 مصادر للاموال، كيف سوف ينفقها وكيف سوف يصرف هذه الاموال. وذلك ان في التطبيقات العمليه كثير جدا من البنوك في البدايه بالذات، يعني في الثمانينات والتسعينات كانت موجوده ادارات خاصه باداره الزكاه، كانت فيها الاداره المستقله ليها موظفين مستقلين بياخذوا اموالهم او بياخذوا مرتباتهم من اموال الزكاه، وده حسب نص الايه الكريمه. بالاضافه الى ان يتم احتساب الزكاه واحتسابها داخل مركز مالي منفصل لهذا الصندوق او لهذه الاداره، ثم يتم انفاق هذه الاموال بمتابعه من الهيئه الشرعيه. فاصبح النهارده العميل بيجد ملاذ امن ليه فعلا ان هو يجد مكان يحسب له زكاته صح، ثم يتم الانفاق في طريقه سليمه. فاصبح النهارده البنك بيقوم بدور مهم جدا للمتعاملين وخدمه الجانب الشرعي المهم جدا هو احتساب وانفاق الزكاه. هذا الامر كان ترتب عليه ان كان في كثير جدا من المستحقين الزكاه اللي هي من مصادر الاموال اللي هم الفقراء والمساكين الغير اللي كانوا بيقدروا يجدوا مكان يحصلوا على هذا الكلام بكرامه. يعني بيجي للبنك، البنك عارف مجموعه من الناس بيستوفي بعض الشروط ويسوي بعض الطلبات، سواء كانوا طلبه محتاجين او اسره فقيره الى غير ذلك، فهو عد المصادر كلها دي، فكان بالنسبه له بتشكل ليه نشاط مجتمعي محيط بالبنك. فعلا البنك بيجد فعلا مكان ان هو يساعد الفقراء في هذا الجانب. دي حقيقه في الواقع العملي كانت نقطه مهمه جدا في التطبيق العملي. ما اعرفش دلوقتي كتير جدا من البنوك، ما اعرفش، انا وصلني برضو ان بيعتبروا الجزئيه دي مش مسؤوليتهم. لا، البنك اعتقد من مسؤولياته ان هو يدور على هذا الكلام. طيب كيفيه بقى وضع الاسس والاطر العمليه والمحاسبيه لهذا الجانب؟ اعتقد ان يبقى يوفي من مسؤوليه هذا الامر. معيار الذكاء اللي طلع حط فعلا في ملحق جميل جدا، انا شفته، ويعني المعيار اللي هو مصدق حاليا شغاله فيه بتبين مصادر اموال الصندوق ثم مصادر انفاقها ثم يتم استيعاب الفائض من المال. عندي اشكاليه قد تكون الاموال الفائضه عن الاستثمار او عن الزكاه موجوده جوه البنك، فالبنك عنده برضه امكانيه لاستثمار هذه الاموال لصالح الصندوق، فاصبح النهارده عندي مركز مالي مستقل خاص بالزكاه داخل البنك. طيب اذا حبينا نتكلم على المراجعه على الكلام ده كله، طبعا هنا هو كانوا حاطين جزء اساسي جدا في الواقع العملي ان الصندوق ده ليه هيئه شرعيه مستقله وبتطلع عنه تقارير، وكان بيتم ارسال هذا التقرير للجمعيه العموميه وغير ذلك الموافقه عليها. فدي نقطه اوجدت المصداقيه في عمل البنك. حتى المساهمين لما بيجدوا ان اموالهم اللي هم اخذوا عنها الزكاه تم انفاقها بطريقه سليمه تحت رقابه شرعيه ومحاسبيه داخل البنك، ده كان بيدي مصداقيه عاليه جدا للبنك في التطبيق العملي. طب احنا دلوقتي في الواقع العملي عندنا مين اللي بيقوم بالكلام ده؟ يعني حاليا في الواقع مين بيقوم بالكلام ده؟ اين الجهه المسؤوله عن اصدار الضوابط المحاسبيه والشرعيه لتطبيق الزكاه؟ المتعاملين النهارده سواء كانوا جوه البنك او خارج البنك، كيف يتم انفاق اموالهم في الزكاه؟ كيف يتم حسابها؟ من يكون بيساعدهم؟ يعني حتى من نقطه مهمه جدا ان احنا بنطالب حتى ان يكون خلاف ان المعيار موجود بيتكلم عن الاليه دي كلها، محتاجين ايضا يكون عندنا على الاي تي او على السيستم بتاع البنك اليه لحساب الزكاه. لان النهارده الحصيله او ما يسمى الوعاء الزكوي هو مش بس المركز المالي بيطلع يبقى هو ده الزكاه عليه كلام، لا، ده في الواقع العملي النهارده لما اجي اطلع حسابات الزكاه على البنك، لا، بيتم اعاده احتساب الزكاه مره اخرى واعاده تنظيم المركز المالي بما فيها الزكاه اللي على المساهمين والزكاه اللي هي اذا هينفقها البنك لابد من اعاده مره ثانيه احتسابها وفق المعايير الشرعيه، وفق ندخل اني اصول هتخش الزكاه، اني اصول هتخرج من الزكاه. ممكن البنك يكون زي ما قالت استاذ امل، ممكن البنك يكون محقق خسائر لكنه هيدفع زكاه ايضا لان اصوله تخضع على الايه؟ للزكاه. هذه نقاط مهمه جدا اعتقد ان من الاهميه بمكان ان احنا نضع لها. ايوفي النهارده بتمثل المصدر الرئيسي لاي تنظيم محاسبي في البنوك الاسلاميه واي تنظيم للتطبيق العملي. اعتقد ان هي من الاهميه بمكان ان يتم ادراج هذه النقاط كامله، كيفيه حساب الاستثمار، المسؤول عن حسابها، المسؤول عن تحصيلها، المسؤول على انفاقها، اعداد مركز مالي لصندوق الاستثمار او اداره الاستثمار. كل هذه الامور اعتقد من الاهميه بمكان تكون موجوده ضمن معيار المحاسبه الزكاه الموجود في البنوك الاسلاميه الصادر عن ايوفي، وتطبيقه اليا. اعتقد دي نقطه مهمه جدا ان شاء الله نجد ان هي تكون من اهم التوصيات هذا المؤتمر. انا ما بحبش اطيل عليكم لكن اختم بجزئيه مهمه جدا، وهي ان الزكاه النهارده وحوكمه الزكاه لا تقتصر فقط على البنوك، لا، البنوك النهارده عندها حاجه مهمه جدا وهي احيانا بيكون عندها شركات تابعه. الشركات التابعه دي كلها ايضا اللي عندها ايه؟ زكاه. البنوك اللي هي شركات القبض لهذه شركه القبض لهذه الشركات محتاج ان يحتسب عنها ايضا زكاه داخل المركز المالي للبنك. دي نقاط مهمه جدا محاسبيه. المحاسبه طبعا دايما البعض بيعتبرها ان هي اخر شيء في الشغل، لا، اعتقد المحاسبه مهمه جدا في ابراز دور البنك في حساب وتحصيل وانفاق هذه الاموال الزكويه. شكرا جزيلا والسلام عليكم ورحمه الله وبركاته.
شكرا وعليكم السلام. شكرا دكتور محمد، وايضا شكرا على الالتزام بعامل الوقت. الان ايضا مع سعاده الدكتور علي محمد نور، وهو المتحدث الثالث على يميني، وايضا كما اشرت هو متخصص شرعي وقانوني، فلعل يعطينا لمحه عن الحاجه لتحسين الافصاح المحاسبي فيما يتعلق بجوانب الزكاه والآليات والمعالجات المقترحة لذلك. تفضل يا دكتور.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين، وصلى الله وسلم على نبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. شكرا لك شيخ عبد الرحمن الفارس على هذه المقدمة، وأحب أن أدخل إلى الموضوع مباشرة. نحن نتكلم عن تحسين الإفصاح المحاسبي لأغراض حساب الزكاة، وقبل الإجابة على هذا السؤال أعتقد قد يحسن أن نرجع خطوة إلى الوراء ونسأل لماذا أصلا نحن نحتاج إلى الإفصاح؟ أليست المعايير المحاسبية كافية لحساب الزكاة؟ الواقع أن الإشكال انطلق من أن هذه المعايير هي في الأصل لم توضع في حسابها لحساب الزكاة. أنا أعني معايير المحاسبة الدولية، ولهذا فإن حساب الزكاة ليس داخلا في نطاق هذه المعايير، وهذا ينتج إلى إشكالات عديدة، بعضها يتعلق بالإفصاح المحاسبي، وبعضها يتعلق بمعلومات لا يمكن الحصول عليها من القوائم المالية. فنحن مثلا لما نأتي إلى الحكم الشرعي في المكلف بالزكاة نجد أن المكلف بالزكاة هم المساهمون، وهذا الذي قررته المجامع الفقهية. لا توجد في القوائم المالية أي معلومات عن المساهمين، ما الذي تجب عليه الزكاة، ما الذي لا تجب عليه الزكاة، هل هو مسلم أو غير مسلم، هذه المعلومات مفقودة في القوائم المالية. نجد كذلك أن هناك إجمال في القوائم المالية، نجد هناك إشكالات تتعلق في تمييز وتصنيف البنود المحاسبية في القوائم المالية، لأنها لا تعتمد على أساس شرعي. يعني الآن مفهوم الأصول في القوائم المالية لا يعتمد على مفهوم الملكية، وهو مفهوم أساسي في حساب الزكاة. الالتزامات حتى في القوائم المالية لا تعتمد على مفهوم الالتزام القانوني أو حتى الالتزام الشرعي، بل هي تعتمد على مسألة اللي هو الكاش إن أو الكاش أوت، وهذا الموضوع له تأثير على حساب الزكاة. هذا يستدعي أننا عندما نحسب الزكاة نحتاج لا يمكن أن نقتصر على المعلومات التي توفرها القوائم المالية، لكن نحتاج في تقديري إلى 4 أدوات رئيسية تساهم إلى حل إشكال هذا الإشكال. الأول المعايير الإفصاح الزكوي. نحن يجب أن نرفع من معايير الإفصاح الزكوي، وهذا يقتضي العمل على مسارين. الأول تحسين مستوى العرض والإفصاح في القوائم المالية. البنود يجب أن توضع معتبرة فيها الخصائص التي تتعلق بحساب الزكاة. ثانيا أن يكون هناك معيار خاص، وهذا الذي قامت به أيوفي لحساب الزكاة، وأيوفي حقيقة كان لها دور يعني مشكور في هذا الباب، فقد أصدرت المعيار 9 في عام 98 يعني قديما، ثم الآن يجري تحديثه ليتم الإفصاح بطريقة أكثر مهنية وحقيقة فيها كثير من مستوى المسؤولية والحوكمة. الأداة الثانية الذي هو المعيار الشرعي. يجب أن يكون هناك معيار شرعي يعالج الإشكالات المحاسبية، وهذا نحتاج العمل فيه حقيقة على مسارين. نعتمد أول شيء على معالجة البيانات الموجودة والتي تتوافق مع المتطلبات الشرعية لحساب الزكاة، وهناك نحتاج إلى معيار أو أداة شرعية للاجتهاد فيما لا تفصح عنه القوائم المالية. يعني أنا عندما أحسب الزكاة ويأتيني بند اسمه مثلا أصول أخرى أو التزامات أخرى، أو أن هذا البند يتم الإفصاح عنه بطريقة لا توافق المقتضى الشرعي. يعني مثلا عندي المخزون يعني يتم قياسه بطريقة التكلفة أو القيمة السوقية أيهم أقل، لكن في حساب الزكاة نحن نحتاج إلى القيمة السوقية. كيف يتم التعامل مع هذه المعلومة للخروج بحساب أدق لحساب الزكاة؟ يعني مهما سعينا إلى تحسين مستوى الإفصاح ستظل هناك إشكالات لا يمكن الإفصاح المحاسبي أن يعالجها، ولهذا نحن نحتاج إلى الأداة الثانية وهي أداة الاجتهاد في التقدير الزكوي أو التقدير الشرعي لهذه الإشكالات، وهذا الذي كنت أحاول أن يعني أقدم له معالجة، وهو في فقه التقدير في حساب الزكاة. الشريعة الإسلامية كانت تراعي معيار التكلفة في الحصول على المعلومة، تراعي المشقة في الحصول على المعلومة في تقدير حساب الزكاة، ولهذا نجد أن مثلا في الشريعة في المال المجتمع أنها أتت بمعالجة أن الجابي يتعامل مع المال المجتمع من بهيمة أنعام أنه معاملة الشخص الواحد، وهذا يؤدي إلى تسهيل حساب الزكاة وتسهيل جباية الزكاة. فهذه هي الأداة الثانية. والمعيار الذي صدر من أيوفي يعني هو معيار مميز جدا، كان في عام 2008 معيار 35، لكن في تقديري أنه يحتاج إلى تحديث وتطوير. لماذا؟ لأننا الآن من عام 2008 إلى هذه السنة هناك مستجدات كثيرة حدثت في حساب الزكاة، أهمها هو الانتقال إلى المعايير المحاسبة الدولية، وهذا أورث يعني عديد من الإشكاليات التي تحتاج إلى أن يغطيها المعيار الشرعي. كذلك بحاجة إلى أن نضع معالجات أو إطار شرعي أو معيار شرعي لما لا يمكن حسابه. عندما أنا أتولى حساب مثلا صندوق استثماري في أمريكا، هؤلاء لا يلتزمون بالإفصاح المحاسبي الشرعي، ولا يلتزمون كذلك بالمعايير التي تتعلق بحساب الزكاة، كيف يمكن أن أحسب زكاة شركات أنا لا أعلم ما محتواها، ولا يمكن أن أطلع على قوائم المالية، أو إذا أمكن فإن هذا سيتطلب جهدا ووقتا لا يمكن يعني بالسهولة تقديره. أنا أقول اقتراح معيار محاسبي لفقه التقدير في حساب الزكاة. الأداة الثالثة التي نحتاجها في تطوير أو معادلات الزكاة هو التشريع، لأنه إذا وجدت معايير محاسبية وإذا وجدت معايير شرعية ولم يمكن هناك إلزام قانوني بإلزام الشركات بالتدخل أول شيء في حساب الزكاة وتوحيد المعايير، فإن هذا ستكون الأداة الناقصة. الأداة الرابعة التي نحتاجها في حساب الزكاة وفي تطوير حساب الزكاة هي معيار الحوكمة. نحن الآن عملية حساب الزكاة هي عملية معقدة، تحتاج أولا إلى تأهيل، فيجب أن نضمن أن جميع الأطراف التي تدخل في حساب الزكاة يملكون الحد الأدنى من التأهيل المناسب لحساب الزكاة، سواء من الناحية الفقهية أو من الناحية المحاسبية. لا يصلح أن يأتي مثلا فقيه وتشرح له القاعدة المعيار المحاسبي وهو لا يفهم أصلا، يعني ليس له أي أدنى تعامل للمعايير المحاسبية أو فهم القوائم المالية. هذا جانب مهم مما ينبغي أن يسعى إليه المعيار الحوكمة. كذلك في ضبط تعارض المصالح، أحيانا خاصة عندما يكون هناك قانون ملزم لجباية الزكاة قد يكون من مصلحة الإدارة التنفيذية أن تقلل مقدار الزكاة حتى لا يؤثر على أرباحها، ولهذا يستدعي إدخال أطراف معينة، إدخال المراجع الخارجي، إدخال الهيئة الشرعية، إدخال بما تضمن أن الإفصاح عن هذا الحساب الزكاة يتم وفق آلية معينة، كذلك الإفصاح وآلياته، بحيث أنه يجب على الشركة أن تفصح عن الآلية التي اعتمدتها، عن المعيار الشرعي الذي يستند إليه. إذا خالفت المعيار الشرعي أو إذا وجدت مسائل لم تذكر في المعيار الشرعي فهذا ينبغي أن تفصح عنه. فنقول إن معيار الحوكمة هذه من المعايير المهمة. كذلك وجود المساهمين الذين يحاسبون الشركة والجمعية العمومية عن حساب الزكاة وعن آليتها، هذا طرف من أطراف ضبط الحوكمة في حساب الزكاة. أقف عند هذا وأتوجه.
شكرا دكتور علي. المتحدث الرابع هو الأستاذ محمد بويا، ولعل الأستاذ طبعا متحدث عن بعد يعطينا نبذة عن المعيار المحاسبي 39 الجديد وأي نقاط تتعلق بذلك وما هو التطوير الحادث، وأيضا إذا كان لك تعليق على أي من المداخلات من المتحدثين الثلاثة السابقين. تفضل أستاذ محمد.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين وعلى آله وصحابته أجمعين. شكرا جزيلا على إتاحة هذه الفرصة للمساهمة في هذا المجهود المبارك الذي في الحقيقة طال انتظاره، وهو من عقود من الزمن تشتغل عليه خيرة العلماء في كافة أنحاء العالم الإسلامي، وهو مطلب يستحق الحقيقة أن يعطى أكثر مما هو في الحقيقة في الوقت الحالي يعطى له. رغم كل هذه الجهود المباركة فإنه لا تبقى بعض الأمور التي تحتاج إلى مزيد من التمحيص والتدقيق والإضافة. أولا أريد أن أنوه قبل ذلك بمجهودات المباركة التي تمت من بيت الزكاة الكويتي والندوات المتعاقبة، وكذلك ما قام به المجلس الشرعي من 2004 إلى 2008 الذي تكلل بإصدار المعيار الشرعي المبارك الذي تطرق إلى جزئيات كثيرة في الحقيقة تحسب له. وهذه المسألة لصعوبتها في الحقيقة أي شيء ينجز فيها مهما كان العمل، مهما كانت يعني الجهود التي بذلت فيه، ومهما كان علم الذين قاموا عليه، يبقى دائما يحتاج إلى كثير من الإضافة والتمحيص والتدقيق. المعيار الشرعي لا شك أنه كان نقلة نوعية، فقد حط اللبنة الأساسية لكل ما هو مطلوب، لكنه يبقى معيارا شرعيا. المسألة الثانية بالنسبة للمعيار المحاسبي الذي أغلب الشرعيين يظن أنه سيلبي له كما هو مفهوم من الاسم، أن يلبي له الحساب الدقيق للزكاة. قد لا يكون كذلك بالنسبة للمحاسبين. المحاسبون يهمهم في الواقع هو أساساً الإثبات والقياس والإفصاح في المحاسبة أكثر من آلية حساب الزكاة التي يرونها مسألة شرعية، والشرعيون أيضاً يظنون أن هذا من مهام المحاسبة، ويبقى المطلوب ضائعاً بين الطرفين. يحسب للمعيار المحاسبي رقم 9 أنه رغم أنه كان معياراً محاسبياً أضاف ملحقاً لحساب الزكاة، وظل كثير من الناس يستنيرون به ويعتمدون عليه قبل صدور المعيار الشرعي للزكاة. الآن أيوفي مشكورة طبعاً بعد مجهودات كثيرة وافقت أن تصدر ملحقاً للمعيار المحاسبي ليسد هذه الثغرة الواجبة واجبة السد بين المعيار الشرعي والمعيار المحاسبي. وهنا أريد أن نعلق أساساً على بعض النقاط الأساسية، لأن هذا من الصعوبة بمكان أن نحاول أن نغطي كل النقاط الهامة في هذه العجالة. أولاً أريد أن أقول أن تعليقاً على النقاط التي ذكرت بالإلزام بإخراج الزكاة، هو أنه حسب المعيار الشرعي أنه إذا لم يلزم أنه القانون هو يلزم بذلك، أو يلزم به النظام الأساسي للمؤسسة، أو تلزم به الجمعية العمومية. وفي حال عدم وجود أي من ذلك فإن الواجب الأدنى للمؤسسة المالية الإسلامية أن تقوم بحساب الزكاة. فهل تقوم المؤسسات المالية بحساب الزكاة لجميع أطراف الوعاء؟ هذه مسألة مهمة وينبغي التركيز عليها. بالنسبة للمعيار الشرعي والمعيار المحاسبي وما نقوم به الحين في من إعداد التي ذكرت عنها التي تحدثت عنها لسد الفجوة بين المعيارين، تستدعي أولا أن نركز أولا وأخيرا على المعيار الشرعي، لأن المنطلق الأساسي في كل هذه الأمور هو الضوابط الشرعية والأحكام الشرعية المتعلقة بالزكاة، وهي مفصلة ويحتاج فقط إلى لم شتاتها ووضعها في بوتقة واحدة تصدر في دليل إرشادي عملي وليس نظري يغطي النقاط المطلوبة نقطة دون لبس لأي طرف من الأطراف، وخاصة بالنسبة للذين يقومون على هذا العمل من محاسبين أساساً ومن شرعيين يراجعون وراءهم لكي يصدروا معلومة دقيقة لجميع الأطراف ذوي ذات العلاقة. أولاً أريد أن أنوه بأن المعيار الشرعي طبعاً ذكر طريقتين، طريقة صافي الأصول وطريقة صافي الأصول المستثمرة، وركز أساساً على طريقة صافي الأصول. لكن نجد أن المعادلة التي ذكرت لحساب وعاء الزكاة هي تنص على أن الموجودات أن وعاء الزكاة يساوي الموجودات الزكوية ناقصاً المطلوبات المستحقة الدفع خلال الفترة المالية في تاريخ قائمة المركز المالي. طبعاً ينقص منها عدة مجموعة لا أطيل عليكم بها، هي موجودة في المعيار، لكن ينقص منها حقوق أصحاب حسابات الاستثمار المطلقة. ونحن نعرف أن حسابات الاستثمارات المطلقة تشكل 80% من أصول المؤسسات. قصدي في الجانب الآخر طبعا جانب الالتزامات، لكنها أيضا تستثمر في جانب الأصول، فتؤدي إلى نقصانها من هذا الكم، يؤدي إلى أنه لا يبقى إلا القليل. وليس هذا المقصود، وإنما قصد المعيار طبعا أن أصحاب حقوق المساهمين زكاتهم لا ترتبط بزكاة حقوق أصحاب حسابات الاستثمار. هذا هو كان المقصود. فهذه من الأمور التي ينبغي التنبيه عليها في المعادلة التي في صدر المعيار. كذلك أريد أن أنوه بعدة أمور تتعلق بحساب الزكاة. هو أن طبعا الموجودات الزكوية، طبعا عندما نتكلم عن حساب الزكاة فإننا ننظر إلى الميزانية بندا بندا، وهكذا فعل المعيار الشرعي، ويصدر أحكاما شرعية على هذه البنود واحدا تلو الآخر، ولكل منهم ما يخصه من أحكام. وقد تختفي كثير من الأحكام على الشرعيين ولا يلامون على ذلك، لأن المحاسبين ذوي الاختصاص لم يبرزوا هذه المسألة لهم لكي يصدروا حولها حكما. فنحن نعلم أن النقود في ظاهرها لما تكون في الميزانية هي نقود، لكننا قد نجدها في بعض التطبيقات، مثلا النقود لدى البنوك المركزية قد تكون تحتوي على ما يسمى بشهادات الاستثمار اللي هي Islamic Certificate of Deposits. فهذه تقوم أساسا على مرابحات، فحكمها حكم مرابحة وليس حكم الذي ينطبق، ليس الحكم الشرعي الذي يكون على النقود. ثم إذا تدرجنا في الميزانية وتتبعنا بندا بندا نجد أيضا كذلك في الإشارة قد يثبت المحاسب أصل مبلغ التمويل الذي منح بالإشارة، لكنه ويثبت الأرباح، لكنه الدفعات الإيجارية هي ما تعنينا في هذه المسألة عند حساب الزكاة، ولا نجد الدفعات الإيجارية هذه في الميزانيات. ما لم ينبه المحاسب إلى ذلك ويقوم بحسابها بشكل دقيق فهي ما تعنينا في الحساب وليس الأرباح. وهذا يختلط على المشتغلين في الميدان العملي، لأن المقصود في الإشارة ليس ربحها وإنما هو الدفعة الإيجارية، وهي أكبر بكثير كما تعلمون من الأرباح. بالنسبة لكافة البنود الأخرى لكل منها حكمها الخاص بها، لو تتبعناها واحدة واحدة قد نطيل، وليس هذا هو المطلوب في مثل هذا. نريد أن نلقي ضوءا خاطفا أو لمحة يعني مقتطفة على هذه الحسابات. الأهم أن نثير التساؤلات أكثر من نعطي الإجابات في هذه المجالة. فمثلا نريد أن نقول مثلا المرابحات على سبيل المثال، المعيار الشرعي ينص على أن تزكى طبعا مع أرباحها، ونعلم أن المحاسبة تثبت الاوتستاندين اللي هو كوست اللي هو الدين القائم في وقت إعداد البيانات المالية، وتضم إليه فقط الأكرود بروفيت تو ديت اللي في وقت إعداد، ولا تتضمن فيه الآن ايرن بروفيت. والمعيار الشرعي طبعا يطلب زكاة كل ربح. أيضا هناك منتجات خصوصيتها، كما نعلم أن عندنا منتجات يعني مثل البطاقات المغطاة، مثل منتجات السحب المغطى بالمرابحة على سبيل المثال أو بالإشارة أو غيرها، تكون دائما منتجات لها خصوصية بحيث أنها قد في أغلب الأحوال أن يتنازل البائع عن ربح المرابحة، وقد يكون هذا الربح 3 أضعاف بدون مبالغة. يعني مثلا في البطاقات مبلغ التمويل، وقد يؤول في معظم الحالات إلى أن يتنازل عنه البائع. فهل المعيار الشرعي يطلب حساب الزكاة على هذا الأساس؟ فهذه أيضا من النوازل. فما أريد أن أقوله هنا أن البنود كلها التي تكلم عنها المعيار وطرقت إليه لو تأمل من المخصصات والمعايير الدولية الجديدة، وفي الحقيقة أن المعيار الشرعي ذكر بالتفصيل أن هذه ما يحسم وما لا يحسم، وحسم القول في هذا، وفي أغلب الأحوال يراعي خصوصية، طبعا وفي كل الأحوال طبعا يراعي خصوصية كل منتج، ويصدر حكما على ما يحسم وما لا يحسم. فأساسا لا يحسم إلا الديون المشكوك في تحصيلها، أما مجرد التبويبات الموجوده القاصره قصدي في ضوء المعايير الشرعيه الجديده قد لا تكون هي نفسها التي تتبع في اعداد الزكاة، وهذه تستدعي مجهودات كبيرة لنا. أرجو أن لا أكون لا أطيل عليكم بهذه التفاصيل، فهي طويلة.
بدون شك الموضوع يحتاج مزيدا من التفصيل، ولكن لضيق الوقت خصوصا أن الجلسة بدأت متأخرة اليوم، فلعل أيضا يكون لك تعليق آخر في خلال المناقشة.
إن شاء الله تعالى.
جزيلا على هذا الطرح الوافي. الآن ننتقل للمتحدث الخامس والأخير في هذه الجلسة، وهو سعادة الدكتور حبيب أحمد. Dr. Habib, we would like to welcome you in this session. And please, if you can just speak in general about corporate governance related to Zakat, as well if you have any comments related to any speakers or any subject, you can. And please keep the time maximum between 7 to 10 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Assalamu alaikum to everyone. I start by thanking IOFI for inviting me to contribute to this panel. Actually, I will be talking about something different in a sense that most of the previous speakers, they talked about zakah issues in Islamic banking. I will talk more about the zakah organizations themselves because I'm aware that IOFI is actually in the process of developing governance standards for zakah organizations. So I just wanted to emphasize the need for enhanced zakah governance and management practices in zakah organizations, especially in the COVID era and the time after that. So let me first start by, to give a context and background, let me start discussing something which relates to the potential of zakah collections. Now, there are different studies, among others, IFTI has, the Islamic Development Bank Institute has done some studies, and they estimate the potential global zakah collections to be as low as 200 billion per year to 100 trillion dollars. So that is a large amount. I mean, just to, if you think in terms of the amount in perspective, the total aid and development assistance given to the developing world from all the rich countries and development organizations in 2019 was $168 billion. So even if we take the lower estimate of $200 billion, that is a lot of money, which can be used to support communities, not only during difficult times like COVID, but even during normal times. Now, of course, the question arises, what is the potential, what percentage of this potential zakah is being collected and distributed to benefit the community? Now, if you look at some anecdotal evidence from different reports, research, it indicates that a very small percentage of the zakah is collected and distributed through institution channels. Most of the zakah is actually given out by individuals in a dispersed manner, and it is done once in a year, mainly during Ramadan, and actually it does not have any impact that it's meant to be. So a question arises in terms of what explains the low collection of zakah through the institution channels, and how we can increase the zakah collection and increase its impact. Now, to understand this, I think we have to understand how charity organizations work. Even though zakah is not charity, it is an obligatory obligation on Muslims, but they operate similar to charity organizations because people, they can willingly give to a zakah organization or decide not to. Now, if you look at the way charities operate, they actually have two types of clients. One is, of course, the donors or the zakah payers, and the other client is the beneficiaries and recipients. Now, the donors, they would contribute to an organization if they have trust that the money is being used effectively and benefiting the recipients. So the impact on beneficiaries become a very important factor in terms of whether the donors and zakat payers will give to an organization. Because if the impact is there, it creates trust, and based on this trust, people are willing to give to the organizations. Now, so in short, we can say that if you look at the way in which the charitable organizations work, it works through a virtuous cycle, which starts with good governance, which creates impact, and this impact builds trust. And because of this trust, people are willing to pay to this organization. So I think this is in some ways the cycle through which we can increase the collection of zakat through institutional organizations. Now, of course, if you look around, there are some good examples of some zakah organizations which are run efficiently. For example, in Malaysia, some of the states, they have established corporations actually, which collect, and also in one state, they also distribute zakah. And they have been very successful in both collection and distribution of zakah. But unfortunately, we also see that there are a lot of other zakah organizations which are run informally and not managed professionally. So I think going forward, we really need to focus on good governance. And as I mentioned, IOFI is actually in the process of developing a governance standard. I mean, I'm not going into details in terms of what the governance should look like, but of course they would obviously include issues related to board effectiveness, leadership, integrity, openness, and accountability. And for zakah organizations, Sharia governance is going to be also an important part. Now, I just want to mention that if you look at the potential of zakah, which is at minimum 200 billion, actually we should be getting more serious about governance and management of zakah organizations. There is a lot of emphasis on good governance of Islamic financial institutions. A lot of standards have been issued. But if you look at some of the sectors, for example, if you look at the Islamic fund sector, the total globally, as reported in the IFSB report, was only 143 billion US dollars. And the takaful sector is a very small, it is only $23 billion. So we have standards for Islamic financial institutions, but if you look at the zakah as a sector globally, with at least $200 billion, we have not yet established governance standards for this very important sector. Now, to make zakah relevant in the COVID era, the key thing is that we really have to take governance and management of zakah organizations very seriously. This will increase the trust and also the zakah collection, which can then be used for meeting emergency needs like in COVID and also for overall social development. Now, let me just end by giving you a very brief example of a very successful zakah organization here in UK, which has actually in a very short time created a lot of impact within the community. I'm talking about National Zakah Foundation, which was established 10 years ago by some young Muslims who believe that zakah can be an instrument of uplifting the community. And actually, one of the interesting things of National Zakah Organization is that it is actually the only organization in the country which collects zakah and distributes zakah locally. There are a lot of other charitable organizations like Islamic Relief, but a lot of them, they collect zakah locally and then they distribute it to other countries of the world. Now, in terms of governance, as I mentioned, a key factor is effective board. So NZF, actually, if you look at their board, it's very interesting that it includes ex-CEO of Al Rayan Bank, which is the only Islamic bank in the country. It includes a CEO of a large non-profit organization. It includes a founder and an investment firm. And also it includes a female corporate and commercial lawyer. So you can see that they have taken the role of the board to be a very important and placed very high level professionals. And in terms of management, until last month, NZF was run by an ex-investment banker who actually left his lucrative job in the financial sector to become the CEO of NZF. And the new CEO who started actually last week in November, he has a PhD from Oxford University, and he had also worked at NZF previously. So given this structure, we see that NZF in UK has actually made a very important impact. It has distributed close to $25 million to thousands of deserving people in its very short history of 10 years. And in terms of the role of NZF during the pandemic, we see that the pandemic also affected a lot of Muslim households in the country, and the applications of zakah increased from 7,000 in 2019 to more than 19,000 in 2020 when the pandemic hit. So the disbursements also increased accordingly from 2.9 million to 3.7 million dollars in 2020. Now, because the trust which NZF has built, Islamic Relief actually came forward and provided another 3,050,000 pounds to NZF, which benefited an additional close to 15,000 people. So in conclusion, since zakah is actually levied on mainly on the wealth, it provides a stable source of fund which can be used for community development during both normal times and also during difficult times like COVID. The huge potential for zakah of at least $20 billion actually could be realized through institutionalization and mainly through good governance and professional management of zakah organizations, which creates trust among zakah payers, and they are willing to pay to these organizations. So as I mentioned, IOFI is in the process of developing governance standards for zakah organizations, and I think this is going to be a very important document which can help zakah organizations to improve their governance and management and help achieve the goals of community development during both good times and bad times. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Dr. Habib Ahmed, for comprehensive high-level summary. And I am so sorry for the short time, but we will try to cover more in details in the future, inshallah. Now I will open the floor. So I will tell you just what we will do. Open the floor to you. If you have any comments or any questions, please forward it to any speakers. And also we will give each speakers at the end 1 minute to conclude his thoughts. And now we have a question. It is here. Please إذا كنت ترغب توجيه سؤالك لأحد الأشخاص أو تعليق.
كومنت.
تفضل.
عبد المنعم، دكتور عبد المنعم البوصي، أستاذ الاقتصاد الإسلامي في الجامعة الإسلامية أم درمان، وأمين عام ديوان الزكاة الأسبق في السودان، ونائب محافظ البنك المركزي.
ما شاء الله.
شكرا جزيلا على الفرصة. حقيقة في السيشن اللي قبل الماضي كان الإخوة يتحدثون عن الآثار الإيجابية والسلبية لكوفيد 19، وكان بيتحدث ما هي أحسن الوسائل للتغلب على المشاكل. فجاء في حديث الإخوة إنه يجب أن تكون التشريعات في كل الدول ما تكون غائبة من المشهد، ولازم تكون باستمرار هي يعني تضع من القوانين ما يدعم الفقراء وما يرفع من شأنهم. الشيء عايز أقوله، أنا عايز أخش من الباب ده حقيقة. أيها الإخوة، طبعا الزكاة في المؤسسات المالية هي بتجب فقط على رؤوس الأموال وعلى الودائع الاستثمارية، لكن جل الودائع في المصارف هي ودائع جارية ولا يستطيع البنوك أن تشيل فيها زكاة، لأن هي ودائع متحركة، فهي متروكة لأصحابها مع بقية أموالهم يزكوها، لكن دي أموال كثيرة جدا. صحيح. طيب كيف نحن يعني عشان نعين كوفيد 19 في إنها تتغلب على مشاكل الفقر في العالم الإسلامي؟ يجب إنه التشريعات دي تفكر في إنه ننبه الدول. في بعض الدول عندها قوانين وبتجمع الزكاة، بعض الدول، وفي بعض الدول عندها صناديق لكن القوانين ما إلزامية. وانتم تعرفوا يا اخواني التشريع ذات ربنا قال للرسول صلى الله عليه وسلم: خذ من اموالهم صدقه تطهرهم وتزكيهم بها. وكان الرسول صلى الله عليه وسلم من البحرين ده كان الزكاه تمشي له في المدينه وكان بيوزعها، تجيه من اليمن يوزعها. سيدنا عمر كان برضو الزكوات كلها تجي وزعها. سيدنا ابو بكر قال: والله لو منعوني عقالا كانوا يؤدون الرسول لحاربتهم عليه. سيدنا عمر كان يقول للمصدقين والناس اللي بيجمعوا إذا أعطيتم فأغنوا كرروا عليهم الصدقة وإن راح لأحدهم 100 من الإبل. معنى الكلام ده شنو؟ إنه الدولة لما تشرف على جمع الزكاة وتوزيعها، أول حاجة بتعرف هي العدد بالضبط الفقراء في الدولة، بتعرفوا من الإحصاء العام. يعني احنا في السودان عندنا 2 مليون اسره فقيره مسجله في الزكاه، وان كان المبالغ اللي بيدوها بسيطه، لكن المهم ديوان الزكاه عارف اي اسره عندها مشكله بتجي والدراسه موجوده. فانا افتكر بيكون جميل لو بقت في توصيات الندوه دي انه التنبيه للدول انه الجائحه تتطلب. هو حقيقه يمكن الانسان يطلع زكاته براه، يعني ما فيها مشكله. جات زينب زوجة عبد الله بن مسعود، الرسول صلى الله عليه وسلم قالت له يا رسول الله زوج عبد الله بن مسعود هل ممكن اعطيه زكاتي؟ قال لها نعم، وعندك اجرين، اجر الصله واجر الصدقه. يعني هي الزكاه انت ممكن تطلعها بلوحدك، لكن يا ايها الاخوه بيختلط على الناس الزكاه من الانفاق، لانه الايه 177 سوره البقره الله سبحانه وتعالى يقول ليس البر ان تولوا وجوهكم قبل المشرق والمغرب ولكن البر من امن بالله واليوم الاخر والملائكه والكتاب والنبيين وآتى المال على حبه والقربى واليتامى والمساكين وابن السبيل والسائلين وفي الرقاب وأقام الصلاة وآتى الزكاة. الزكاة مع كل الإنفاق في آية واحدة. معنى الكلام ده إنه الزكاة دي حاجة مختلفة يجب أن تعطى لولي الأمر، لأنه هو يعرف مين اللي ما عنده أهل يعني أغنياء عشان يديهم كده. أنا لا أريد منه
شكرا.
يعني أريد إنه تضع توصية من التوصيات لقصة التشريعات.
فكرة واضحة، وشكرا دكتور على هذه المداخلة القيمة. تفضل أحمد. المايك بالله، الميكروفون هنا. هل في سؤال بعد الأخ عشان بس يكون مستعد أيضا؟
السلام عليكم. يوسف شنار من دمشق، دكتوراه بالاقتصاد الإسلامي، نائب رئيس هيئة الرقابة الشرعية ببنك سوريا الدولي الإسلامي.
حياك الله دكتور.
طبعا الإضاءة
لو سمحت بالله تكون واضحة وباختصار لأن
بإذن
الوقت
الله تعالى الوقت
ما ودنا نعطلكم بس أكثر من الوقت اللازم. احنا الآن ماخذين زيادة وقت لأن تأخر بداية الجلسة.
طيب
تفضل.
الله يجزاك الخير. هلا أنا بالنسبة لي بعض الإضاءات بشكل سريع. هناك فرق بين احتساب الزكاة وبين دفع الزكاة. هذا الأمر لابد أن يكون واضحا. احتساب الزكاة شيء ودفع شيء. البنوك غير مخولة بإخراج زكاة الأموال عن المساهمين أو المودعين إلا بقرار قانوني كما ذكر الدكتور أو بجمعية العمومية. لذلك احتساب الزكاة أمر هام، لكن إخراجها يحتاج إلى ضبط أكبر. في نقطة كتير مهمة هي زكاة أموال المودعين. زكاة أموال المودعين كل الأموال اللي موجودة بالحسابات إن كان استثمارية توفير أو وديعة أو الحساب الجاري هو وديعة تحت الطلب، هذه أموال يملكها المودع نفسه. فالأصل بغض النظر بلغت النصاب أم لم تبلغ النصاب هو أعلم بنصاب ماله، وهذا يختلف من مكان إلى مكان ومن بلد إلى بلد حسب النصاب. النقطة المهمة جدا اللي لازم نحكي فيها هي ضرورة احتساب الزكاة على المساهمين أو للمساهمين بدقة. في الندوة اليوم غير كافية، هي إضاءة. نحن نحتاج إلى ملتقى أو مؤتمر يضيء كل البنود بشكل دقيق حتى نخرج بدقة كاملة. دور المحاسبين شيء مهم جدا لازم نحن ننتبه له، إنه لازم نحن نعطيهم دور الأكبر. النقطة الأخيرة اللي بدي أحكي فيها زكاة الديون، مرجوة السداد أو غير مرجوة السداد. هناك اختلاف بين الفقهاء بشكل كتير كبير. الأصل عند إخراج أو عند دفع الزكاة أن تكون من الملك التام، وهنا وجه الاختلاف. هل حتى الزكاة المرجوة السداد يدفع عنها أم لا؟ طب أنا ليست في ملكي، هي في ملك المستدين. طب هل أخرج عنها أم لا؟ هذا فيه خلاف بين الفقهاء، يحتاج إلى ضبط، يحتاج إلى إجماع في حال طلبنا أو أقررنا أنه يخرج عنها الزكاة. وجزاكم الله خيرا.
شكرا دكتور على المداخلة القيمة، ونتفق معك في هذه النقاط المهمة. أي سؤال أخير؟ المنظمون طلبوا مني على أساس ننهي الجلسة، تأخرنا كثير. آخر مداخلة وبعدين بتاح المجال للزملاء بالله باختصار شديد.
أسئلة سريعة. الدكتور محمد البلتاجي، مسؤولية إخراج الزكاة في البنوك، حضرتك تفضلت إنه البنك يجب أن يكون عليه مسؤولية، لكن هل توجد المسؤولية القانونية موجودة بالفعل في التشريع مثلا المصري إنه يفرض على البنك إخراج الزكاة عن المساهمين أو المودعين؟ دي الكاتيجوريز. الدكتور علي، بمناسبة معيار الحوكمة، فمعيار مهم جدا، هل عندك نقاط تقدر تقولها لنا اللي يجب ان يغطيها المعيار؟ واضح ان المعيار هيهتم بمؤسسات الزكاه، ولكن ايضا يجب ان يتناول وضع الزكاه في البنوك الاسلاميه وليس فقط في مؤسسات الزكاه. اخر شيء NZF فعلا مثال جيد، واتمنى ان ايوفي في المؤتمر القادم يدعوهم لان يقدموا لنا نبذه عن مؤسستهم.
شكرا يعطيك العافيه. تفضل دكتور محمد باختصار بالله الشديد.
شكرا جزيلا. شكرا دكتور وليد.
صوت واضح يا دكتور.
واضح؟ طيب نقطة مهمة جدا. أولا ما فيش تنظيم بيلزم البنوك بدفع الزكاة إلا دول بتلزمها، يعني زي السعودية، وفي دول ما بتلزمش، مصر ما بتلزمش. لكن عندنا إشكالية إن البنك لما بيحسب الزكاة على حاجتين: على أعمال البنك نفسها عشان يطلعها، وعلى لما يوزع للمساهمين. المساهمين برضه المفروض إنهم يطلعوا زكاة على أموالهم. فعنده حاجتين. الحاجة اللي هي المهمة اللي اتكلم عليها أخونا دكتور يوسف في هذا الأمر هي موضوعات أصحاب حسابات الاستثمار داخل البنك. هي دي المشكلة عندنا. اصل بالك بالملايين ما بيعرف. احيانا بعض الاخوه رغم ان هم يعني قد يرمون بيحزون باموال كثيره، لكن احيانا بيقول لك بيجي لنا البنك فعليا بيكتب طلب ومش الزام، بيكتب طلب ولو سمحتوا احسبوا لي الزكاه على اموالي وانفقوها. دي نقطه مهمه جدا، لان كتير جدا من المودعين مش عارفين يحسبوها ازاي. بالاضافه لان بيجي الناس ارضا بيحطوا او دعم عندنا. وعندنا اشكاليه كمان فقهيه، وكنا اخونا الدكتور محمد بويا يعتقد ياخد باله من الجزئيه دي مهمه جدا عارفها، انه هناك فتاوى بتقول الفتوى الاصليه للزكاه على اموال المودعين 2.5% الاصل زائد العائد. طلعت فتوى او في فتاوى اخرى قالت لا ناخد 10% على العائد فقط مش على اصل المال. دي برضه نقطه مهمه جدا. فالمعيار المحاسبي والشرعي فيه ايوفي اعتقد لازم ياخد في اعتباره هذه الجزئيه، واعتقد دي محتاجه الى اما يعني مش شرط يكون معيار، يكون توصيه حتى بهذا الامر.
شكرا دكتور علي. تفضل اذا باختصار شديد بالله.
طيب بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. صوت واضح؟
اي واضح.
طيب بالنسبه للمعيار الحوكمه نحتاج الى معيارين. المؤسسات الماليه نحتاج معيار لاحتساب الزكاه في المؤسسات الماليه. وبالمناسبه انا اود اشير ان بيت الزكاه في الكويت تقريبا قبل سنتين اصدر مسوده المعيار، اصدر معيارا لحوكمه حساب الزكاه في المؤسسات الماليه. وهذا يعني يتطلب في وجهه نظري عده امور. اول شيء ضبط الاشخاص اللي يتدخلون في عمليه الحساب، ضبط المؤهلات يعني العلميه والاكاديميه لهذا الامر، معيار الافصاح، يعني ما الذي ينبغي الافصاح عنه، يعني طريقه حساب الزكاه، المعيار الشرعي ما قال فيه المعيار الشرعي، هذه يمكن اهم يعني مكونات المعيار. هناك طبعا عمل اخر في المؤسسات الماليه لمؤسسات الزكاه اللي تتولى التوزيع، هذا لها مجال اخر يعني قد ما يكون من اختصاص ايوفي. في نقطه كان ذكرها الدكتور ما يتعلق بكوفيد يعني 19 وحساب الزكاه او توزيع الفقراء. انا اعتقد انه نحن الان في عصر ثوره التكنولوجيا وتحليل المعلومات والبيانات الضخمه. نحن نحتاج الى يعني ان نخرج من بوتقه هل الزكاه مركزيه او يتم توزيعها. اعتقد هناك مجال اخر وهو اننا نعمل من خلال البلاتفورم، يعني اللي هو مثل الكراود فاندنج، بس تحتاج الى حاجه الى افكار ابداعيه، تحتاج الى تشريعات منظمه، تحتاج الى استقبال هذا العدد الضخم في وقت واحد. يعني كوفيد 19 تعتبر الان مثل اللي يسمونه البلاك سوان، حدث غير متوقع، حدث عندنا مجموعه كبيره من المستحقين ظهروا فجاه. كيف نستطيع ان نفهم احتياجاتهم، ان ندخلهم لهذه المنصه، كيف نستطيع ان نربط الجميع بشكل سريع مباشر، بحيث ان ما ندخل في بيروقراطيه الدوله وبطئها، ولا ندخل كذلك في عشوائيه التصرف الفردي. فهذا اعتقد نحن عندنا نماذج كانت جدا ممتازه، منصه يعني الدوله اشرفت عليها في الاسكان في المسجونين، وحقيقه كانت لها جدا نتائج ايجابيه. متى ما وجدت حوكمه جيده لهذه المنصات اعتقد لا نحتاج الى قوانين ملزمه بقدر ما نحتاج الى مبادرات.
شكرا دكتور. انا اعتذر منكم جميعا، الاخوان المنظمون طلبوا ان اختتام الجلسه، فقط اود اشير من مداخلاتكم وايضا المتحدثين السؤال الكبير: هل احنا فعلا خدمنا الزكاه كركن من اركان الاسلام؟ انا اعتقد ان الزكاه في عصرنا الحالي والعصور المتاخره لم تخدم بالشكل المطلوب. الزكاه هي لها اهداف وحكم عظيمه جدا تسعى الى رفاهيه المجتمعات، وبدون شك لو طبقنا الزكاه كما يجب لكان هناك رفاهيه كبيره جدا، لكان هناك خلق فرص عمل، لكان هناك امور كثيره جدا. واحنا الى الان لم نستطيع تقديم الزكاه في قالب واضح ليس فقط للمسلمين وغير المسلمين كبديل للضرائب. فأتمنى إن شاء الله أن تكون هناك أبحاث متخصصة في هذا الجانب. النقطة الأخيرة أختتم فيها أيضا ولعلها تكون من توصيات الجلسة للإخوان في الأيوفي، اللي هو تسهيل إجراءات احتساب الزكاة سواء على الأفراد أو على المنشآت بشكل عام. اليوم مع الديجيتاليزيشن ومع الفنتك ومع الرقمنة التطور الهائل وأيضا تطور أسواق المال، ربما يكون هناك آليات تجد أنك تستطيع حصر جميع الأصول. بمعنى آخر، لو أخذنا الشركات مثلا أو المنشآت بشكل عام المدرجة في الأسواق المالية، تستطيع من القوائم المالية أن تحدد جميع أصول هذه المنشآت وأيضا بنود قائمة الدخل، وربما يكون هناك فرق متخصصة تتعب في هذا الجانب بحيث تحدد ما يخضع للزكاة وما لا يخضع وآلية، ثم توضع في نظام آلي متكامل، وتكون المنشأة فقط معنية بإدخال الأصول الخاصة بها. وعند إدخال يعني العناصر اللي خاصة بك، السيستم تلقائيا يستخرج الإقرار الزكوي أو الحساب الزكاة. لعلها أفكار تحتاج بعض الدراسات والبحوث، وإن شاء الله لعل من الموجودين معنا مباشرة أو أيضا الحاضرين عن بعد يسهمون في إثراء هذا الجانب الهام جدا ورفع كفاءته في المستقبل. اسمحوا لي أشكركم جزيلا على حضوركم في هذه الجلسة المتأخرة، وأشكر جميع زملائي المتحدثين الذين أثروا هذه الجلسة، وبإمكانكم أيضا استكمال الحوار مع بعض بعد الجلسة. شكرا لكم والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
عليكم السلام.
Thank you. Thank you, Sheikh Abdul Mohsin Al Faris. I'm actually quite concerned about your flight time. So it leaves at 5:30. So I really thank you very much for chairing this session very well. MashaAllah, the last session, it's always difficult to moderate, to be part of the speaker, but MashaAllah, you manage it really well. And I see from the participation on the floor that it's relatively second day, last session, relatively good participation. So we thank you all. Thank you, Sheikh, for being with us and guiding us throughout, not only through this session, but all the support that you extend to AAOIFI through being a member of a board of trustees, as well as in other initiatives. So thank you for being with us. To our fellow panelists, in particular, you've traveled far and wide, and you, beside the travel restrictions, to be with us. We thank you very much, Dr. Muhammad Biltaji. Thank you for sharing your thoughts to the session. Ms. Amal Masri, a great supporter and both of them members of AAOIFI technical boards. Brother Dr. Ali Muhammad Noor, thank you for being with us. We thank you very much. We also thank Brother Muhammad Boya, a former board member of AAOIFI at its accounting side, and Professor Dr. Habib Ahmed, a well-known academician. So we thank you all very much to be with us for this very important session. Thank you for sharing your thoughts, and inshallah we will request you to come back to us and continue these thought-provoking sessions with us, inshallah, not only through the conference but also through other means, inshallah. Thank you. Thank you. Jazakumullah khair. For the rest of us, ladies and gentlemen, this actually concludes the two-day gathering at this AAOIFI IDB or AAOIFI Islamic Development Bank conference. We thank you very much for patiently listening to us. We would like to thank all our speakers. We had more than 47 speakers joining us physically as well as virtually from different parts of the world. The participation was really impressive. Given the hybrid nature of it, we had about 1,100 registrations for the virtual sessions and about 500 registered, but I think in the room we had about 200 to 250 people present over the course of 2 days. So we really thank you all, for the speakers, for all our attendees who joined us here. You really made it worth all the effort for us. And of course, I would like to pay, appreciate the support that comes from the Central Bank of Bahrain, or under whose patronage we organize this conference on an annual basis, actually 2 conferences. And also the Islamic Development Bank, without whose support this conference wouldn't have been possible.
So, we thank you all very much. At the end, we thank our technical board members. You've been with us for all the guidance that you extend to AAOIFI through the Sharia board, through the governance board, through the accounting board. And, we appreciate all that, we do together with your help and support and guidance. I would also like to thank, AAOIFI Secretariat, and I think a lot of hard work goes into this. In particular, on the technology side, on the bringing this conference together. Given the hybrid nature of it, there was an extra effort that is needed for these events. But alhamdulillah, with your support, with your guidance, this has been possible. The secretary, the guys at the Secretariat have really worked hard under the leadership of the Secretary General. Thank you very much. And we really appreciate, and we hope that we also enjoyed the opportunity to network and meet a lot of friends and make new ones, old friends, and meet new ones. So inshallah, you'll agree with us that overall the conference was a success, inshallah. So we hope to see you again, inshallah, in these conferences. And at the end, from my side, I would really thank you all for being with us. Jazakumullah khair. Inshallah, we'll continue our dialogue offline. With this, thank you very much. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.